We're so glad to have you with us on this special Wednesday evening show as we have the Northern Stars Turf Festival taking place at Canterbury Park, and there's some real stars in action on the grass today, including Stitch, who's the 5-2 morning line favorite in today's featured Mystic Lake Derby for trainer Greg Foley. In the Mystic Lake Mile, John Ortiz has only had one starter at Canterbury before. He comes in with a huge chance today with Mr. Dumas, and Minnesota owner Bob Lothenbach calls Canterbury home. His homebred, She Can't Sing, will go out today, making her first start at Canterbury in the Lady Canterbury Stakes. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. There's a great look at Canterbury Park. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. Glad to have you with us as we look forward to covering all of the exciting action today at Canterbury Park. We'll have some Penn National on the show as well, but at Canterbury, 5 stakes on tap today, highlighted by that Mystic Lake Derby for $150,000. Some strong 6 stakes, I should say, strong stakes action this afternoon for the Northern Stars Stakes schedule, and we're really happy to once again be featuring Canterbury Park, as I'm pleased to be joined by New York Racing Association analyst Anthony Stabile, and I know you're excited for all the great action we have on tap today.
Yes, absolutely love these special nights at places like Canterbury, and we get to visit a place that is near and dear to my heart. We got some good Penn National coming at you. Not just the racing, but we got some fun stories to tell. And we will tell you about a special night on July 8th if you're in the Grantville area that you are not going to want to miss.
Ooh, got a little teaser for something that's coming up a little bit later on with the Mystic Lake Derby. The feature on today's show, just one scratch of the 2 Slim Slow Slider. Here's a look at the field. We're going a mile on the turf. Again, a nice $150,000 stake on the tap today at Canterbury Park, as Stitched does go out for trainer Greg Foley. Comes off of a win in the Caesar Stakes last time out at Horseshoe, Indianapolis.
Yeah, it's a fun race. You have a horse like Stitched who comes into this off of that win, and it's been a it's been all wire to wire jobs. 3 of his last 4, in fact. Acacia, Xavier Dave, who beat him 3 starts back, is back in here as well. He's looking for his first win since that day, and he raced at Keeneland last time. These are fun races. You have horses coming from all over the Midwest for the most part, and kind of gravitating towards the money up in Shakopee, Minnesota.
Well said. As Florent Giroux will be in town to ride Stitched, the 5-2 morning line favorite in today's Mystic Lake Derby. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll be bringing you races 1 through 10. From Canterbury Park, Fast and Firm. Penn National, as Anthony mentioned, we have that on the program as well. Fast and Firm there too for races 2 through 8. That's all that we have to look forward to. You can join NYRA Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at nyrabets.com to get your $200 deposit match. Now, you didn't think we would just be bringing you Canterbury Park without having some real boots on the ground. The one and only Maggie Wolfendale live at Canterbury Park. Maggie, so happy to have you there. What is the environment like on this big day of racing?
Okay, so you cannot ask for a better evening of racing. I know earlier this week there were heat advisories here in the Shakopee region, but it is a blissful evening. Summer-like conditions, so the turf course is firm and people are trickling in on this Wednesday night, and it's truly a family affair here at Canterbury Park. A lot of people bring out the kids, they have picnics, and they're in for a treat. These are some full fields, very competitive races. And as you mentioned in the Mystic Lake Derby, it's a good matchup between Stitched and Dowagiac Chief, who Tom Amos, the trainer of that horse, said they are going and playing catch me if you can. Also, little hometown flavor as the Minnesota bred Xavier Davey will be looking to become the first Min bred to win the Mystic Lake Derby. He will be the 4th horse only to run on it. And we did see a defection of 2 Emmys in the earlier race in the Mystic Lake Mile, but that race is still chock full of speed, and as you mentioned, could set things up well for Mr. Dumas, but I'm a little interested in Street Ready from the rail for trainer Ian Wilkes. I think he had a bit of a troubled trip last time out at Churchill Downs, but that is to come a little bit later on the card. Acacia looking to get things started here with this maiden special weight, and horses are on the track.
Maggie, thank you. We look forward to hearing your insight throughout the evening as we will meet the field for that maiden special weight. Maggie mentioned sprinting on the main track, horses taking their way through the post parade. Anthony, here's Taking Charge Desi.
Yeah, taking charge. Desi, second and third in her last two starts off of the layoff. We'll see if she can get Jesse Oberlander his first training win of the meet.
May Disco went by. Here's a first-time starter, Luna S.
May Disco's had some trouble getting out of the starting gate. Maybe she can recover from that. Luna S, just a $7,000 daughter of McLean's Music. We'll see what she can do at first asking.
Jettin' with Class will be next. She's currently 2-1 on the board. She cuts back.
Taking an awful lot of money and the class relief from Keeneland and Churchill Downs, but she was beaten an awfully long way. 53 combined lengths. Here's 2-1.
She did show a little bit of speed last time out. And here's a horse that makes sense. Second at Canterbury at the maiden special weight level last time out, Bombara Gold.
Yeah, spent the winter down at the fairgrounds. Did not do well down there. Headed up, made her way north. Stop at Hawthorne for the turf. Cut back to the dirt sprint last time. It was her best effort to date, at least her best finish to date.
That's the field for the opener at Canterbury Park. You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races for today's show. Currently, the number 5, Bombara Gold, is 8-5 on the board, just what she was on her morning line. This daughter of Street Sense finished second last time out at Canterbury. At the maiden special weight level. Typically, Anthony, I stay away from horses that have already been exposed in a maiden claiming tag, as she did run for 50 at the fairgrounds. But that did seem to be a pretty live race that she was contending in back in March.
You and me both, Acacia. There's a lot of weird things about this filly. The first two that strike me are the special weight tries before running her for the tag. And the fact that they ran her a mile and a 16th in both of those races. And then cut her back to the sprint for the tag. None of that makes any sense. But along those lines, she then winds up at Hawthorne on the turf and Canterbury in the special weight race. I think they're just trying to find out what this filly is. They spent she cost $100,000. She's a daughter of Streets, and she's a really nice pedigree. She just hasn't run to it yet. She had the fast local work. She breezed in under a minute up at Canterbury before her debut there in her 5th start. And she still didn't get the job done. She's 8-5. She can win, but I think there's a more interesting alternative.
The number 4, Jettin' with Class, as you mentioned, was beaten 42 lengths at Churchill Downs last time out, albeit going a mile on Kentucky Derby weekend at that. Beaten 11 lengths at Keeneland prior. She did show improved speed when stretching out, as jockey Harry Hernandez giving her a good warm-up out there on the track, but she's awfully tough to trust.
She is. I think it's a good sign she showed speed last time, though, because if you look at her first comment where she didn't have the best start, the fact that she was able to break
from an
alertly,
outside post as well.
From an outside post, the fact that she was able to break alertly from an inside draw is impressive. She's 3-2 right now.
Whew.
There's not too many horses that can beat 42 lengths that are 3-2 in their subsequent start. I ordinarily, like you, when they're exposed to the claiming ranks, I kind of stay away from horses who've gotten beat 42 lengths in their last start. That's just me. But I thought the rail was really interesting in here. Taking Charge Desi. I thought if you wanted to play this race, this was the place you should go. Thought this horse made an awful lot of sense. First time back in May was off of an 8-month layoff. Just got beat 3 3/4 lengths. That was in the slot. Came back to a fast track at Canterbury. I know she finished behind Bombara Gold. But with both of them making their third starts off a layoff, Taking Charge Desi's a much longer layoff than Bombara Gold. I thought Taking Charge Desi made more sense, especially with the difference in price.
faced a wet track 2 starts back. In fact, on her form, she only has 1 fast track race in total. A wet track at Will Rogers Downs, 2 starts back. Canterbury, when she started her career, was in the mud and then going a mile on turf. Clearly not something that she wants. Last time out was her only fast main track try. So you could certainly understand how there would be room for improvement for her today. As the number 3, Luna S, is a first-time starter who's 5-1 on the board for Miguel Angel Silva, who does have 2 in here, also has Jettin' with Class. This one, as you mentioned, you don't see many. Purchased for $7,000 by McLean's Music. But we had to wait a little bit to see her show up as a 3-year-old. She shows up here, and she's 5-1.
You only see a half a dozen works on her work tab. They date all the way back to January 5th at Sam Houston. January 5th, February 19th, and then a big gap to May 18th. 3 months. And then she really hasn't missed a beat. She's breezed 4 times. I wonder if Luna S was entered to make sure the race went for Jettin' with Class. That would be my assumption as the son of a horse trainer. These are one of the little tricks they have up their sleeve sometimes. And I would imagine that part of the reason she's in this field was to ensure that this race went for Jettin' with Class. But I'll tell you what, I know that the number 2, May Disco, looks a little tough to take, and she's obviously the outlier on the tote board. This filly, the first-time starter, Luna S, she's taken some money in here into 3 horses who have some, at least their competitive races against each other. That this board kind of makes sense. The fact that she's as short as she is as a first-time starter leads me to believe that there's a smidge of money going her way that I don't know if it's sharp money, but it doesn't seem like it's foolish money right now.
Miguel Angel Silva sends out 2 as I saw the name and I couldn't help but think of, remember that horse he had, Sleepy Eyes Todd?
Of course.
He ran at every single racetrack in the world,
He's got to have more frequent flyer miles than Lafitte Kincaid.
He ran in the Saudi Cup, down in Florida, Charlestown.
Fawner,
Keeneland, Lone Star.
Yep.
I look at there was past performances. Remington, he covered it all. Canterbury, of course. He was a super, super cool horse.
Sure was.
Trained by Miguel Angel Silva, who does send out 2 in this race, including the current 3-2 favorite. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale real quick.
Guys, I do like number 5, Bombara Gold. She fits the conditions well. I know they experimented with what she wants to do, but this is the right spot for her. As far as the first-time starter, Luna S, McLean's Music, great influence, but she's a long, stretchy horse. The bottom siblings, they were more turf horses, though by Kitten's Joy. I wouldn't be surprised if she went longer and maybe a change of surface, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. We'll see if we see Luna S in a different spot moving forward. Bombara Gold, your favorite. We go to track announcer Paul Allen for the opener at Canterbury Park.
And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Bombara Gold comes out in search of the gold on the wide side. Luna S comes purring through, and Luna S, that 3, takes the lead by a head. Taking charge, Desi is next, close handy to the inside, about 1 length from the lead. Then it's Jettin' with Class and Harry Hernandez. He has the yellow helmet cover, and he's scooting up to the outside of May Disco, staying alive. And the 5 are sardined by 2.5. They're into the far turn as they roll by the Dean Coots Memorial Chapel. And with 3/8 to go, up top, Bombara Gold still owning the gold. To the inside is Luna S. Harry's all over, Jettin' with Class on the 3 wide side. They circumnavigate into action about a length from the front. Then it's Taking Charge, Desi needing to do more, and May Disco has done the moonwalk. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Bombara Gold has the lead. It's a tenacious lead. Jettin' with Class and Harry mean business. Taking Charge, Desi at 3.5-1, engaging to the inside. Here comes Jettin' with Class, the first winner, Northern Lights Turf Festival Day.
Well, you heard Paul Allen. What a way to kick off the day as the favorite gets the job done in the opener at Canterbury Park.
The firster from the Silver Barn goes to the lead, calls it a day right around the 3/16 pole, and looky here, Jettin' with Class. beaten 42 lengths beneath the twin spires of Churchill Downs on Kentucky Oaks Day. A maiden no more in start number 3.
Gets the win for trainer Miguel Angel Silva. Harry Hernandez in the saddle as we do see 4-5, your second choice and favorite at one point, but Bar Gold checking in second. We'll bring you prices in a bit, and when we come back, we'll also look ahead to the stakes action this weekend at beautiful Belmont Park. We have the Mother Goose and Juju's Map waiting in the wings, looking for a big effort coming up this weekend.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. I didn't. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm good. Hi, AC.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, Jim McInville here, and horse heaven is truly at Claiborne Farms in Paris, Kentucky. My horse, Run Happy, is in stall 1 at Claiborne Farms, and he's having the time of his life.
Each of those horses on stall 1 are champion, North American champions in some division. So Run Happy certainly he was a champion sprinter after he won the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he's living up to the hype of stall 1 at Claiborne Farm so far. So we're very pleased, and we know he's going to make a really, really good sire one day.
Now you've got Smile Happy, Happy Soul. You had Following C, which is great for Mac. I mean, you know, because he calls once a week. How's that Run Happy doing? And it's the best. When I see his phone number come up, I mean, I answer quick because it's going to be entertaining.
You know, I think that was one of the reasons he got off to a semi-slow start, was because people assume that they're going to be quick 2-year-olds just because he has so much speed. But really, that's not the case. You kind of have to let them come into their own. For the most part, big, strong horses, and they can run around a ground.
You know, I think everybody expected because he was a sprinter there'd be 2-year-olds, and it didn't have to be that way. And when you see him, you know, he probably, you know, he's not really built like a sprinter. So you could see why he would be 2 turns.
I think being a sprinter, people were expecting him to come out and be so very, very precocious and fast. And really, we've seen him excel really at longer distances. Smile Happy, for one. You know, he won the Kentucky Jockey Club at 2, going 2 turns. But yeah, he's going to have a full book once again. And like I said, he's got a great group of 2-year-olds and a solid crop of yearlings. So the momentum should continue.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. As we have one race down at Canterbury Park on the Northern Stars Turf Festival. You get the state flag of Minnesota. You know Mitch Levitas is directing. He found the flag.
Le Trois du Nord. I
Well
don't know if
done.
I got
No,
that right.
you did. Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah.
That is the state motto of Minnesota, Star of the North.
I love
So
it.
there you go.
Northern Stars Turf Festival today. It all fits together. Miguel Angel Silva, Harry Hernandez with Jettin' with class take the opener. Maybe she didn't do too much running in her first couple of races, but she certainly found the right spot today.
Love covering these races from some of these smaller tracks, right? Because where else can you find a horse who was 81-1 and beaten 42 lengths in her last start, jig-jog at 6-5 in her very next try? Sorry, I said jig-jog. I'm still in my Meadowlands from Saturday night parlance. Yeah, Jettin' with class, just a long way around, but Harry Hernandez winning at over 22% up at Canterbury right now.
$4.40 winner in the opener. Harry Hernandez, as you mentioned, having a great meet as his trainer Miguel Angel Silva taking the opener over Bambara Gold. Race number 2 is a nice allowance race, 6.5 furlongs on the main track for 3-year-olds. And we're taking a look at the field here. You currently have Excel at 1-5, who does come off of a win at Canterbury last time out, broke his maiden at Tampa Bay Downs back in April.
Yeah, he looked really tough. That buyer figure of an 86 last time would absolutely drown this field, and we'll see if he can repeat it. He's got a couple of other races on his card as well that would make him ultra tough. 1-5 right now. They don't get much shorter than that.
Pretty short price, but he does seem, much like in the opener, seems like he might have just found the right spot to get to the winner's circle once again. Taking a look, though, at the stake schedule of what's still to come this weekend at beautiful Belmont Park. On Saturday, we have the Grade 2 Mother Goose, along with the Wild Applause, the Dance and Renee for the New York Breds on Sunday. But that Mother Goose, Anthony, always a race that is to be looked forward to, as maybe the Belmont Stakes is in the rearview mirror, but our America's Best Racing race of the week does take place on Saturday, as we'll see who will kind of take that step forward as far as this distaff division is concerned. We saw some big performances, the Ogden Phipps, for instance, back on Belmont Stakes Day. The 3-year-old fillies go a mile and a 16th here in the Mother Goose, a compact field, and Juju's Map to the outside. There's that guy again, Florent Giroux. He's at Canterbury today. He'll be at Belmont on Saturday.
Yeah, I feel like the Johnny Cash song should be playing for him. I've been everywhere.
Yeah.
Man. He's going to be all over the place. This is Kentucky Oaks Day. We just saw the winner of the first race at Canterbury exit Kentucky Oaks Day. And here's
in
Juju's
a different
map.
style.
In a different style, yes. Juju's Map. This was ultra impressive. This is the way you want to see any racehorse, let alone a 3-year-old filly, come back from a prolonged break. She was gone 6 months, and coming back like this under a pretty big stage and being able to just never really come out of a common gallopication. That was a big effort. We'll see what kind of year she has. Truth be told, she's ducking some of the big girls in the division, right? With the Acorn, right? This the race placement's a little different now. It used to be, this was the Triple Tiara. It was the Acorn, the Mother Goose, and then the Culture Club American Oaks. Race is completely different now. The schedule the same, they're the same lineup, but race is completely different now. Be looking forward to seeing her cutting back to the 1 turn.
Goes out for trainer Brad Cox and Alba Family Stables. We look forward to seeing Juju's Map here in New York for the first time. In fact, as she was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, as Anthony mentioned, made her 3-year-old debut, an impressive winning one. We get ready for the start of our action at Penn National. We'll kick things off with race number 2, sprinting on the turf. Starting in the post parade with the 1, Eclipticals Elliott.
They ran out of dirt races. This was just 4 for 6 on the dirt. He's going to make his turf debut this evening.
Here is the number 2.
There was the number 2.
That's the 3 now. Dune. Not sure why he's not tacked up. We'll figure out what's going on with that one soon. Here's the 4, Bourbon Currency.
Horse we're familiar with on the NYRA circuit. He's been gone well over a year now, and he's looking for his first win since September of 2020.
The 5, Nautical Nature, went by. Here's the 6, Whistle Player.
First off of an October layoff for a barn that's winning at a pretty good clip up at Penn National.
Annie Sugar Honey went by. Scratch the 8. Here's Flashin' the Night.
second off of a January layoff, getting back to the turf. He's 2 for 2 at Penn National under the lights on the grass.
And scratch the 10 and the 11, the main track only. Sprinting on the turf just as fast as that post parade was in Penn National. When we come back, we'll talk about Stitch, morning line favorite at 5-2 in today's Mystic Lake Derby at Canterbury Park. Going out for trainer Greg Foley. More on him and the team after this.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th left has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bet, so you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including at the Statue of Liberty. Get started at NairaBets.com and check out all of the bonuses available to our members. And it's got a good view of the Staten Island Ferry as well.
I still haven't been to the Statue of Liberty
But
since
you've
Saturday
been on the
night.
Staten Island Ferry, I'm sure.
Yes.
As have I. I've been on the Staten Island Ferry several times.
Okay.
Several times.
Interesting.
Taking a look at the field for the second at Penn National. Again, we have an allowance going 5 furlongs on the turf for 3-year-olds and upward. Currently, the number 4, Bourbon Currency, is 5-2. As you mentioned, this horse we saw quite a bit in New York when with John Kimmel. Hasn't raced since May of 2021, though.
These are a couple of terrible favorites right now. This is the kind of race where I would be running to my Naira Bets account to play. Because Elliptical's Elliott, the 1, and more importantly, the 4, Bourbon Currency, who we have not seen in 13-plus months.
And he faced some terrific horses then, but that was a while ago.
Yeah, and he winds up in a new barn, and he winds up at Penn National, and he's got to go 5 furlongs. Now, he has some 5.5 furlongs and some 5-furlong races down at Gulfstream Park against much better, but that was, another place and another time. So, what do you do, right? Elliptical's Elliott. Ecliptical's Elliott.
By Ecliptical's Praline.
Yes. We all know and love Ecliptical's Praline, don't we?
Yes, we do.
There's no real turf pedigree there by Little E.T., the 1992 Kentucky Derby winner for Lynn Whiting. How about that?
Well done. Nice trivia of the day.
Rozzy was the favorite in that Kentucky Derby. That's how I remember that. I'll never forget that Kentucky Derby. No real turf pedigree there. He's got to cut back to 5/8. I thought there was an interesting horse in here. There were 2, actually. The 3 and the 5. The 2 interesting horses in here I thought were the 3, Dune, and the 5, Nautical Nature.
Dune has the pedigree.
He does. Dune has some pedigree. Switching to a barn that's won so far on the year at 21%. Not that the last barn was doing bad, but the fact that this horse moves to a 21% barn and gets on the surface that I would think is going to be the preferred surface at a big price, 10-1. And then the 5, Nautical Nature. This barn's looking for their first win of the year, but this gelding is getting back to what I know is his preferred surface. He had some back turf races that would make him a big, big player in here. And now the barn gets this horse back to the surface. Tried doing it in May and June, but both races were rained off the turf at big prices. So there's another big price in here. So I'd be messing around with the 3 and 5 Acacia. I think they're the two horses, Dune and Nautical Nature 3 and 5, that offer some value in here.
And you did see on the right side of your screen, horses getting the call for riders up for the second at Canterbury Park. Excel 2 to 5 right now on the board, as at Penn National they step onto the turf course. Anthony made some cases for some other interesting runners in this field, and it's a pretty good sized field too, sprinting on the grass. From your experience in betting Penn National, what are some of the trends that we should be on the lookout for the day?
Well, it's funny, I usually like to bet loose speed up there, and I usually like to bet loose speed anywhere. There's not a ton of speed in this race. Going 5/8 on that turf course, it looks to me like Dune. If Dune has the same speed on dirt, that if he can transfer that speed to the turf, I think he's going to be in front in here, and I think that bodes well for his chances at a nice price.
Very sharp on the track is the 6 Whistle Player, who does cut back in distance at a big, big price. He hasn't shown any speed, though, especially sprinting. And your current favorite, the number 4 Bourbon Currency, has the layout to contend with, and not a horse that is only that has ever shown any kind of early interest before. They load in for the second race at Penn National, as we will throw it up to track announcer John Bogar with the call.
It is now post time. Ready for the start. There. Any Sugar Honey out for the early lead. Nautical Nature moves up far outside. Then comes Flash in the Night. And toward the inside, here's Dune. Any Sugar Honey has it just ahead. Dune to challenge second. Nautical Nature back to third. Flash in the Night races fourth. Next in line comes Bourbon Currency, followed by Lucky to Be in America. Ecliptical's Elliott second last. The early trailer is Whistle Player. Opening quarter 22-1, and they move around the turn here. Any Sugar Honey has it. Nautical Nature racing second. They're then followed inside by Flash in the Night. The outside, Bourbon Currency looks to come on. And Dune is dropped back sharply. Then comes Lucky to Be in America as they straighten for the drive. Any Sugar Honey, a slim lead inside now. Flash in the Night challenging as they race to the 16th pole. Far outside, Bourbon Currency is next. Any Sugar Honey finds more, opens up again. Any Sugar Honey to win it. It was Flash in the Night second, with Bourbon Currency third, and Nautical Nature got fourth.
Any Sugar Honey, as you mentioned, Anthony, not an abundance of pace in here. The horse that was aggressively handled. Any Sugar Honey gets the win off the bench since October.
Yeah, that was a smart ride from Hector Caballero, just putting this horse on the front end in here. One of my best friends who passed away a bunch of years ago, my buddy Joe Allen, told me I used to be real good at identifying bad favorites, but I stunk at picking winners. That was a great example of that.
You didn't like one horse.
I didn't like
but
either
it's just
favorite.
Where do you go other than that?
I don't like the 1 and 4. I pick 3, 5. It comes 7, 9. Story of my life.
Well done.
Thanks.
Race number 2 at Canterbury Park. Here is the post parade. The number 1 Magic Revolution kicks things off.
Getting protected a bit here, Acacia. Claimed for 15, in for 100,000 tonight, looking for his first win at Canterbury.
Talk about a step up in class. Here's the 2 Shadowless.
Yeah, your third choice right now at 6-1. This horse got beat as the 3-2 favorite in a similar race last time that was without the optional claiming condition when he was in for the tag.
Next will be the number 3 Pure Rocket, turf to dirt.
Yep, first start for the barn that's doing well at the meet on the cutback and going back to the dirt. We'll see if this horse's chances improve tonight at a big price.
Here's number 4 Citrus Bay. This guy certainly looks to have some class in this field.
Hasn't hit the board in almost a year, but like you said, he's kind of dropping down a little bit. The Archie bred spending his summer up in Minnesota.
Gelding by Hightail. Here is your favorite Kentucky bred Excel.
Yeah, 2 of his last 3, an absolute romp last time at 2-1. You're not getting that price tonight, and you shouldn't. He looks like the controlling speed from post 5.
And another Archie bred here is Lockmore.
Yeah, this horse made his open company debut when trying the turf for the first time last time out. Cuts back. Last win came in a special weight race down at Oaklawn back in April.
Well, you can get ready for Saratoga. It'll be here before we know it with Naira Bets and the 5 times a week bonus. Just opt in each Monday, play the races each weekday, and you'll get a $20 bonus on Saturday. Simple as that. Opt in today for next week's bonus at nairabets.com and be sure to play all week. Want to make sure that that bankroll is well padded as we get ready for summer at the spa. We welcome in Jonathan Kinchin here with us. JK, I know you are excited about Saratoga coming up this summer, as am I, but today, what's the best bet?
Yeah, well, the best bet is coming up to Saratoga this summer. I think we all know that. But tonight, the best bet for me is our colleague Tom Amos in the Mystic Lake Derby. I like the 6 Dowagiac Chief. When you look at the past performances, a lot of people are going to say, well, it looks like there could be a speed duel in here between the 6 and the 8 Stitched. But the difference is that Stitched has found the lead in extremely slow-paced races. Dowagiac Chief, on the other hand, has shown a ton of early speed, fast pace figures early. If this horse wants the lead, he'll get the lead. And with Tom Amos, one thing I know for sure is he does not take speed away from horses, YouTube, Serengeti, Empress. I see this horse being on the front end. I also think it's a plus. Dowagiac Chief is going to get back to Lasix. The last 2 performances haven't been great and had a little bit of excuse being down on the inside at Churchill Downs. My best bet, the 4-1 on the 6, Dowagiac Chief in the Mystic Lake Derby.
All right, JK, thank you, as we, of course, all will be cheering for our colleague Tom Amos coming up a little bit later on. And I think JK just want to get some good brownie points from Tom before Saratoga starts.
I just want some iced coffee out of him. I spend a lot of time with Tom during the Breakfast at Saratoga program.
Great guy and an even better trainer as we take a look at Excel, the favorite here in race number 2, coming off of a nice win last time out at Canterbury, going 6.5.
He was able to rate just off the pace and make the lead off the turn last time. You know what, Acacia, unless Shadowless really speeds off from the inside draw on the Lindy Wade, I would imagine that Williams, Chirinos, and Excel, the number 5, are going to go right to the lead in here. I would, unless you see somebody from the inside, and that's the benefit of the outside draw, right? Being in post 5, you can see and you kind of have that outside stalking position if a horse like Shadowless wants to go. I can't even imagine. Every now and then you'll see a race like this. I think the jocks will leave the room and say, all right, well, there's a 2 to 5 shot. How do I kind of beat this horse? There's not even any other horses in here that have enough speed to keep up with this horse early on, save Shadowless, so it kind of makes their job a lot tougher.
He just does seem to lay over this field. As that's a look at Excel on the track. Here could be his potential main competition, Shadowless, who does have some early foot, as you mentioned, but just doesn't seem to be as fast. One first time out at Remington Park. We saw him come back in 2022, has had 3 in the money finishes as of yet.
Yeah, the other problem with him is he just doesn't want to win, because you just mentioned it, 3 in the money finishes. He broke his maiden first time out. He looked really good doing so. And then he's hit the superfecta in all 6 of his starts.
That was his highest figure too, his debut.
He's never been able to recapture it. And the consistency is nice if you own him, because he keeps earning for you. But it's alarming if you're looking to bet on him, because he just has not taken a step forward. In fact, he's taken a slight step backwards from that debut. His last 3 races, figure-wise, are identical. You hardly ever see this. 3 consecutive figs with 3 complete different circumstances. A sloppy track at Will Rogers Downs in Oklahoma, a good track at Will Rogers Downs 3.5 weeks later, and then a fast track right here at Canterbury just 18 days ago. So, yeah, I mean, I would be looking to try to split the favorites in the exacta.
Taking a look at some of the crowd on hand at Canterbury Park, as Maggie mentioned, a great day to bring out the family. My man in the red shirt there is having a great time up front.
Yep, he's bopping around. You see, I wish I would have done that when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I had my racing form, and I'd be trying to figure out who was going to be second to Excel in this point. I'd be trying to cold cock
and now you're here.
And now I'm here. So the dreams come true, kids.
Jonathan,
Dreams come true.
Jonathan taking a shot against the favorite with the number 2 Shadowless. You will get a better price on him. What about the 6 Lockmore to the outside as he does go back to the dirt, which obviously appears to be his preferred surface, was facing restricted Arkansas bred company prior to that, but that 69 buyer speed figure 2 starts back would kind of make him on par with Shadowless at least.
He got a couple of really, really fast early paces at Oaklawn back in April, with both races in April on the 3rd and on the 23rd. He was able to take advantage of one when he broke his maiden, and then the next time out, first time against winners, he was not able to. They run the 3-year-olds against older very early down there, so it's been a steady diet of older horses for him since his debut in March. Again, I was trying to split the favorites in here. I thought the 3 Pure Rocket for second was a little interesting. I'm going to make a 5-3 in here. Pure Rocket's going to cut back to a sprint for the first time since his debut. He debuted at Ellis Park last summer. He didn't have the benefit of Lasix or blinkers. He's had both added to his repertoire since. He's been claimed by a sharp barn, a barn that's winning with a third of their starters at the meet. And he's a big price. You get Harry Hernandez in the saddle, one of the leading riders, who's having a fantastic meet. This horse is cutting back a little bit. He's by Lord Nelson. You would imagine the cutback's going to help his cause. They only sprinted him the one time, like I said. So, yeah, I was looking for a little 5-3. 11-1 on the 3 Pure Rocket to close out the exacta, which is
Pure Rocket, who started his career with Brad Cox, in fact, and claimed from another sharp barn with Gennaro Garcia, and now with Matt Williams, who, as you mentioned, is 3 for 9 at the meet with 2 seconds. Certainly had a lot of success with the horses that he's brought here to Canterbury. Harry Hernandez looking to sweep the early double as we see horses making their way behind the starting gate. Does seem to be an absolutely gorgeous afternoon. Ever been to Minnesota?
Into the evening? No. I was talking to my buddy Phil about this the other day. I shouldn't say I've never been on an airplane, because I've been on an airplane. It just didn't take off that day for this young lady's wedding. So I drove instead. In any event,
MVP.
20 states. I've been to 20 states.
I know.
Having never left the ground. That's pretty
impressive.
That's pretty. If I do say so myself, I think that's pretty impressive. I have not made it to Minnesota yet.
I really loved it. I was there for a family friend's wedding a few years ago, and unfortunately it was such a quick trip that my dad and I, you know this of course was Brian Courtney's idea. My dad and I actually talked about trying to sneak away and go to Canterbury, and it just didn't work out. But it was gorgeous. The weather was great on the lake. I really, really enjoyed Minneapolis, and looks like a fabulous day at Canterbury Park as we get ready for race 2. We send it up to track announcer Paul Allen. Can Excel do it at 2-5?
And they're racing, and Excel pops the gate quickly in search of 2 in a row, but has been overtaken by Shadowless. That one's to the inside of Long Shot Citrus Bay. Pure Rocket could provide the rider with a double sweep, and now up top, Shadowless opens up by 1. After that, we come back to Lockmere, second last but on the move, and Magic Revolution is 6 lengths from the front. They have 4 furlongs to travel. Race 2, CBY. Shadowless and Lindy Wade a half. In second is Excel. Outside of that, Lockmere wide around the turn, but still on the move to the outside of Pure Rocket, who goes under a ride from Harry. After that, Citrus Bay, 5 out of it, and about 7 clear from Magic Revolution. And Excel attacks Shadowless as they approach the top of the lane. It is Excel to the outside of Shadowless, and Excel is the shadow to Shadowless, taking the lead by 2 lengths. 5 behind that to Pure Rocket. Then we come to Citrus Bay, and now they head for home, and Excel opens up by 2. Shadowless continues to fight, now angling to the outside. After that, Pure Rocket and Citrus Bay into the final football field, and the one scoring the touchdown is Excel. Excel has won 2 in a row, 5-2-4 in race 2.
Excel, the favorite, gets the job done in impressive fashion in race 2. Drifted in a little bit there in the stretch, but straightened out and then just pulled away from this field.
Yeah, Roy Chirino's had his hands full just a tad. What about an eighth of a mile to go? Excuse me. He kind of got away from him for a second. Excel, he drifted in a little more than he probably would have liked, but he was able to right the ship, get the job done. It must be nice when it works out the way it looks on paper, right? It looked like Shadowless might go. He just set up camp right alongside of him and took him at will.
It's so infrequently is what happens in horse racing when things set up exactly the way you plan them. We'll bring your prices and a look at the all-turf stakes Lake Pick 5. Races 3 through 8 coming up soon from Canterbury Park. Everybody's excited about it. More after this.
Play in the Big Ten BCBC contest September 15th. Canterbury Park is hosting the largest Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge qualifier of the year. With $120,000 in cash and prizes, 11 BCBC entries will be awarded, and a minimum of $10,000 in cash, $1,000 entry fee, $2,000 live bankroll, 100% of entry money returned as prizes. Play online or on track at the park.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Acacia and Anthony on the set. Maggie Wolfendale, Jonathan Kinchin with us, as well as we have 2 races down at Canterbury Park. Looks like a good spot to chill, doesn't it?
It does. You know, just from the and our crew up there does an amazing job as well. Just from those crowd shots, it's got some Penn National to it. Penn Mile night was one of my favorite nights when I was working over at the Horse Racing Radio Network. Covering the Penn Mile was one of my favorite nights of the year. Had an awful lot of fun out there.
And we'll talk about Penn National a little bit more in a bit, but meanwhile, Excel in race 2 for trainer Valerie Lund. Getting a kiss on the nose in the winner's circle. Drifted in a little bit when asked to switch leads. It looked like he kind of was accelerating so fast around the turn. He kind of missed the turn there a bit, but just too good for these, Anthony.
You know, I'll tell you what, Acacia, and I'm not talking about this horse on the national scale. We paid $8,000 for this son of Tail of Acati. He's earned with his haul tonight right around 60. Okay, so he's more than paid for himself so far. He's turned a corner since cutting back. They tried him around 2 turns in March. He's really turned the corner in these sprint races, and he keeps running nice. That's a 1:15 and some change for the 6.5. He shaved 2/5 of a second off his time from last time running the same distance. He's really turned it into a nice little useful racehorse up there.
Well, the stakes action, it kicked off in race number 3. It's also where that 50-cent late pick 5 all-turf stakes does kick off. The Curtis Sampson Oaks is where the sequence begins, going a mile on the turf. This is for the 3-year-old fillies. As we take a look at the field, big field, as Maggie mentioned, plenty of good betting opportunities, and certainly a fun all-turf stakes late pick 5 to take part in, as Canterbury Park has really done a terrific job. And listening to feedback from last year, they had a terrific day on this card and put together a terrific card this year as well.
They've built this card up. I remember a few years ago when Sniper Kitten won the Mystic Lake Derby for Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffleone. I think it was 4 stakes that night, and then expand. These big festival days and nights have become the norm, or at least the boutique, a little boutique in racing. They're a lot of fun.
Yeah.
They draw out good crowds, and more importantly, when you put money up, you see the big fields, and you have competitive racing, and that's important when this all turf stakes pick 5. This is a tough sequence, but I think there's some help coming, right?
Yes. Maggie's going to help us out. Jonathan as well. And race 3 at Penn National. Looks a little bit breezier there than in Minnesota. We're going 6 furlongs on the main track in this third race at Penn. This is a dated claiming race. This is for 3-year-olds and upward, which have not won a race since December 22nd. And we'll kick off the post parade starting with the 1 cause of action.
Non-winners of a race in 6 months. This horse used to be on the NYRA circuit as well. He's seen some better times. Maybe this class relief helps.
Comes back in just about 5 days. The 2-stone Sculptor went by. Here's CC's Warrior.
Yeah, CC's Warrior, your morning line favorite. 3-5 right now. An awful lot of second place finishes against much tougher in starter allowance. He should be that price.
Braidologist is the 4.
He hasn't not just won. He hasn't raced in 6 months. We'll see how he does off the layoff.
Fits the condition perfectly. Here's Rockin' Cowboy.
Yeah, the gray son of Rockport Harbor showed speed in his last 2, but tired. He's going to need to keep on going tonight.
Scratch the 6. Here's the 7 for the moment.
Big price as well. He's making his second start off a March layoff. He has 2 wins at Penn National.
Against the odds, actually won last time, but was disqualified.
Yeah, taken down from purse money. This is an old hard knocker. 77 of his 81 lifetime starts in Grantville.
Executive Decree is on the outside.
Second off of February layoff. Barn looking for their first win of the year. They're 0 for 60-something.
That's the field for the third race at Penn National. We'll talk more about it and bring you race 3 in a few moments. And we will also kick off the All-Turf Stakes Pick 5 at Canterbury Park. A lot of action coming up after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C,
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
the Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the brilliant Eclipse Award champion and record setter who raced medication free. As we do have the third at Penn National coming up, but we also have the All-Turf Stakes Late Pick 5 at Canterbury Park. It will be races 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8, so no race 5 in that sequence, but it's all stakes, Anthony, and as you mentioned, great opportunities on these big days, big fields, competitive fields as well. Jonathan Kinchin, help us out here with the Turf Stakes Pick 5 and how are we playing this?
Well, it's low takeout, and we always, as horse players, appreciate when racetracks do that. And so we want to vote with our dollars as horse players and get involved here. I thought it was kind of a tough sequence. I do have 2 singles in here, but they're not the type of singles I usually have where I feel like they, quote-unquote, can't lose. I'm going to spread in the first couple of legs. The first leg, really, I just think they're going to kind of bet this Brad Cox horse on the rail. They always do bet Brad Cox when he shows up. So I'm going to kind of spread in here and see if I can catch someone else in that first leg. In the turf race, the turf sprint, the second race, I'm going to spread in there as well. All of these animals feel very similar. They've all had really fast numbers, but they've all had really bad races. I think Trip is going to win this race, and often when I come to that conclusion, I will spread a little bit. On to the third leg. I'm going to use the 8 Saranaya for Brad Cox. Yeah, it's kind of, we'll see at Saratoga this summer, that zig and zag with Chad. I'm going to use Saranaya. This horse seems to have a little bit more of a chance to take another step forward versus the 7 She Can't Sing to her inside. In the fourth leg, 1, 2, 6, and 9 feels like a race that's going to fall apart. There is a ton of speed in this race, and I do actually think that it will materialize, a lot of it drawn towards the outside. And then to wrap it up in the Mystic Lake Derby, I'm going to single my best bet of the day, the 6, in that last spot. I think that horse will go wire to wire for our friend Tom Amos.
Dowagic Chief, the anchor, one of 2 anchors for Jonathan Kinchin. JK, thank you. Best of luck with the ticket. It's a tough sequence. As he mentioned, a super competitive one, too. At Penn National, we get ready for the third race and want to remind everybody you can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. 4 to 5, Anthony on the 3, CC's Warrior in the third race. Is that a favorite you're willing to hang your hat on?
Yeah, this is such a drop in class from those open starter allowance races to this now one is of 6 months. Though when he was in the now one is of 6 months the last time, he was beaten about 4.5 lengths. So maybe it won't work. He's actually eligible for now one is of a year, Acacia.
Yep, it's been a while.
Yep, June 25th of last year was his last win, so just 3 days shy of a year.
The 8 against the odds. Cross the wire first last time, was disqualified from the purse money. That was at this condition. Comes right back. Clearly a horse that had a form reversal last time out, coming into this level. Can he do it again is the question as a 9-year-old.
Yeah, that's the question, right? And the fact that he was able to lose a win off of his card in the time between his start 2 back and this one, now he gets to come back and do it again. Not happy about losing the purse money. I'll tell you who's happy. The folks who bet on him last time, they got paid at $19 and come firing right back in them again tonight at a decent price because of the presence of CC's Warrior.
CC's Warrior, the big favorite in race 3 at Penn National. As they continue with the loading process, it looks like it's the number 7 for the moment that's giving the starting gate crew a bit of trouble. He goes in without the rider. Probably will have the rider climb aboard in the starting gate. That's a look at the 9, Executive Decree, a big price to the outside. And when was the last time you were at Penn National?
2019 Penn Mile. I don't know who won it, so please don't ask. I can tell you this.
I was just about to ask.
I was bummed out that the following week, and this is what's coming on July 8th, ostrich and zebra racing, ostrich and camel racing, July 8th. I always wanted to go to attend one of those.
They do ostrich racing at Canterbury too, don't they?
I'm sure they do. Yeah.
Pretty amazing. Well, we wish everybody riding the horses in race 3 at Penn National.
Some horses I've been on seem like ostriches or camels.
Seem like ostriches. As we do have a big favorite with that drop in class, CC's Warrior. Everybody looking for the first win in 6 months or more. Here is race 3 at Penn National. We go to track announcer John Bogar.
Ready for the start. There. CC's Warrior out for the early lead. Brianologist rushes up the far outside, then Executive Decree. Brianologist pokes ahead in front. CC's Warrior inside, back to second. 3 lengths to Executive Degree third. Rockin' Cowboy moves up fourth, then comes Against the Odds. Length and a half to 4 the moment, then go back about 4 to Cause of Action. And the early trailer is Stone Sculptor. 22 flat for the opening quarter. And CC's Warrior now takes it by a neck as they race to the turn here. Brianologist back to second. 2 lengths to Rockin' Cowboy, looking to gain from third. Another length and a half then to Against the Odds. 4 the moments toward the rail, then go back about 3 to Executive Decree. A good 6 then to Stone Sculptor. Cause of Action now at the back. They race to the top of the stretch, and CC's Warriors opened up now by about 3.5 lengths. Trying to come on now. Here's Rockin' Cowboys, cut into the margin somewhat, coming to the 8th pole. Next in line, it's Against the Odds, and coming on belatedly, Stone Sculptor. But CC's Warrior well clear now in the final 16th. Battle will be for the balance. Stone Sculptor looks good. CC's Warrior, he held on there. Stone Sculptor made it interesting at the end, then came Against the Odds with Rockin' Cowboy.
Stone Sculptor certainly did make it interesting. CC's Warrior with the win, though, as Stone Sculptor, he was out of the picture, and he just came flying late.
Yeah, Ty Conner thought this thing was wrapped up at about the 5/16 pole, and Stone Sculptor was way, way out in the center of the track. It looked like the favorite held sway.
It seemed that the 5 Rockin' Cowboy was his main competition, but no, it was CC's Warrior. Seems to hold on. Back at Canterbury, they're in the paddock for the mile turf try, the Curtis Sampson Oaks. We have a big field of the 3-year-old fillies here. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale. Oh, I'm sorry, not a paddock report just yet. Hopefully, we will have the opportunity to hear from Maggie in a little bit. But, Anthony, we're taking a look at the field. A couple of horses on the board right now at 5-2, both the 1 and the 5, as we talked about it, these big competitive fields.
When the dawn breaks, he'll break from the inside under Florent Giroux. You mentioned he'll be a little cross-country this week. This one is out of a Grade 1 winning dam named Mushka, who ran for the same connections as American Pharaoh, by Ghost Zapper. She broke her maiden first time out back in December of last year, so she was a 2-year-old when she broke her maiden. Looking for her first win as a 3-year-old. She's had just 2 tries. They were 3 months apart, so she's one of the favorites. But the horse that's actually a favorite right now is Schlafmitz. I think I got that right. Schlafmitz?
Yep. Schlafmitz.
One turf race last time out was behind the filly named Walkathon, who came back to win a stakes race in her subsequent start.
She's in great form right now for Ian Wilkes.
She is. But this is something you and I talked about earlier on the card, Acacia. This filly debuted for Tag. And Mike Maker, one of the good things about Mike Maker and why he wins so many races is he admits when he is wrong. She ran for a Tag twice, and after she broke her maiden for the Tag, and she was eligible for the starter races at Turfway Park, she has been protected ever since. So she's seemed to have found a home on the turf. Her biggest speed figure by 18 points was in her turf debut last time out. But this is a pretty, I'm going to steal your word, even though they're 3-year-olds, this is a pretty salty bunch. This is a race where, you know, Jonathan used a more than a handful of horses to try to get through this all-stakes turf pick 5. I can't say I blame him. The funny thing is, he didn't use the filly I actually like.
All right.
A filly I've been waiting about 7 months to bet on.
Wow. Who would that be?
That would be the number 13, Blissful.
Blissful. Cherie DeVoe. She won. I remember when she broke her maiden in Saratoga, and she came flying late after not breaking well, and that was part of a week where Cherie was just winning everything.
And I think this filly got a little lost in that shuffle. This filly was impressive.
She was.
Really, really impressive. No pace to run at. She was dead last after breaking slowly, and she exploded home. Exploded home.
We'll meet the field as they are on the track for our first stake of the day, starting off with the Brad Cox runner, When the Dawn Breaks.
This will be the shortest distance she's ever run. Broke her maiden at 1 mile and 1/16. Tried a mile and 3/16 last time out. I wonder if this is enough ground for her. You're going to have to find out at a short price, right around 3-1.
She is a short price, as she does have big name connections. Florent Giroux aboard for Brad Cox. She costs $370,000 out of Mushka. As you mentioned, here is the 2 twirling Savvy, who just stretch out.
0-2 on the dirt is a 2-year-old. Last fall at Keeneland, went to the turf, got the job done at 3-5. Now goes from 5 to 8 furlongs.
Big price. Here is Sky High Susan off the back of a win.
Yeah, 2 of her last 3. In fact, one of them came in a maiden race against fellow Louisiana breds at the fairgrounds,
as she did win that non-winners of 2 condition last time out. Here is Asina, who goes back onto the turf.
5 races in her career, 1 off the board trying on the turf. She's hit the board, finished first and second, another 4 on the dirt.
Mike Maker sends out Schlafmitz at 3rd last time out.
Yeah, behind that good winner in Walkathon, who came back to win the stakes race. She should get some pace to run into in here. Gets Hall of Famer Javier Castellano in the boot tonight.
Rodolphe Brisset, another big-name trainer, sending out a recent maiden winner, Captair. Broke her maiden last time out.
Sat just off the pace at Horseshoe Indy. This daughter of Uncle Mo gets Raylu Gutierrez in the boot tonight. Good
to see Raylu there at Canterbury today. As we take a look, scratch the 7. Here's the 8, Miss Hard Knocks, first time on the grass.
Yep, for the inaugural Belmont Derby winner, Mr. Speaker. This one gets a trainer change and gets Harry Hernandez to stick.
49-1, big price on the board right now. Here's Dreamworker, 3rd last time out for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, she just got beat when attending the pace the entire way over at Horseshoe Indy. She won her last 2 against non-stakes company.
And Joe Sharp does send out 2. Here's his second runner, L of the Ball.
Out of the maiden ranks when blinkers were added at Churchill Downs last time out. Luna, the turf start, was a 3rd place finish going this distance at the fairgrounds.
Number 11, Off Ramp, stretches out in distance.
Yeah, another one stretching out. This one is sprinted in all 5 starts, 1 for 3 on the lawn. That win came at Canterbury and on debut.
The most seasoned horse in the field, here is Latin Nikita.
Yeah, Latin Nikita got the job done, making her return to Canterbury. She started her career up there. She returned last time, got the job done, going 7.5 furlongs.
And impressive as a 2-year-old. What does she do now as a 3-year-old? Here's Blissful.
Yeah, as if she didn't have enough going against her with that August layoff. She'll break from outside post 13. We'll see how she navigates a trip from that draw.
5-2 on your favorite, pretty wide open race right now. Now we go to Maggie Wolfendale, but standing by with a special guest.
That's right, Acacia. Pleased to be joined here by Randy Sampson, the CEO and owner of Canterbury Park. And this race, Randy, named for your late father, Curtis Sampson, who he and you bought Canterbury back in 1994. Talk about that decision and what it's turned into today.
Yeah, it's been quite a run since 1994. We had one other partner, Dale Shenyon, who also was a local horse owner and breeder, and really has been a fun. You know, who knew back then? The track had been around for 7 years and then went out of business and shut down. And so, for those of us that love racing, to see this beautiful facility empty and weeds growing up, and so to be able to bring it back, bring it to life, bring racing back has been, been my life's work, and we're really proud of it.
As you should be, and it's truly a family affair. Yeah. We have to extend our deepest condolences at losing your mother, Marion, yesterday. And everybody's told me that she could be found around the grounds planting flowers. And talk about how much it means to your family to have this as that bond.
Yeah, it has been great. My whole family's here now, and we're standing in the paddock where my mom used to be on her hands and knees planting flowers for years. It takes a lot of pride, and of course my dad, as the chairman and founder, was really great opportunity. He's a great guy. We're honored to be able to have a race in his name, and a great race today. Great, beautiful night. Beautiful, got a nice crowd, and going to be a really great race card. So glad to see you here, and getting the exposure nationally is terrific. Love what you guys do on racing across America, and so anyway, proud to have you here at Canterbury, and look forward to a really great night of racing.
And you and your team have put together a sensational card. Is there any race or any horse in particular that stands out?
Well, all of these turf races have great fields, so there isn't one in particular. The Lady Canterbury always is it's been our longest term race and really our signature race, so that's always a favorite of mine. And You know, has over the years been some great upsets in that race and some great races, and so that's always been my personal favorite of the Canterbury races. But now, of course, the Kurt Sampson Oaks will be my favorite.
Of course, and we'll find out the winner. Maybe it's an upset here. Randy, thank you so much for having us, putting on an excellent card, and keeping racing alive here at Canterbury, Minnesota.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. Really appreciate you coming out.
All right, Acacia, it truly is a family affair here, from the top to the fans to everybody involved in racing here at Canterbury.
You can see it and you can feel it. Maggie, thank you, and thank you to Randy Sampson and his family. Of course, condolences on the passing of Miriam yesterday, but loved hearing, you could feel the passion and his love for the game and for Minnesota racing and for keeping racing alive at Canterbury Park. So important for our sport as a whole. And the horsemen there in Minnesota, the breeders, everybody that's part of it and makes racing possible.
You see what it accounts for as far as the economy here in New York, right? It's just as strong, you know, in other places around the country, and they do a really nice job up there. How they resurrected the racing over at Canterbury, yeah, a lot of fun. Anybody who's ever went there has had nothing but good things to say about the home of the original home of the Claiming Crown.
Absolutely. As we take a look at your current favorite for the Curtis Sampson Oaks, a mile on the turf. The fillies, our first stakes race of the day. Schlafmitz last time out on the turf at Churchill Downs behind Walkathon. Now, as we know, Anthony, turf racing suspended at Churchill, and it seems that some horses just didn't handle it. The fact that Walkathon came back to win a stake, she's a very talented horse that's in really good form. So I think you could be a little bit more encouraged by that with Schlafmitz coming out of that third place finish.
Especially once she got to some of those outside paths on the turf course. She really, you can tell, like when she was like in the 3 path, she couldn't really get much traction. She got to the 4 or 5 path, and it was almost like she found different ground. And she exploded a little bit late. Because if you're watching that replay, if you don't look at her running line, you think she's going to get beat 5 or 6 lengths. That was not the case. And she followed the winner around there. Now we'll see what she does up here. You know, Mike Maker is a guy who supports this program year in and year out. So regardless of that turf condition, I would imagine she was being pointed to a race like this. I mean, you're 2-1 to get black type and win a share of 109. So you're going to point to races like this.
Meanwhile, Joe Sharp sends out 2, including last out maiden winner on the same weekend at Churchill Downs on the turf. Ella of the Ball, who did close. This was her race returning to the grass, her first time with blinkers, and her 2 turf races have been strong. She does have to step off and face Stakes Company off the back of a maiden special weight win, though.
She does. The one thing that I think gives you a little confidence, if you like Ella of the Ball tonight, is the fact that her 2 turf starts, she drew post 10 of 11 and post 10 of 12. And she was able to run well, especially from that 12-hole draw here. Here she is getting the job done under the biscuit. Adam Biscuitza last time. Blinkers certainly seem to have helped her level off late, kind of finish up strongly. That was a nice win. We'll see how she handles the lights tonight, and she's a square price at 12-1.
Interesting field for our first turf stake of the day. Maggie, what do you make of this field as they finish up their warm-ups on the track?
I'm really interested in when the dawn breaks, Acacia. As last time out, I thought the race was dominated more towards the front end in that mile and 3/16 race at Keeneland, and she couldn't get clear in the lane. She was the only horse to really do any running late, and beside herself came back to run 3rd in the Grade 3 Regret, and then New Year's Eve, who, 2 back at the fairgrounds, she just finished a neck behind. She won the Grade 3 Edgewood. She's a good-looking filly, tall, scopy. She is fairly sharp tonight, so I think Florent Giroux, who admitted that he had her too far back as it was a poor post drawn towards the outside, will get her in position early. She's tipping her hand that she's going to be more forward too, just naturally. As we take a look at number 6 in here, Capter, the half-sister to California Chrome, who himself, he ran well on the turf, and this gal has a total turf hoof. She looks like a turf horse. You can see why Rudy Brissett automatically tried to get her on the turf and then successfully did so last time out at Indiana Grand. She looks fantastic. I love the way she's put together. She's a long shot, and yeah, she's going to have to get faster to win here, but she's a long shot I want to use. She's going to be forwardly placed yet again. Moving on to the layoff runner. That's number 13, Blissful. I remember her in the paddock at Saratoga. I really liked her that day. I loved the way she handled herself, although her trainer, Cherie DeVoe, told me in the paddock that even now, more so, she's matured so much mentally. And I asked Cherie, why the 9-month layoff? And she said there's just been so many little setbacks. She had to have a tie-back surgery to correct an entrapped epiglottis. Then there was another little niggling issue. And then as far as coming back, races have been rained off the turf, and now we see a lot of these horses here tonight because there isn't any turf racing at Churchill Downs. So, as Cherie joked, this was plan F, but Blissful has done very well physically. She's really grown into herself as a 3-year-old, and considering all the time away and the minor setbacks, she does look incredibly fit and strong heading in here, Acacia, and she has been taking money throughout the wagering.
Maggie, thank you. 3-year-old filly by Empire Maker. We know that she can run off the layoff, as she did win. First time out. Great insight as to the layoff. Jonathan Kinchin, 2-1 favorite right now on the Mike Maker filly Schlafmitz. I know that you used quite a few in your Pick 5 ticket in this race.
Yeah, I think the Maker filly is the most likely winner, and I think that everyone's talked about a lot of horses that make sense in here. But one horse I want to give you underneath, I don't think this horse is necessarily a win candidate. Possibly, a big price, is the 2 Twirling Savvy. I have fallen in love with stretch-out turf sprinters that draw the inside with tactical speed. This is a horse that should be able to save ground on both turns, so if the added distance is a problem, there's still an opportunity for Twirling Savvy to be able to overcome that. Has the tactical speed to get in and out of any type of jackpot they might find themselves in down on the inside. And at 35-1 or 30-1, I don't really have to do too much convincing. So I'm going to pick the 2 on top, just as kind of a value play. I don't think the 2 is the most likely winner. I just wanted to make sure that people saw that I was interested in the 2, and you could use the 2 underneath in trifectas, superfectas, exactas. But I do think the 5, and I'll let Acacia say it, the most likely winner of the race.
Schlafmitz as Jonathan Kinchin, thank you. And you do see that we have a rider off and a horse in the gate. It looks like it is the number 10, L of the Ball, in fact. Broken Bridle. Nope, that's the 8. Excuse me. Miss Hard Knocks, trying to get a good look here from our vantage point. The 8, Miss Hard Knocks, had a broken bridle. The good thing is that the starting gate crew, Anthony, they have extra tack, extra blinkers, pretty much anything you could possibly want at the starting gate. So they have fixed her equipment. Harry Hernandez is back aboard and she's into the gate.
Yeah, always helpful and always a heads-up move for all these starting. There's extra blinkers over there. Mm-hmm. Anything can happen when these horses leave the paddock, and you have to be as best prepared as possible.
And good to see that her equipment has been fixed and adjusted. Favoritism now ticking over to When the Dawn Breaks as she makes her second start off the layoff. It is our first turf stake of the day at Canterbury Park. There goes your favorite, Schlafmitz, the number 5 in Saul Cuman's colors, as this one goes out for Madikit, Michael Dubb, and others. We get ready for the Curtis Sampson Oaks. Here is track announcer Paul Allen with the call.
Empire Maker filly for Cherie DeVoe and Vincent Cheminot. This one well supported at 3.5-1. It is the Northern Stars Turf Festival, courtesy of Mystic Lake, and here they come. And they're racing in the Curtis Sampson Oaks, and they all made the start on time. Cena and Alex Kinchari pop the gate beautifully at 40-1, and that one's to the inside of Capterre. Then we come to off ramp. That long shot is 2.5 lengths from kind of a speedy early pace as they go around the corner for the first time. Behind them, L of the Ball securing the inside, looking to win 2 in a row, and L of the Ball has been overtaken by Twirling Savvy. After that, we come back 2.5, 3 lengths to Schlafmitz with Castellano about 8 lengths from the lead. 2.5 lengths behind that to Latin Nikita. Schlafmitz has now been passed by Latin Nikita. 3.5 behind that to When the Dawn Breaks and Giroux. They're about 13 lengths from the hot early pace into the inside of Dream Worker. Then we come to Miss Hard Knocks at a big fat number beginning to creep in. After that is Sky High Queen, and Blissful's in the clear and 14 lengths from the lead. They're chasing Asina, and Asina Asina is clear on the lead. It is Asina being held together sweetly by Alex Conchari at 40-1. Right behind that one is Capter. Outside of that, When the Dawn Breaks is making a sharp move. Then we come to off-ramp, waiting for the light of day. Castellano's all over Schlafmitz. Blissful is badly blocked, and now they come charging down the Canterbury Park turf course. Asina's looking for a place to go to bed. Here's Schlafmitz, and on the far outside, Dream Workers weaving a dream. When the Dawn Breaks also right there. It is Schlafmitz and Castellano. Schlafmitz wins the Kurt Sampson Oaks.
You heard the excitement from Paul Allen. Schlafmitz, Hall of Famer Javier Castellano riding at Canterbury Park. The favorite gets the win, just holding off When the Dawn Breaks.
You know, occasion more often than not, you want to save some ground in the turf races, but Little Nikita, the number 12, made the first run in the 4-path. Then Schlafmitz made the second run in the 5-path, and then When the Dawn Breaks was produced in the 6-path, and they hit the wire 5-1-12 with Schlafmitz and the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano getting the job done. You said it in those Matacat silks.
Certainly worth the trip for the Hall of Famer. As you mentioned, Mike Maker likely pointing her to a race like this, third behind Walkathon, who just continues to be flattered, a horse in very good form. But Schlafmitz, with her first stakes win of her career, takes the Curtis Sampson Oaks. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The July Selected Horses of All Ages sale, now featuring both horses of racing age and breeding stock. Since 2013, this sale has produced 28% stakes horses, no less than 60 stakes winners, and over $60 million in racetrack earnings. Recent graded stakes winners include Cross Border, Fast Boat, Fearless, Jalen Journey, Stiletto Boy, and Summer in Saratoga. July Selected Horses of All Ages, Monday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
We're back on America's Day at the Races. There's a look at the crowded grandstand, especially on the apron, at least at Canterbury Park, as we just saw our first turf stake of the day in the Curtis Sampson Oaks. Schlafmitz, who ended up going off at 7-2. She returned $940 after taking all of the early money, Anthony, and she was wide, got the job done. Her first stakes victory under Hall of Famer Javier Castellano.
Yeah, Javier Castellano kept her out of trouble here. Like I said, Little Nikita hits the lead right there. Here comes Schlafmitz, and able to hold off the second. Schlafmitz wound up going off third choice.
Yeah. As we see Javier Castellano, who made the trip over there to Canterbury Park, entering the winner's circle as the number 1 When the Dawn Breaks, checked in second for Maggie Wolfendale. Working hard in the winner's circle. 5-1-12-13 off the layoff. Blissful, who had those setbacks, weaving in between horses, finishing 4th. She's one to watch moving forward.
Yeah, Vincent Cheminot just broke and dropped her over to the rail. kind of gave her a decent enough trip. This will be a useful effort. She wound up running fourth, and she also went off the 5-2 favorite in here, Acacia.
Took a lot of late money. $9.40 winner was the number 5 Schlafmitz, as we do turn the page and get ready for the 4th race at Penn National, which is our next order of business. Coming up here, we're on the turf going a mile into 16th in this allowance optional claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. Taking a look at the field. Be yourself. Always good advice. Currently 9-5. Tyler Connor picks up the mount on this one.
The only circle for the night.
Oh, a circle's a big deal from you.
Kobeloff, the number 8, who just ticked down to 9-5 favoritism. Turf maiden win at Penn, followed by a 2 lifetime win last summer, June and July of last year. Horse was gone for about 10 months. Came back in a dirt race against Eclipticals Elliott, who we saw earlier in the card, who was 4 for 6 in his career. This horse stretches back out, goes back to the turf, 9-5. I thought this horse was going to be somewhere in the 5-2, 3-1 range. That does not take away from the circle. Just for the record.
9-5 now on Kobeloff, who is 2 for 2 on the turf at Penn. As the number 9, Be Yourself, also taking some money, cuts back from the mile and 3/8 try last time out. They start to load in for the 4th race at Penn National on the turf. Here's track announcer John Bogart with the call. Delay for the 4th race at Penn National is the number 8, Kobeloff, giving the starting gate crew a lot of trouble. They do have the front of the starting gate open, Anthony, and will try to coax her in, but she's being very, being very difficult getting into the gate.
Here with Javier Castellano. Javi, you following?
Yeah, I don't know what his problem is tonight. He's not even turned to the gate, Acacia. Now he's backwards. That's not gonna do anything.
Well, what they'll do sometimes is back them up to the gate, which it doesn't look like that's the tactic that they're trying. But what they'll do sometimes is basically back them up to the gate or circle, kind of try to disorient a little bit to coax them to move forward. Because when horses decide to plant their feet and not go forward, it's very tough for humans to change their mind.
And
but they've got them in.
I love how they changed their mind on a dime. He just walked right in. Like
you have to make them think it was their idea. Kobeloff is in. Here we go once again to John Bogart.
Is now post time. They're all in line. Number 1, Warren Novel, just unseated his rider in the game.
And it does seem we have another delay at Penn National. The number 3, Yowza, tried to rear up in the starting gate. Apologies for the delays and any technical difficulties we're having tonight, as we have a couple of things going on throughout the evening. But we do have some words from a Hall of Famer, our Maggie Wolfendale, standing by with Javier Castellano.
On bets. Is that the way the turf course seems to be playing?
I think so. I was very watching a couple of races before in the last couple of days, and I think they went the pretty quick pace today. I knew it's gonna back up quick. I don't want to be stuck with tight corner and horses come from stop in front of me, and try to avoid the situation. Try to find the good clear. But try to think about it. What Florenzi, the horse, he come from behind too. He's the second choice in the race. I try to get to the jump. Have a great combination. Everything worked out perfect the way I dropped the pitch.
And you ride another one for Mike Maker, Brendan Walsh as well. Horses you haven't been on in the past. How did you get these mounts here tonight?
I give it the credit to my agent.
The great PJ Campo.
The great PJ Campo. I give you all the credit to him. He finding the mount. I have a good relationship, good rapport with my maker. In the past, we have a lot of success together, especially the owner, Mike Dole, Saul Kuma, Mike Caruso, and Brenda Walsh, Sienna Fong, all those people that have been supporting my career. They give me opportunity to ride about the horse and try to enjoy the ride.
Javi, one stake down, hopefully many more to come. Congrats.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, the great Javier Castellano here in Shakopee to ride this Mystic Lake night. Guys?
Ride and win. Maggie, thank you. Javier has another mount for Mike Maker coming up in the next race as well, in the Dark Star Turf Sprint aboard XY Speed. And loved hearing him talk about what was going on during the race. You know, Javier Castellano, Hall of Famer, and you can see that preparation. As Maggie mentioned, a filly that he'd never ridden before. He knows where everybody else is and who the other main contenders are in the field.
And that's impressive, right, for a guy who is been doing this for over 20 years, right? When you think back to this occasion, he busted onto the national scene I should say, with Ghost Zapper back in 2004. That's 18 years ago.
That's crazy.
He's been at the top of this game for nearly 2 decades, and he's going on a Wednesday night to watch replays of how Canterbury's turf course has been playing the last couple of days, and knowing where his main rivals are, and managing to get the jump and getting the job done.
Meanwhile, back at Penn National, they did end up unloading the entire field, as we did have a couple of horses acting up in the starting gate. It seems that the one War Novel is a late scratch, so they're not going to move any of the numbers. It's down on the inside. They'll just leave that front of the gate open, and they'll load the rest of the field back in. Late scratch of the one War Novel, who had speed.
We did see the same thing, right? That Yowza was the one. The number 3 was the one acting up.
But sometimes it can cause a chain reaction. I don't know what happened after that. It might have been that War Novel reacted and potentially hurt himself in the gate in a response. I'm not sure what happened. I don't want to assume, but it can sometimes be a chain reaction in the starting gate. War Novel, the one, is the late scratch.
Yeah, so scratch down with the early scratch of the number 5, Robert's Luxury, who was the morning line 5-2 favorite. And now, like you said, a horse like War Novel, with speed, the complexion of this race changes, and the tote board changed a little bit as well, as now the favorite is the number 9, not Kobolov, but the 9, Be Yourself.
Kobolov seems to have loaded pretty easily this time around. One more to go. We go back again, as now Sweeping Hard to the outside, giving them a little bit of trouble. We try one more time. Here's track announcer John Bogart.
They're online. They're off. Loxodrome out for the early lead. Kobolov shows speed, then inside Fool's Notion moves up. Kobolov takes over here, angles to the rail, has it by about 2. Loxodrome is next. Yowza moves up to get 3rd. Fool's Notion 4th. Then comes Pratt with Commodore Perry. Be Yourself second last. The early trailer is Sweeping Hard. They race to the clubhouse turn here. Opening quarter, 22-4. And it's Kobolov, who's clear by about 3 lengths here. Loxodrome races second. Length and a half then to Yowza in 3rd. Commodore Perry 4th the outside. Then comes Fool's Notion. Pratt is next, then inside Be Yourself. At the back is Sweeping Hard. They are midway on the backstretch here, the half up and 46 and 1, and Kobolov has command by about 2. Loxodrome races second. Yowza, 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 the outside, looking to move a closer third. Next in line, Fool's Notion, followed then by Pratt with Commodore Perry. Be Yourself, then a long way back to Sweeping Hard. They race to the turn. Kobolov has made all the running, still clear by about 2.5 here. Loxodrome is next. Yowza, Yowza, Yowza racing third. Then comes Fool's Notion. Be Yourself is now 5th, but has a good 8 or 9 to make up now as they race to the 8th pole. It's all Kobolov. Extends the lead to about 6. Trying to move up now, Yowza, 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 Loxodrome toward the inside, Be Yourself with Fool's Notion. Kobolov getting a little late, but he's still well clear. Kobolov to win it. 4-way photo for the Miners here.
Clear winner in the 4th race at Penn National. Worth the wait. Anthony's Circle on the day. Kobolov takes them every step of the way. When we come back, the stakes action continues from Canterbury Park. There's a look at Brad Cox and Florent Giroux's Charge 7 Cents in the paddock for the Dark Star Turf Sprint up next.
Play in the Big Ten BCBC contest September 15th. Canterbury Park is hosting the largest Breeders' Cup betting challenge qualifier of the year. With $120,000 in cash and prizes, 11 BCBC entries will be awarded and a minimum of $10,000 in cash. $1,000 entry fee, $2,000 live bankroll, 100% of entry money returned as prizes. Play online or on track at the park.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes, a son of leading 5th crop sire Union Rags, a $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Finish, and it will be Matoli.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. The quality fields that he's beat. That's what makes him the fastest horse in the world.
The final time was a new stakes record. Matoli, he did it again. Matoli's a monster. Matoli wins the sprint. Oh, what a horse he is. The mighty Matoli.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We are bringing you live coverage of the Northern Stars Racing Festival from Canterbury Park here in the paddock in Shakopee, and we do have the Dark Star Turf Sprint riders up as we'll take a look at.
Apologies for the technical difficulties. Hopefully we will be able to get some insight in the paddock from Maggie shortly. Horses are in the paddock, as she mentioned. Taking a look at the field. Anthony, we'll try one more time, Maggie.
Fingers crossed. I'm going to try to remain very still here as we'll talk about XY Jet and this team looking to go back-to-back. Last time out, you know, he was on a course at Monmouth, which had some give in it, and he is a big, heavy animal. I do not think that he was a horse that appreciated the going there, and he just kind of ran on the spot, up and down a bit. He looks great here as he does make his first start for the Mike Maker barn as we'll move on to number 7 in here. That is On Your Mark for Greg Foley. This horse looks tremendous coming out of a Churchill Downs race. He broke well, then he was shuffled back. He went to the rail, and he really was the only horse to kick on, where running on the rail on that Churchill Downs course has been a bit suspect. I think he comes into this race and possibly a better effort than what it may appear on paper. And then there's my long shot Malpais. He has 2 turf sprints to his record, both of which wins. This is a horse that looks like a turf sprinter. I'm very intrigued to see this guy back on the turf. I think he could make a noise here at Acacia.
Maggie, thank you so much. Malpais, who's currently 55 to 1.
Whoa.
Huge price on this horse, who was in tremendous form at one point and 2 for 2 sprinting on the turf at Arlington back last year, as Maggie mentioned.
I feel like an idiot now because my long shot is only 13 to 1.
How dare you?
And Malpais beat him twice. It's the 3 mark of the Z. How can I give this horse out now with any kind of chutzpah?
As we get ready for the call to post, the Dark Star Turf Sprint. 4 to 5 on the number 4, 7 cents, as he is a very short price, coming out of a third behind the uber fast Caratari last time out at Pimlico. You do have, of course, the weight of the name of Brad Cox and Florent Giroux in this race, Anthony.
Yeah, and they're taking all of the money as expected, right? You see those connections come in with those gaudy figs, and you can imagine this horse is going to be the favorite.
Here's the field, starting with a long shot, going back to the turf. Did win sprinting on the turf at Canterbury, Ship It Red.
Yeah, well, he won 2 in a row, in fact, last September. Within 12 days of each other, has not had a win since.
Big price on the board. XY Speed, that big horse Maggie was talking about back in the paddock. He also faced Caratari back at Gulfstream in December.
Yeah, first time Mike Maker here. Castellano, they're going to try and go back-to-back up at Canterbury.
You had some interest in Mark of the Z.
He's getting back to the turf as well for the first time since last October when he got the job done in a 3 other than allowance race at Keeneland.
Here's your favorite. You can't miss him. 7 cents.
No, he makes a lot of sense. Nice big gray son of golden cents, making his 3rd start off the claim, looking for his 2nd win in 3 starts for Brad Cox.
He's 4 to 5 on the board. Here's Jazzy Times.
He got the job done 2 starts back in his last turf race at Tampa when he was claimed. Tried him in a off-the-turf stakes in the mud last time. He gets back to his preferred surface.
Won this race last year, in fact, in 2021 at Canterbury. Here's Huey Attack.
Huey Attack's 3rd start off a December layoff. He gets back to the grass for the first time since last September. It's been a long time between turf wins for him.
On your mark for Greg Foley, coming out of that turf sprint at Churchill.
Yeah, we'll see if this was just a little pace to run at. His late kick could get him a piece in here, and he's a square price at 8 to 1.
Raylu Gutierrez going to be aboard as well. Next will be the long shot Maggie had some interest in. Malpais coming up next.
He's technically 2 for 2 on the turf with that non-starter a couple of starts back. We'll see how he does on his return to the grass, and he's a gigantic price, 44 to 1.
The 6-year-old by hard spun, consistent runner, turf, dirt, doesn't seem to matter. Next we go to the 11 Chess Master.
He got the job done with a 100-buyer speed figure at Tampa Bay Downs in the turf dash back in February, where everything went his way. A couple of the speeds scratched out of there. He's got other speed to contend with in here.
Plain Talk won the last 2.
Speaking of contending with speed, Plain Talk's as fast as they come in here. He hasn't run on turf since last September. He's 2 for his last 2 on the dirt, including a win in the Honor Thy Hero.
And the 13 Spycraft went by. There's a look at the runner to the inside. Let's go back to Maggie, standing by with a special guest.
Pleased to be joined here by Greg Harba and other owners from Living the Dream Stables. You guys have the 4 to 5 favorite, 7 cents in here. Greg, a horse you picked up a couple starts ago for $80,000. He did run valiantly last time out in the turf sprint at Pimlico.
Absolutely, Maggie. We were very proud of his effort. He ran into a complete buzzsaw and a Caratari, so we sort of glad to avoid him on this stage, and we look for a very big performance out of the horse today. But my first time here at Canterbury, they're putting on an excellent day of racing today, and we're very happy to be participants on today's racing card.
And how cool is it that your grandfather, Tom, was the groom of Dark Star when he won the 1953 Kentucky Derby?
Yeah, absolutely. When I looked into the race program, I really didn't know what the race was named after. When I looked down, I see Dark Star. And there's a very prolific picture of my grandfather with Dark Star in my family's home. So as I was flying over on the plane today, it really sent chills up my spine. So hopefully we can have a little luck, and it'll be very meaningful to me from a family connection to be able to pick up this win today at Canterbury.
I've got chills too. I mean, I feel like the stars have to be aligned, right?
Let's hope so. Let's hope so.
Well, Greg, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck here to you and your partners.
Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it. Thank you, Maggie.
All right, living the dream stable they are. Living the dream here in Shakopee as they have the heavy favorite Acacia in 7 cents.
They certainly do, Maggie. Thank you. Nice to hear from Greg Harbert. I actually had him and his partner Ray Daniels on my podcast before the Pegasus World Cup, as they had partnered down with the Pegasus, and they have great initiatives to bring young people into the sport. And Greg, just the tremendous background, as you mentioned. His grandfather, the groom of Dark Star, Will Harbert, he also was the groom of Man of War, and his family has a tremendous history in the sport of horse racing, and he and his team just do a wonderful job in bringing young people into racing and giving them opportunities within racing as well.
It's amazing. Nice, and traveling up for the big horse tonight.
Yeah.
Love seeing that.
Absolutely.
Right, that's what it's all about. If you can, if you're involved in this game, you go travel. If you're a fan, I suggest that as well. I suggest the traveling as well. I've met some fantastic people in my travels being able to do this. In fact, a couple of them weighed in. We were talking about Penn Mile Night. I was reminded that Regal Glory won the Penn Oaks the last time I was at Penn National. And Casa Creed finished second in the Penn Mile that very same year. So a couple of horses who were front and center, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, both won, Casa Creed and Regal Glory.
7 cents, meanwhile, is Living the Dream stables. Maggie mentioned they're living the dream indeed. Heavy favorite in this stake, and rightfully so. This is the horse that they claimed with Brad Cox, and finishing behind Caratari and Smokin' Jay. Talented horses. Caratari, of course, for Brian Lynch, just so fast, and closing outside with 7 cents.
Didn't have the cleanest trip here either, Acacia. Had to kind of take 2 steps forward before taking 2 steps back before taking 3 forward. Gets beat less than 2 lengths for all the money in here, running at a wind machine and a nice horse in Caratari. Yeah, makes an awful lot of sense here. Even money. It's so tough to take even money in these 10, 11, 12 horse fields. And this horse would definitely be one I would be using in here, but it's kind of hard to take even money in the win pool.
Even money on 7 cents. Meanwhile, the 13 Spycraft coming off of a win and a nice price at 7-1. Jonathan Kinchin, what do you think Spycraft's chances are in this race?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're good. I think a lot of horse players struggle with turf sprints, especially the 5 to 5.5 furlong variety. I think the reason is because when you look at them, you see a lot of speed in races. You expect them to fall apart. But speed actually sticks around quite a bit when you're looking at these turf sprints, and Spycraft feels like one of those speed of the speed types. You look at the last race, horse was drawn towards the inside, was getting pressure from the outside with extremely fast pace figures early, a number that tells you how fast Spycraft was running early in that race. Those numbers are top or close to top in this race. So getting to the outside now and having a little bit more options from the outside, not having to hustle away from there, being able to see what the other horses to your inside are doing, I think is a positive. And I think the 13 Spycraft could end up being that quote-unquote speed of the speed. The other horse I like in here, and the horse that I'll pick ultimately, is the 11 Chessmaster. A lot of stakes races in North America, you're not allowed to run with Lasix anymore, but there's some jurisdictions that will allow it. Chessmaster, if you look, had a huge race 4 races back. There was Lasix 4 races back. Then didn't have Lasix for a couple of races, didn't run particularly well, ran on the dirt last time in sort of a kind of a comeback prep race for this one. I think the 11 Chessmaster might show up and run close to that race 4 back. If he runs the race 4 back, he'll win for fun. But I think that number might have been a tad bit high. I do think the 11 Chessmaster makes a bunch of sense in here. A very, very tough race. As you saw in my pick 5, I spread all over the place, but I'm going to use the 11 and the 13 the most.
Jonathan, thank you. I'm sorry, that got me good there, JK. Chessmaster, meanwhile, Jonathan talking about some of his potential in here. He's been facing good horses. For more on Chessmaster, let's go back to Maggie.
You're not the only one who got a chuckle, Acacia, as I'll pick up on Chessmaster here. You know, he got that big number, and Jonathan's right. There are some things to maybe put lines through in this horse's form, but he got that big number too when he was able to control on the front end. Now we'll see what Lindsey Wade chooses to do here with this horse from the outside, as there are other speed horses around him. I don't know if he's the fastest of the fast. He finished 4th in this race last year, and he's 3 for 5 over the Canterbury course. He looks fine. Was he one that immediately drew me to him physically? No, but he's 10-1, and this is a horse that does consistently show up when he can run on Lasix and when he's in a turf sprint occasion.
It certainly makes sense. Maggie, thank you. Chess Master, who we saw him in very good form at Canterbury, try to take a show on the road. He did at Tampa, then won that stake, the Turf Dash at Tampa, facing some tougher groups in his last couple of races on turf and off of it as well. Had to face Golden Pal when he was at the top of his game in the Shakertown 2 starts back. So they've certainly been ambitious with this 6-year-old gelding.
Yeah. Danced a lot of dances, and they've taken him to some tough places. We'll see. He's kind of has it up against. He's kind of up against it tonight, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He really is. I mean, there's just he'd have to outkick somebody. He'd have to outkick a horse like 7 Cents, who was in career form. You know, he has to deal with some other speed. XY speed. He's got to outkick XY speed. I'll tell you what, though, you're going to find out at the right price. Get a local rider, you find out at the right price. He loves the course.
Mm-hmm. Did beat XY Speed in that Turf Dash at Tampa. Gerald Bennett, who for years has dominated the standings down at Tampa Bay Downs. XY Speed now makes his first start for Mike Maker. He's been in some top barns around the country, too, with Steve Asmussen, Robertino Diodoro. Steve Caceres even had him for a race at Delaware. This is a horse, XY Speed, who's certainly put in the frequent flyer miles as has his jockey, Javier Castellano, who's aboard.
Yeah. And he's going to be able to save some ground from his draw, you would imagine, right? Even though it's that quick run, but you'd rather be inside, I think, with that cavalry charge coming at you the last 3/16 or 1/8 of a mile. You'd rather be inside. I thought this race would be bet a little differently. I thought XY Speed, the 2, and 7 Cents, the number 4, would be a lot closer on the tote board. Because I know their recent form isn't the same, but their overall body of work is pretty similar. And, it's Mike Maker and Brad Cox. It's Javier Castellano. It's Florent Giroux. So
they did finish 1-2 in the last race.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised by this.
7 Cents. The favorite, though, as Living the Dream Stables looks to get to the winner's circle. It's our second turf stake of the day, the Dark Star Turf Sprint, coming up. Here's track announcer Paul Allen.
On racing at Canterbury from Greece. Looking for an elite edge in the Dark Star Turf Sprint. The defending champ has gone in. He's a 9-year-old. And here is Spycraft and Adam Beskiza. Dark Star Turf Sprint time. Good luck. And they're racing. Load them up, let them rip. Race 4 right out here at the park. And Plain Talk like a shot with Canchari. And a killer crossover down to the inside. Plain Talk looking to win 3 in a row. Leads it by 2. Now flashing out of the crowd is Spycraft. The white horse is 7 Cents. The favorite with Giroux 4 lengths from the front. Jazzy Times advancing as the defending champ and doing so to the inside of Chess Master. After that, Mark of the Z sequestered 8 out of it and about a half clear from XY Speed. After that, we come back 2.5 to On Your Mark, who is clear from Ship It Red, badly blocked. And behind that is Huey Attack and Malpice. They're chasing Plain Talk. Plain Talk looking to pull a massive upset. Outside of that, Spycraft. And now charging late, Mark of the Z. Up goes Spycraft at 4-1. And Spycraft is the Dark Star champion.
Spycraft now makes it 2 wins in a row, and he's 2 for 2 with Joe Sharp. He was not the horse setting the pace. That was the number 12, Plain Talk, out of Beskiza. Gets the win in the Dark Star Turf Sprint.
I remember when this horse broke his maiden. This horse broke his maiden for Tommy Albatrani.
Yep.
Right behind us, Acacia. Here at beautiful Belmont Park
Back
on the dirt.
in the day.
Back in the day. Correct. I like that. Back in the day. And there he is in the evening, getting the job done on the grass under the biscuit. Adam Beschizza. Nice trip. A fantastic ride here. And this shows you, right, I was worried about saving some ground. He did a great job following Alex Conchari and Plain Talk. Plain Talk broke like a shot, and he just followed him. And it was great. He, towed him into the race. Nice effort, good ride. Congratulations if you have found Spycraft tonight at Canterbury.
Gets the win, the number 13 Spycraft does, to make it 2 victories in a row. Bit of an upset in the Dark Star Turf Sprint. We'll bring you prices and reactions after this and a whole lot more live racing as we continue with the Northern Stars Turf Festival after this.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us on this Wednesday night program. Got a great crowd at Canterbury Park in Minnesota, and the number 13 Spycraft with a mild upset at 4-1 in the Dark Star Turf Sprint. Sat a perfect trip under Adam Beschizza. The pace setter Plain Talk held on well for second. Anthony, your favorite, 9-5, 7 cents, checked in fourth.
Yeah, I thought the horse that I liked a little bit, the Mark of Z. Mark of the Z. Yeah, he came up, he tried to get the inside, and that hole kind of tightened up on him a little bit. You see Spycraft right there, getting ready to pounce in the yellow. He just kind of followed Plain Talk around there. It was a 2-speed number in inverted order when they hit the wire. And you see Adam Beschizza just producing this horse to the outside. Plain Talk starts to tire a little bit, and Mark of the Z kind of trying to come up the inside. No real excuse, Acacia, for 7 cents, who had dead aim, just did not kick home.
A $10.40 winner in the fourth at Canterbury Park. The Dark Star Turf Sprint. Spycraft with a nice win.
All of those horses took money late. That exacta came back less than $100. That was a short number, a little short.
Well, Spycraft.
Was that you? Did you punch that 13-12 big number for you?
You know it. You know it. As Dark Star Turf Sprint in the books, there's still plenty of stakes action to come. It'll be the MTA Stallion Auction coming up next. 6.5 furlongs on the track, as well as we will continue on with some great stakes action coming up a little bit later. What are you most looking forward to with the card still to come at Canterbury Park?
I'm looking forward to this this next heat, the Stallion Auction race. These races are always interesting to me. You see a little mix of maidens and first and second time starters, and there's a matchup in here of Color Me Legendary and Royals Little Diva, a gelding versus a filly. And when you see these state-bred races, these restricted races, you will see the fillies and the colts meet up. In this instance, it's a filly and a gelding. I think the filly's going to be way over bet in this race. Way over bet because of a much bigger figure, and I like Color Me Legendary.
And for those not familiar, these are for 3-year-olds, which are 2019 progeny of stallions whose service was sold at the 2018 MTA Stallion Auction. But we just saw in the Dark Star Turf Sprint, Spycraft with the win. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with winning trainer Joe Sharp. And Joe, Spycraft, a horse that you're now 2 for 2 with. I mean, looking through his form when you got him, I think you probably realized that this is probably his game, right?
You know, we look back and we did see some turf possibility with him, and obviously being a little older, bit of an older horse, sometimes when you change things up, it can get him back re-engaged. And he was in great condition when we got him from Eddie. So I think just the freshening and coming back on the turf just seemed to spark a little life into him again.
Where do you go with a horse like him from here? I know you have a string in Saratoga. Do you explore those sprint stakes?
Well, I need to replace Fast Boat, so I need him to take a step forward. I was looking at him yesterday, and I was like, you know, you've got big shoes to fill. So, you know, we'll see where he takes us.
Joe, you also send out Spanish Kingdom a little bit later in the mile. He's a horse that comes out of the Churchill Downs race. Do you think he's another one that maybe didn't necessarily handle the going? And 2, are you excited to see the amount of speed in that race, too?
You know, he's a horse that's been very good, Darbarn, obviously. He is a horse that I wish I had a little more ground in front of us today. The flat mile is definitely a concern, and especially as firm as his turf is. That being said, he does like a firm turf, so hopefully, you know, he's sharp, he's well rested, and that should put him in a good spot.
Well, Joe, best of luck later. Congrats here, though, with this guy.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Spycraft, finding a home in these turf sprints, Acacia.
He did indeed, and as Joe joked, yes, he does have some big shoes to fill with Fast Boat, such a good turf sprinter. But Joe Sharp and Adam Beschizza could strike again with Spanish Kingdom a little bit later in the Mystic Lake Mile.
Live later on in the card, and yeah, always good. You know, you talk about Fast Boat and how horses kind of the baton gets passed, right? The barn, the barn. It's always good for the barns to be able to do that.
You're always looking for your next big winner. Meanwhile, they're in the gate for the 5th at Penn National. Here's track announcer John Bogar with the call. We're going a mile on the main track.
It is now post time. They're in the gate. There. Arctica out for the early lead. Wicked Tea shows speed. They're then joined by Pride and the Biz, and to the outside, Lady of Dragonstone. 4 across the track here as they race to the clubhouse turn. But Arctica has it by about a half length. Wicked Tea races second. Lady of Dragonstone the outside third. Angling inside then, Pride and the Biz a close 4th. And there's about 5 back to Allison Kay with Lana. 24-1 for the first quarter. Arctica clear a length now as they straighten on the backstretch. Wicked Tea is racing second. Pride and the Biz inside is third. Then comes Lady of Dragonstone. You go back a good 4 lengths then to Allison Kay with Lana. They race to the half-mile pole here. Arctica opening up a length and a half now. Wicked Tea chasing second. Then comes Pride and the Biz, followed by Lady of Dragonstone. Still about 3.5 lengths now to Lana, with Allison Kay, the half up in 48-4. Arctica holds it at the 3/8 pole by 3 parts of a length. Wicked Tea trying to challenge from the outside. Pride and the Biz is next. Then comes Lady of Dragonstone. Here's Allison Kay. She's on the move, and she's within 2 lengths now at the quarter pole. Lana's at the back. They're at the top of the stretch. Arctica a slim lead. Wicked Tea now between horses. Allison Kay the outside, and Allison Kay has rallied to command at the 8th pole. Wicked Tea goes on in second, Arctica back to third. Allison Kay, Wicked Tea, something left inside. Wicked Tea re-rallying, makes the lead. Wicked Tea, Allison Kay, Wicked Tea in front. Allison Kay was next, then came Arctica with Lana.
Wicked Tea game on the inside over the number 6, Allison Kay. They make it exciting as the two Wicked Tea re-rallies, Anthony, in the stretch.
Allison Kay and Vlad, the great Vladimir Diaz, came on by with a brand new hatchet, but Wicked Tea and David Cora said, not tonight. And a rail re-rally to get the job done by a half length.
2-6-1, it looks like, in the 5th at Penn National. Bring you prices in a bit. And the MTA Stallion Auction coming up next at Canterbury Park as we continue with our stakes action and all kinds of great racing still to come on tonight's program.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to American State the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to nairabets.com or download the app today. A live look at Radio City Music Hall. I love walking around there.
I know that view.
Yeah.
I was in the News Corp building for 5 years in my New York Post days.
Oh, that's right.
Looked at that spot a zillion times. Saw Radiohead and Radio City Music Hall back in 1998. Aging myself here, right? So that's 24 years ago. Saw the Rockefeller Center, the Christmas Spectacular, of course.
Yeah.
A bunch of years. I was dragged to that, kicking and screaming a few years back. So, yeah, good times. Good
Yeah.
times.
I asked Anthony if he had seen the Rockettes, and his head flipped around like he was an owl.
I thought they were here. I have no idea. Who knows what's in store for the second half of this program?
I'm friends with some. You never know what's going to happen if the Rockettes may show up.
Richie and Lafita coming in.
They're basically
I wouldn't blame
Rockettes.
them. Yeah, I mean, I get to work with you, with Miss Connecticut. I mean, I guess they deserve some Rockettes. I don't know how it works. I have no idea what's going on in the second half of the evening here. I know I'm gonna try and get Color Me Legendary home to walk this thing off tonight at 7-2.
Anything could happen. As we take a look at the field of the MTA Stallion Auction, the 5th race here at Canterbury Park, 6.5 furlongs. Again, 3-year-olds, which are 2019 progeny of stallions whose service was sold at the 2018 MTA Stallion Auction. Royals Little Diva currently 1-5 on the board right now. She is a 3-year-old filly. She broke her maiden by 12 lengths on debut.
Yeah, she beat fillies this night, and she also did it going 5.5 furlongs. Now, it's only another furlong, and it's not like you're dealing with a 2-year-old, you're dealing with a 3-year-old. But she also has to take on the boys, and she has to take on a gelding who won going 6. So she does have to stretch an extra 1/8 of a mile, which I think, you know, incrementally speaking, it's easy. It's going to be easier for the gelding to deal with the half furlong than it's going to be for her to deal with the extra 1/8 of a mile. And you know, she probably has a speed advantage, but she's going to have a horse at the very least this time around within striking distance and within earshot of her. And I think that makes things a little bit different. She was so far in front from the time the bell rang last time that there was never really any chance for her to be, you know, confronted. I think at some point tonight, Color Me Legendary will tackle her, and we'll see what happens.
There are, in fact, 2 fillies in this field coming up. The 7 Bailout Keela, also a filly taking on the boys, but she is still a maiden and does not have the credentials that Royals Little Diva does. Color Me Legendary, meanwhile, won first time out. The figure not as high as you mentioned, but was going 6 furlongs. It is a gelding by Attaboy Royd, the Minnesota bred for Valerie Lund, who will look to build off of this debut, where he ran quite well and very game to get up as well.
And this is, I'm glad you said that, Acacia, because I like this win better than Royals Little Diva's win. Color Me Legendary not only goes a 1/16 of a mile longer, he got himself into a nice stretch battle here, and one that lasted an awful long time. You see his running line. From the half-mile pole home, he was never more than a half length in front of his rival, and it was right there at the wire, right? So now he's been a little more battle-tested, and whereas the filly comes off that big, gaudy daylight score, I'd rather have the horse that's a little more battle-tested.
Maggie in the paddock, 1-5 on the filly Royals Little Diva. Maggie, how does she stack up?
Physically, Acacia, she stacks up very well against her male counterparts. She's a bit of a longer-bodied filly, but really built downhill, so indicative of that speed she showed first time out. Now, she had to be asked for that speed by Harry Hernandez, but when she kind of copped on as to what he was asking her, well, she was just naturally fast herself and ran away with that field. She's sharp in the paddock, and if there was any ounce of maybe fitness to her, if I'm making up words now, then there isn't in her second start. She is ultra fine-tuned, and she looks the part of a favorite, but to her inside is Color Me Legendary. Big, good-looking boy, a gelding to boot by Attaboy Roy. A lot of substance to him, really well put together. I love what I'm seeing from him. And he, too, was a first-time-out winner, and he kind of went to lead. He had to battle with the second horse, who was the second choice that day and had so much more seasoning than him, and he put him away quite nicely. I think he moves forward from that effort in which he took down 2 horses that on paper were more experienced, obviously, but looked to be possibly better. And then Ojitos, he gets on a fast track for the first time coming in here from Oaklawn Park. First time out, he upset a field at over 90-1, which did include Waylon Springs, who went on quite a tear in the Arkansas bred ranks over the winter at Oaklawn Park. He comes in here off a bit of a freshening. He looks fit. He looks really strong, too, behind the saddle. Not that he's as fast as the aforementioned 3 and 4 in here, but he does look ready to come back to the races, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. An interesting race coming up here. Royals Little Diva, 2-5 right now. You can join Naira Bets today, and don't forget to play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. We've got you covered. Sign up with promo code MATCH200, and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. The filly, one of 2 fillies in here, Royals Little Diva, who won by 12 lengths on debut. Well, that's a take on Tougher today, Anthony. We mentioned maybe some of the questions as far as distance is concerned. Obviously, the class stepping up off the back of a maiden win, and she just coasted away from the rest of her fields. There's also the question as the waters get deeper, and at a short price, it almost seems like sometimes people are enamored by those open length wins.
Yes.
Can they back it up?
She's going to have to. I mean, I know the fig doesn't relate right now, but I think Color Me Legendary poses a big threat to her tonight.
Little serenade.
What do we got
for
going
the
on
call
there?
to post.
I can name that tune Acacia in 6 notes.
What is it?
You didn't even get that You didn't even get that reference. Let's just go. Even Chris, the cameraman, he doesn't even know what to say right now. Let's just go.
Let's meet the field. Starting with the number 1 Shinborough, here's Ojitos.
Ojitos gets Alex Cancheri, a late rider change. Broker's made in nice fashion at Oaklawn Park. This will be his first time in 4 starts on a fast track. He's faced 2 muddy tracks on a good surface, all at Oaklawn.
Making his first start in the barn here. Here's the number 3, Color Me Legendary, stepping up off the win.
Yeah, I like this. He almost got a circle from me tonight. Very, very close to the circle. I'm afraid of the filly, but I think this horse is going to run really well, and here's the filly.
Speaking of, there she is, Royal's Little Diva. You can hear, you can easily see what Maggie was saying about her stacking up versus the males.
Yeah, it's almost like the rest of them are fillies, and she's the big dog in the yard right now. She is really looking nice, daughter of Mucho Macho Man.
Here's the 6 Dakota Knight.
Dakota Knight gets Lasix for the first time. Maiden in here has not hit the board in 4 starts. Comes off a Vandolph performance.
Here's the number 7, the other filly in the field, Bailout Kila.
Another maiden as well. 4 second-place finishes in a row to start her career before stubbing her toe proverbially last time and beating just 3 home against the 10 rivals.
And the number 8 to the outside, Jax Willie.
Winless since a June 29th debut win at Canterbury last year. She's had 5 tries since. She has not come close to that maiden victory.
That's the field for the 5th at the MTA Stallion Auction. JK, Color Me Legendary. He does seem to be the one to potentially upset the favorite in this race.
Yeah, I think there's only 2 horses that can win this race, and I'm not telling you anything you don't already know by looking at the prices. But from a speed figure standpoint, the 3 and the 4 are the standouts. And we talk about this often when it comes to starter allowance conditions, the who and why are running in these races when I say conditions. I think when you look at a condition that has a bunch of if, ands, buts, or maybes in it, I think those are the most formful. And if you look at this one, it narrows it down pretty good. For 3-year-olds, 2019 progeny of stallions whose service was sold in the 2018 MTA, that's a lot. And so when those things happen, I think that it kind of narrows it down, and there just happens to be a couple of horses that the condition just fits that are better than these. And to me, it is the 4 and the 3. The 4 does have the edge from a speed figure standpoint, but I do think you're getting a little bit of a better price on the 3. So it's up to you. If you want to see the ball go through the hoop, I'd probably pick the 4 in here. If you're okay getting beat and you want to look for some value, I think the 3 is the one that may present a little bit more of that. But I do think the 4 is the most likely winner.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. The 3 and the 4, Color Me Legendary and Royal's Little Diva, do seem to be the most logical 2 in this race as we see families, crowds on track, even some nice headwear.
Love it.
Headgear. Hats on track, men and women. I love it. They've got the shirts and the sport coat look going on there. Shorts and sport coat.
Yeah, that's a hard no from
Look
the
at
big
that.
A. I don't like that at all. I did it one time in Saratoga in 2020 when nobody else was allowed on the racetrack, and I looked like Angus Young. I felt terrible about it.
You wore shorts and a sport coat?
Yeah, for Talking Horses, our pregame show at Saratoga, Belmont, and Aqueduct. Yeah.
What did Andy Serling say about your attire?
He did not think it was great. I can tell you that right now.
He did not.
He called me Angus Young on the air, and then I left.
Then you left. There's a look at your favorite Royal's Little Diva. 3 to 5 right now on the board. Now, she did have that open length win. Are you surprised that she's maybe not a little bit closer in price versus Color Me Legendary, or just always assumed that she would be the one to potentially just take all of the money?
I thought she'd be the favorite. I didn't think she'd be an odds-on favorite. And what that means is you put up more to win less. When you put up 5 to win 3, that's odds on. When you put up 6 to win 5, that's low, but it's not prohibitive or odds on. She's a short pricing here, Acacia.
For more on this field for the MTA Stallion Auction, let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, as JK was mentioning, it's such a specific condition that only makes a few horses out of a foal crop that eligible. So when you have a horse like Royal's Little Diva, it just makes her that much more appealing too. The main factor with her is her early speed, and she looks fast physically, and I know she was hustled from the gate from the outside post last time out, but I think she is more naturally fast. But the thing going for her, or excuse me, going against her, I should say, and going for Color Me Legendary is possibly, now you're kind of speculating a little bit, or at least I am, of the quality of fields they come out of. None of the horses that ran in Royal's Little Diva's race have come back to run well at all. I mean, I know she blew them all away by 12 lengths, and that's probably just because, as a result of their talent levels. But I do think Color Me Legendary ran in a more competitive field and was able to do battle with horses with experience. And I think that goes a long way. I do like what I'm seeing from him, as we do see a pretty aggressive warm-up from Ojitos, a horse who was never able to get to the lead in his 3 starts at Oaklawn, but wasn't ever that far off of it. So we'll see, does Ojitos give Royal's Little Diva a little pressure up front, Acacia?
Could make things interesting, Maggie. Thank you. Ojitos, who will be ridden by Alice Canchari. A little bit of a layoff coming here to Canterbury Park. Did win at first asking, and Maggie brings up a good point, as this is a horse who was not too far off of it against fellow Arkansas breds in his recent starts at Oaklawn Park. It's on a fast track for the first time, and I can imagine the riders are not keen to just let Royal's Little Diva get away with the lead.
Yeah, Ojitos can't do anything about that. Shinborough to 1 can't. No one can do anything about this except Color Me Legendary. Now, you could say, well, you go out and sacrifice yourself for the greater good here and try and get her beat. I think Color Me Legendary sits right off of her. And I think your best chance is to take aim and make 1 run off of the turn. That's what I would do if I was Royams Chirinos. Already has a win on the card tonight, by the way. So does Harry.
For Valerie Lund.
For Valerie Lund, yes. So a couple little local guys getting their shots on the big night. They're on the 2 favorites. This is always good to see, right? Because while it's a lot of fun to see Javier Castellano and Florent Giroux and Brad Cox and Mike Maker and Joe Sharp and Adam Biscuits and everybody from the national scene show up, you like it when the local connections can get a piece of this big purse money tonight as well. So it's good to see that this race is being dominated on the board, and it should be dominated on the racetrack by the locals.
Minnesota breds, the 3 and the 4, both of them, which is nice to highlight the breeding program there in Minnesota as well. And as we talked about at the top of the show, when speaking about Randy Sampson and his family and what they've done for the resurgence of racing at Canterbury Park, it goes back through everything. It's not just the racetrack itself, but as you talked about, the economic impact, the number of jobs created, the breeding program in Minnesota, having the opportunity to get big purses, big days like this is so important in the sport of racing, and it's great to see the enthusiasm, people out on track, and the horsemen locally and around the country as well supporting the product.
For sure. Absolutely. Yeah, it's so important to, these big nights, it's nice to have the national flavor, but if it's not for the local horsemen and women, they're not going to get them off. And they do a good job, but it's a really nice product up there on a weekly basis. And they've had big fields. They've had some weather there this week too. They've been able to dodge some of that with some heat.
Beautiful
and
night
worked
they
out.
got.
Yeah, it worked out very nicely. Mother Nature was able to to do them a solid, if you will, up there in Shakopee tonight, because a couple of nights this week would have been a lot rougher than it was tonight.
Meanwhile, down to the inside, the number 1, Shinboro, is ridden by Alonso Quinones, who is just 1 win away from 1,000, which is a tremendous milestone to be on the brink of. Hopefully, by bringing that up, we're not jinxing him, but he's got a chance here. He also will be riding in the 6th race in the Lady Canterbury as Lady Hideaway to the outside. Plenty of live mounts, drama chorus in the Mystic Lake Mile coming up a little bit later on today. So wishing him the best of luck, Alonso Quinones, on the brink of a milestone, which is always exciting to see for these jockeys too. Obviously, as we always say in racing, you're only as good as your last win, right?
Yes.
But you really have to appreciate when these milestones come up, how hard it is to get there, and then how hard it is to keep going.
Deshaun Parker got to 6,000 yesterday.
Incredible.
Congratulations to him.
Yeah, incredible.
You know, and a guy that did it the hard way. A lot of the secondary racetracks, right? The King of Mountain Air Park. Yeah, it's amazing. I was sitting with my buddy Phil today. We were talking, you know, Perry Oots.
Yeah.
Still
Amazing.
going strong. So, yeah, it's fun to see. And those milestones, you have to take them all. I mean, at 6,000, I don't have the exact number, but I don't think it's more than 15 riders.
No. I actually got to interview Edgar Prado when he won 7,000.
That's an even
Which is
smaller fraternity.
Incredible. Yeah, just
That's
a handful there.
Edgar, Angel, Lafitte, Russell Bays.
I believe 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I
to
think
reach
that's
that
right.
mark?
I think Edgar, Russell, Bays, Lafitte Pinkai Jr., Angel Cordero definitely, and I think Pat Day.
Not an easy thing to do. Brink of 1,000 career victories. Best of luck on the day to Alonso Quinones. I'm sure it'll be even more special to hit that milestone on a big day of racing like today at Canterbury Park. The Northern Stars Turf Festival continues. The MTA Stallion Auction coming up next in the 5th. Here we go to track announcer Paul Allen.
And they're racing. Another perfect start and excellent work by the Canterbury Park starting gate crew. Royals Lil Diva, the filly, gets the jump on the boys. And Royals Lil Diva and Harry Hernandez stride away by 2, racing well off the inside. Ojitos, the Archie, comes scooting through to the inside. And now it's Royals Lil Diva from Ojitos, and making a move to the outside of that, and it's a sharp move, is Color Me Legendary and Chirinos, and attempting to join Royals Lil Diva. Then it's Bailout Keela. That filly is 2 lengths behind fellow filly Royals Lil Diva, and wide around the turn is Jack's Willie. Then it's about 7 back to Shinboro, and Shinboro is joined by Dakota Knight. They approach the top of the stretch in the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes, and Royals Lil Diva looks to go 2 for 2. It is Royals Lil Diva from Color Me Legendary, Jack's Willie in with a shot, and as they head for home, it is Royals Lil Diva. Outside of that, Color Me Legendary, between them Bailout Keela, and on the far outside is Jack's Willie. Inside of that is Ojitos. They're chasing Royals Lil Diva, and Royals Lil Diva is one fast filly, and she's the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes champion.
Miguel Angel Silva and Harry Hernandez won the first race. They took this one as well, but an even more impressive performance, Royals Lil Diva, who wins and makes it 2 for 2, taking the MTA Stallion Auction.
Her job got a lot easier occasion when Calling Me Legendary did not break alertly tonight, kind of steady soon after the start, rushed up, was in range, kind of gave him a little hip check turning for home as well. You pointed that out.
She was getting out a bit.
She was. And then Harry Hernandez was able to right the ship and straighten the course out. She's going to win by daylight. Looks like Ojitos came up to the inside to get the place from the number 7 Bailout Kayla, the other filly in the race.
Filly, 3-year-old filly by Mucho Macho Man, Royals Lil Diva with the win. Prices and reactions and a whole lot more live racing after this on America's Day at the Races.
Play in the Big Ten BCBC contest September 15th. Canterbury Park is hosting the largest Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge qualifier of the year with $120,000 in cash and prizes 11 BCBC entries will be awarded and a minimum of $10,000 in cash, $1,000 entry fee, $2,000 live bankroll, 100% of entry money returned as prizes. Play online or on track at the park.
It's now post time. They're all in line. There. Me Rocket Man broke well. Galley Nipper moves up, and rushing up now, there goes Google It between that pair. Me Rocket Man a short advantage running to the turn. Google It is second. Flat Out Flashy inside moves up now to take third. Galley Nipper is back to fourth. There's about 2 lengths then to Irish Roar in the 5th spot. He's then followed by Top Hat Treason with Diamond Setter. And the early trailer here, Surfer Boy George. 23 and 4 for the opening quarter. They move to the backstretch. Me Rocket Man leads it by a length. Flat Out Flashy, the outside, now second. Inside now, Galley Nipper's moved up to gain third. They're then followed by Irish War. The outside then Google It. Some 3.5 lengths then to Top Hat Trees and another 4 to Surfer Boy George, and now trailing Diamond Setter. They race by the half-mile pole, opening 4 furlongs, 48 and 1. And with the lead still, Me Rocket Man, but Flat Out Flashy's moving up now to take him on with 3/8 of a mile to go. Galley Nipper sits third inside. Google It races fourth with about 2.5 to make up. And there's about 2 more to Irish Roar. You go back then 3 to Top Hat Treason with Surfer Boy George. And still at the back, Diamond Setter as they race to the head of the lane. Flat Out Flashy outside up to put ahead in front. Me Rocket Man trying to counter. Galley Nipper has room inside with a furlong to go. Flat Out Flashy just a neck. Me Rocket Man trying to battle back. Galley Nipper inside. Me Rocket Man coming back. Galley Nipper, Flat Out Flashy. Me Rocket Man now with Galley Nipper. These two photo finish. Photo finish. Galley Nipper, Me Rocket Man, Flat Out Flashy was third, then perhaps
Galley Nipper with the win at Penn National in race number 6. Tight photo finish, an exciting stretch run there. Back at Canterbury, though, no doubt about the winner in the MCA Stallion Auction. The filly by Mucho Macho Man, Royals Lil Diva, dominant under Harry Hernandez.
Yeah, she was dominant tonight, right to the top as expected under Harry Hernandez. He gets 2 wins on the card. 3 even as your natural 1-2 favorite.
Harry Hernandez with another win today, and he's standing by with Maggie.
Oh, we were reminiscing from when Harry started in New York, but you found a nice home here at Canterbury, Harry. 2 wins on the night, leading rider. Talk a little bit about Royals Little Diva. First time out, she was fast. You had to get her there, but today she was really quick from the gate.
Well, first time out, I worked her before the race from the gate, so I kind of knew she had some speed on her. So the first time I sent her out of there, I didn't see much speed on the race, and she did everything I asked her. She took me there, and she won really easy. And today, a little bit of the same thing. We did a little bit pressure today, but she didn't care about that. She just kept doing her own thing, and when I asked her to run, she just made that good run, and we got the win.
How important is it to know, obviously you've had a lot of success with the trainer, Miguel Angel Silva, winning the first race as well, but knowing a horse intimately like that, how much of an advantage is that?
It's a good advantage because you already have a good idea what plan you can have, like a plan A or a plan B. So you already have those two plans. And if they don't work, so you can just, like we usually do, like if the race doesn't come out as we planned, we just go to plan B and take her where she's taking us and give her a nice move. But she did perfect today. I have nothing wrong to say about her. She has really good ability, and I'm just looking forward with this filly.
Harry, quickly, it's a cool story. You've been all over the country and finding your niche. How rewarding is it to be at the top of the standings here this year?
Oh, I'm grateful. I'm just grateful with the job my agent is doing. The people here are so nice. They give you more energy. My family's always there, so it feels so great. It feels like happy. I'm happy. I want to keep working hard, and I'm just enjoying my job.
Well, Harry, congratulations. 2 wins down. Hopefully some more on this big night.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, Harry Hernandez with a big win aboard Royals Little Diva. And Acacia, as he was saying, it truly helps to know these horses well, and she has delivered them with back-to-back wins.
Oh, I loved that interview, Maggie. Thank you. As Harry Hernandez found his happy place at Canterbury, 2 wins on the card, and a promising 3-year-old filly. But that means it's time for us to say goodbye.
A-Train's pulling out of the station.
The A-Train pulling out of the station. But don't you worry, we're leaving it in good hands. I wonder if they have a name for the two of them on the set. We'll see if they can come up with something. Lafitte Pinkai and Richard Migliori coming up to take you the rest of the way. The Lady Canterbury coming up next as we continue with the Northern Stars Turf Festival after this.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Mossberg. Following C. Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The
tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan.
So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed.
So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley.
It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame.
The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that.
Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public.
I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Two words stuck. First time I watched that, lifelong fans. Like a kid experiencing something like the Claiborne Farm Tour. That's how it happens. Great to have you with us on America's Day/Evening at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. About 810 miles northwest of stunning Claiborne, site sits Canterbury Park in Shakopee, Minnesota. Biggest night of the year at Canterbury Northern Stars Racing Festival. Perfect evening of thoroughbred racing on this warm summer night southwest of downtown Minneapolis. He is champion jockey Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. The sun has set here in Long Island. Racing resumes at Belmont Park tomorrow afternoon. This is one of my favorite scenarios in racing. It's the bigger days at the smaller racetracks, Mig. You rode at many of these events. What's the biggest difference for a rider?
There's an excitement level there that people are feeling this kind of anticipation, and they're putting up more money than the local people normally get to compete for. And then you get some guys coming in like a Javier Castellano tonight at Canterbury. So people are excited to see this level of participation. And also from the locals, a chance to take down a big payday. I mean, these are the days they live for. Going to Finger Lakes on New York Derby Day is very similar. You just have this anticipation and this excitement. And it's almost a little bit like a country fair atmosphere, but elevated.
And now the heated part of the program. 3 consecutive stakes races, all on grass, all at a mile. I don't think anybody's going to be complaining about field size. We have 31 combined horses in the next 3 races. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. You're just in time for the late Big 5 at Canterbury. Starts with the Lady Canterbury, race 6. Followed by the Mystic Lake Mile and Mystic Lake Derby, plus live racing from Penn National. Different fun night of thoroughbred racing. Let's get right to it. Canterbury Park, our first stop. Field updated odds for the Lady Canterbury Stakes. Fillies and mares running a mile on grass. 6-5, Saranya, the current favorite. As we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale, standing by. Maggie, we know exactly what these horses look like on paper. Gearing up for this Lady Canterbury, what are you seeing in person for this horses in the paddock for Lady Canterbury.
Sorry, Lafitte, I'm actually looking beyond the camera as the 5 in here. Nice to know, acting up a bit, but go figure. There's a horse coming from New York, just like myself, and her rider, Javier Castellano. That's number 2, Amalfi Princess. And I liked her in her last start, going from the 5.5 to the 6. I know it was an incremental stretch out, but I just thought that she got ran off of her feet in what has turned out to be a fairly live race at Keeneland, which was her first start off the layoff. She came back, she won at 6. I think she's actually better with a bit more ground. So going this mile here, albeit around 2 turns, we'll see how, she negotiates that, but she's proven that she can handle it in the past. I think she makes a lot of sense. Shipped in here well, carrying her weight incredibly well too. Big long shot in here. That's number 3, Medela Match. As she comes second off the bench, returns to the turf. She looks like a turf horse. She should be the speed in here. Now, whether that plays out to an advantage or not, I don't know. But I think a mile is fine. Yes, most of her running has been done at shorter distances, but she has one going a mile, albeit in a slower race, but I think she can handle it. She presents herself really well, really nicely on the bridle, very healthy. I think she's a bit interesting as a kind of use underneath player. And then your current favorite, She Can't Sing. She's been running against much better. Bleecker Street, to name a few, who came back and won the Grade 1 New York, is 7 for 7. She was really hard on the bridle for the first half in the Modesty, and I think with less ground, the pace is going to run away from her a bit, and so therefore she won't be fighting her rider Jareth Loveberry as much, and you just waste so much energy doing that as a horse. Overall, Lafitte, physically she looks tremendous, much the horse to beat.
Saranya, 6-5 the favorite, called the post for this Lady Canterbury Stakes. We tell you it was the biggest night of racing at Canterbury. He's feeling it and called to the post for this Lady Canterbury. We start with Prance Pictured. Spent most of her career out west. Second start with Miguel Hernandez.
You just would have to find a race faster than anything she's run before, but gets a good inside draw.
You touched on this at the top of the show as we look at Prance, Amalfi Princess, and just how cool for the fans at Canterbury to see Javier Castellano riding tonight.
High-profile connections. Mike Maker, Javier Castellano, a Hall of Famer, a filly making a real nice impression on the racetrack.
Contender. Then you have Medela Match, quick filly, back to grass tonight. That's key.
Well, it's back to grass, and she's stretching out on grass. She looks very sharp. She's probably going to be on the pace.
Number 4, Beach Flower. Yeah, she won the local prep, but that was in the mud, Mig.
Yeah, that rained off. Her turf races have to get better. This is a pretty deep field.
23-1 long shot side by side by side. Number 5, Nakeno, third to Beach Flower in that common HBPA Distaff Stakes.
Well, Harry Hernandez is having a good night so far, riding really well at Canterbury. He'd like to see a very hot pace. He's going to need all of that to come closing.
Joy of Painting, make the rider, Rayla Gutierrez.
Yeah, Raylu's been riding terrific, keeps on picking up live mounts. This one's going to have to improve.
Well-named mare, She Can't Sing, out of the Dam Distorted Music, Lothenbach Stable homebred.
Goes back to Jareth Loveberry, won 2 in a row in this horse. Javier Castellano actually rode this horse last time at Churchill Downs. He's on a different Amalfi Princess tonight.
She's a threat, and so is Saranya. As you heard, Maggie loved what she saw. Top-tier connections, Peachtree Stable, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux.
Yeah, Florent Giroux, Brad Cox. Again, high-profile connections, shipping in, taking all the money.
Swanage and Yunes are out, 33-1 shot. Bobo Girl, a turf debut in her 21st lifetime start.
Yeah, it's going to have to really improve from anything she's shown on the dirt.
Number 13 to the outside, Lady Hideaway. She's unraced since last September. For her trouble, gets to break from like U.S. Bank Stadium, Mitchie.
Well, she's got a terrible post. She's coming off a layoff, but she is 4 for 7 at Canterbury, and that was the first thing that stood out to me. She's going to have a lot of things go right to work out any kind of a trip.
A few defections help, but still marooned outside. Challenging late pick 5 starts here. Third leg of the All-Stakes Turf pick 5. Lady Canterbury is next, and that Naira Bets account would come in pretty handy right about now, right? Join Naira Bets today. Play the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. There is She Can't Sing. As we mentioned, well named out of the Mayor Distorted Music. She can't sing, but she can run a little, Mig. This was her latest win, 2 starts back, Louisiana Derby Day Fairgrounds, the Tom Benson Memorial.
And again, Jareth Loveberry, who's ridden her several times, had success with her, kind of knows her well. You see her lingering on her left lead.
Took a while to switch, right there.
Finally, when she switched, that's when she kind of leveled off. I don't think, if she doesn't switch, I think she gets run down. She found more when she jumped to that right lead. So you have a rider that's familiar with her, you know, peculiarities or her habits. He'll help her. I think she's a major player. I'll be honest with you, I'm a little bit surprised that the 8 Saranya is as short a price. She hasn't run as fast as the 7 or the 2 Amalfi Princess, for that matter.
Maggie gave her the nod of approval. Saranya, Jareth Loveberry, as you mentioned, back aboard tonight. Loveberry, who triggered a 15-1 upset in last year's Mystic Lake Derby. And then number 2, Amalfi Princess here, Mig, in her most recent at Belmont. This is an allowance turf sprint. Amalfi Princess on the lead, battling in front, just unwavering on the lead. Wouldn't cough it up.
Well, and this was 6 furlongs, so we have to be honest about it. I mean, it was sprinting. She's getting back to the mile. She was defeated by Saranya going a mile. But I really feel like that she's won in good form. Gets Javier Castellano, a Hall of Famer, for Mike Maker. A guy who's just so astute at where he ships his horses, where he places them, where he puts them. She was resolute. She did not want to get past.
And remember, Amalfi Princess just missed in the Curtis Sampson Oaks last year, defeated by Saranya, who she'll meet again tonight. As for her trainer, Mike Maker, no stranger to this lady, Canterbury. Already a 4-time winner and looking to go back-to-back. 2 wins on grass, 2 wins on the main track. Struck with Evil Lynn last year. Maker looking for a 5th Lady Canterbury with Amalfi Princess. I don't know if I'm more struck by Maker's success in this race. What a gorgeous evening it is in Minnesota tonight for their biggest night of racing.
I'm shocked that it's still that light out. Like, it's dark here in New York.
It's only an hour difference, right?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's midday there still.
So we're gearing up for this Lady Canterbury. 3 consecutive races, run at the mile distance on grass, as we say hello to Jonathan Kinchin, JK. Great to see you. Miss you. It's been way too long. More importantly, who wins a Lady Canterbury?
It has been too long, but sooner than later, you'll be tired of seeing me, Lafitte, when I'm begging you to go to dinner with me and you keep telling me you have a lot of work to do. I like the 8, Saranya, in here. And to Richie's point, she hasn't necessarily run fast enough that you would put her in front of the 7 She Can't Sing. But here's the reason I'm going to do so. Saranya did most of her running throughout her career as a 3-year-old. So now she's 4. She's got an opportunity to take that kind of step forward. And I understand that she did have that race last time at Keeneland, her first start as a 4-year-old. But I think you can make the excuse that maybe she needed that race a little bit, needed to get that race under her belt. And now, hopefully, you can see the real Saranya show up. Now, I'm not trying to convince you that the 7 She Can't Sing can't win, because she absolutely can. She does have that form. She's already been there, but she's a 5-year-old. We kind of know what she is and what we're going to get from her. And if you look on paper, they're very close to each other. So I'm going to go with the 8, hoping that this second start as a 4-year-old catapults her past what the 7, the 5-year-old She Can't Sing has already done.
Can't believe we're not going to be neighbors this summer, JK. Thanks a lot. Certain people taking priority in your life over me, and I'm not happy about it. Just saying. More importantly, I think there's a loose horse out at Canterbury. We check in with Maggie. What's going on?
Well, not anymore, Lafitte, as we did see the Outriders apprehend number 5, Nice to Know in here, who dropped rider Harry Hernandez around the 3/8 pole, ran the wrong way down the chute, ran all the way back around here. So she is now a late scratch. Number 5, Nice to Know, will be a late scratch in here. Guys, I do want to touch on number 8 in here, Saranya. As you guys were talking, Look, she finished behind Gam's Mission, who is a horse that came back and ran well in her next start, winning the Grade 3 Mint Julep, excuse me. But I like her. She's well composed here, shipping in. She's nicely put together. She's fine, and I'm not going to be surprised when she wins here. I prefer the 7. Saranya has to be, I think, forwardly placed because she doesn't seem as though she's a horse that has necessarily gears. I think she's a product of where she's placed in the race and how the pace shapes up. I think she's a horse that can consistently deliver 12s around the racetrack. So we'll see how getting back to a mile suits her. She does look incredibly fit here, Lafitte, for her second start as a 4-year-old.
3-2 the favorite, Maggie. And Saranya, live look with Florent Giroux. Giroux won a pair of stakes races on this night last year. MIG and live mounts forthcoming. He hasn't won tonight, but considering he's riding Saranya here in this Lady Canterbury, Dynamite in the Mystic Lake Mile, Giroux won that race last year, and in the Mystic Lake Derby, Stitched, 5-2 morning line favorites. So still poised to have a productive night out at Canterbury for Ron.
Yeah, he has live mounts, and he rides well, and him and Brad Cox have a similar philosophy on how to approach races. When a rider and a trainer approach races the same way, they make the horses better. They're not fighting against each other. They're not, having a debate over tactics. They both understand each other and how they want to get things done.
What's the biggest difference between riding for a trainer that you have the mindset, okay, one slip, one mistake, and I'm out, right? Like I have a really short leash, as opposed to a relationship with a trainer where he trusts me even if I make a mistake, even if I lose a race I should win. Like, I'm not going to be fired from every quality racehorse in that barn.
It's like riding with the weight of the world on your shoulders or riding completely free and unencumbered. And so many trainers want to micromanage, and they want to give their riders too many instructions. They want to be in their head too much, and they're going to force them into mistakes. Allow those guys to do their job. You've gotten them ready. You've hired a person that you trust, that you believe in their ability. Now let them do their job. And you'll get so much better out of riders if you just allow them to do their work.
And the production in recent years with Florent Giroux, Brad Cox, and looking for another stakes win here with Saranya. Pictured there, currently 3-2 as we get set for this 6th race, this Lady Canterbury Stakes with a $100,000 purse. Being bet on, I wouldn't say a 2-horse race here, Richie, because you have Saranya, who is currently 3-2. She can't sing 2-1. Also down towards the inside, Amalfi Princess and Javier Castellano looking for a second stakes win in the evening.
Well, that's who I went with, Amalfi Princess. When you go back and if you watch the race that she ran against Saranya at Canterbury last year, Amalfi Princess was an unlucky loser. She kind of lost position in the first turn. She rallied. She had to alter course. She had to make multiple moves in the race, and she just missed. You get Javier Castellano, an inside draw going a mile, not a very long run to the first turn. If she gets a decent trip compared to what she got last year against Saranya, she should turn the tables.
These turf races, stakes races, bigger fields. We do have a few defections, a field of 10 here. Strategically, the contenders, where should Castellano have Amalfi Princess early? Where should Luftberry have? She can't sing in the early stages. And the favorite, Saranya, with Florent Giroux. If she's going to be effective, where should she be placed?
Well, if I'm on Amalfi Princess in Javier Castellano's position, post 2, I'm coming out forward. I'm not sending her, but I'm allowing her to run to the turn. I think the 3 right outside of me, Medalla Match, is sprint speed. She's going to go on. Allow her to make the pace. Let the other 2... She Can't Sing's more of a stalking type. Saranya follow her from the outside. Now, there's another factor here. When horses are coming out of sprint races and they run to the first turn, they don't always corner very well. I want to position myself in behind her. She doesn't corner well. I'm the one taking advantage of inside position.
Our handicappers going in 3 separate directions. Mig with Amalfi Princess. 8-5 is the favorite, with Florent Giroux and Saranya. Giroux involved in a pair of thrillers last year. He won that Mystic Lake Mile by literally millimeters. We'll revisit it later in the show. Defeated ahead in the Mystic Lake Derby. No wins thus far. How much damage will he do by the time the night is over? Giroux on the favorite at 8-5. Saranya, for trainer Brad Cox. We're all set. And at the gate, post time for the Lady Canterbury Stakes. Fillies and mares, 1 mile, $100,000 purse at stake. Post time for the Lady Canterbury.
With Awesome Flower, I'm Betty G, and Evil Lynn last year. Lady Hideaway, one of the locals goes in. Stand by for the Lady Canterbury, and they're racing in the Lady C, and they've broken a line. Great beginning for Medalla Match at 20-1. Medalla Match. Beach Flower, the 9-year-old mare, is keen to go at 30-1. Then it's She Can't Sing and Loveberry, poised to pounce about 3 lengths from the lead. Behind that, Amalfi Princess on the stretch out. And as they corner for the first time in the Lady Canterbury, it's Medalla Match and Lindy Wade setting a reasonable pace. About 5-6 after that, long shot Lady Hideaway to the outside of Saranya, the Oaks champion at Canterbury last year. Then it's Joy of Painting, 10 lengths from the front, about 2.5 clear from Bobo Girl in her turf debut, and Prance Can See Them All. Up the barn side in the 30th running of the Lady Canterbury. And as they pass the half-mile pole, Medalla Match has upset on her mind. Likewise for Beach Flower, the 2019 champion. She Can't Sing gradually is edging in and making it 3 astern off the far turn. Lindy Wade lets Medalla Match cut. She opens up by a half. Here comes She Can't Sing with a rush. Lady Hideaway's making a big move from behind. Amalfi Princess is all dressed up with nowhere to go. Then it's Joy of Painting, and as they head for home, up goes the leader, She Can't Sing. It is She Can't Sing from Medalla Match. Outside of that, Amalfi Princess. Then it's Joy of Painting. She Can't Sing, hitting all the right notes. She Can't Sing, the Lady Canterbury champion.
Hitting all the right notes, says Paul Allen. Indeed, out of the mare, Distorted Music. She can't sing, but she can run a little bit. Takes down this Lady Canterbury Stakes, and Jareth Loveberry for trainer Chris Block.
Well, maybe she can't sing, but she can run. She was stalking from the outside. Beautiful position throughout. Amalfi Princess got a beautiful trip under Javier Castellano, saved all the ground, came out, had dead aim throughout the entire stretch, but She Can't Sing ran through the wire, and Amalfi Princess just second best.
Saranya, Mig, the heavy favorite, a non-factor. Any excuses that you saw at first glance?
Nothing that I could see, apparently, but these are one of those kind of races you go back and watch several times to work out trips.
She Can't Sing, Lothenbach homebred, 7th lifetime victory, takes down this Lady Canterbury, and the winner's share of $100,000 purse. Meanwhile, Penn National, rain falling. 7th race, $25,000 allowance, optional claimers, 6 furlongs, fillies and mares. A couple of 2-to-1 shots, Mig here, number 4. Our Sweet Girl, 9-5 now. And we're all set. Mr. Bogar standing by with a load and call, race 7 live, Penn National.
They're in the gate. There. Cute face, chubby waist, quickest to begin. Leaky Cauldron next the outside. Then from between horses comes Our Sweet Girl. Cute face, chubby waist has it a length. Leaky Cauldron is second. Our Sweet Girl races third. Timely Tradition inside fourth. About 3.5 lengths to Tanya's Gem, who trails here. They race to the half-mile pole. Cute face, chubby waist, clear by a length and a half. Leaky Cauldron chases second. To the outside, Our Sweet Girl is next. Timely Tradition looking for room inside. 3 lengths then to Tanya's Gem. 21-4 for the first quarter. Cute face, chubby waist, on top, a little more than a length, midway through the turn here. On the move, the outside now, Our Sweet Girl going to take her on. Timely Tradition gets through inside. She's joined by Leaky Cauldron, still at the back, Tanya's Gem, as they're at the head of the lane. Our Sweet Girl has a head in front. Cute face, chubby waist is next. Leaky Cauldron moving up now with Timely Tradition with a furlong to go. Leaky Cauldron takes over now. Timely Tradition has moved to second. Tanya's Gem from dead last moving up to gain third. But it's Leaky Cauldron here with Timely Tradition. These two coming down to the line. Photo finish. Very tight here. Timely Tradition or Leaky Cauldron. Tanya's Gem was third.
What a finish. Timely Tradition. Richie, I'm putting a circle around Leaky Cauldron, right? Timely Tradition has other ideas on the outside, on the inside, battling bravely.
I love this mare, Timely Tradition. 8-year-old mare, 14th win of her career, over $500,000 in earnings, bred by Bert and Diana Firestone. This New York bred mare is the definition of hickory. She does not know how to quit. She was beaten, and she snatched defeat or victory out of the jaws of defeat.
She's supposed to throw in the towel. Like she's supposed to throw in the towel. As Mig mentioned, she wins races. Her 14th coming back and taking out Leaky Cauldron in the 7th race, Penn National. We'll have those results when we come back. Also, that jockey, Raylo Gutierrez, been a very productive first half of the year. He'll pilot quick contender Dowajack Chief in the Mystic Lake Derby. That's next on America's Day at the Races.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Great to have you with us. Oh, look at that shot. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com and check out the bonuses available to all members. And watch the 98 Kentucky Derby from an OTB in Manhattan, Richie. Not quite the same experience as watching it Churchill, but it was an experience. How about this experience for She Can't Sing? The Bernardina mare, Jareth Lufberry, guiding her home, top of the stretch. She Can't Sing, picking up that momentum and finding her best stride at just the right time.
It just worked out a lovely trip on the Jareth Lufberry. You know, she was stalking from the outside. He was in no hurry. He just waited, asked the question, and had more than enough left to hold off Amalfi Princess.
Her last 3 wins, She Can't Sing, with Jareth Lufberry in the saddle. Standing by live with Maggie at Canterbury. Maggie.
Lafitte, I think it's safe to say that Jareth has the keys to She Can't Sing's ignition. And Jareth, we saw you confidently handling her, perched right outside the pace, but you made a bold move halfway around the turn.
Yeah, you know, the 4-horse, I sat right behind him and she was able to relax. And I felt that horse getting ready to slow down, and I didn't want to get boxed in, so I kind of tilted her out. When she sees daylight, she gets pretty aggressive, and this speed's been carrying, so, I mean, I felt pretty confident in her.
And watching her races, she does tend to get headstrong. I mean, watching her in the Modesty last time, she was fighting Javiera Castellano the whole way. You seem to have very quiet hands on her. Is that the key to success?
I've been on her a lot, and I give credit to Chris Block and Martine, the whole team. and I've been on her quite a few times in the morning, so I really got a relationship with her. So I know her very well.
Once again, that intimate relationship paying off, but you also have a good relationship with Canterbury Downs, the leading rider here a few years ago. What's it like to come back here on a night like this with all these fans?
Canterbury is probably one of my favorite meets to ride at. You know, the crowd here is amazing, the atmosphere, the people just come up to you and just root for you all the time. You come back, kids giving you candy, they get to know you. It's just a great place to be.
Well, Jared, congratulations with this win.
Thank you very much.
She can sing in this ladies Lafitte, and Jareth, he certainly has a way with that lady.
Really good together, those two. Lufberry, who won last year's Mystic Lake Derby at 15-1 an upset last year. Talented rider, Meg. Tall rider, Jareth Lufberry.
Absolutely tall. Look good finishing, and you know, when a rider knows how to handle their height, they can really stretch out on one. He obviously does. Gave this filly a perfect trip. Malfi Princess second best. How about Raylu Gutierrez at 26-1 finishing third?
Making things interesting. Here's what we've seen thus far in this all-stakes turf pick 5. 1040 Spycraft, She Can't Sing, 580. 2 left of the stakes races this evening. Coming up with the Mystic Lake Mile Stakes and the Mystic Lake Derby races 6 and 7 from Canterbury Park. Meantime, that was an exciting finish here. Megan, as you pointed out, timely tradition, just knows how to win races.
I think she's got to muscle her way out around horses here. Look at the contact she makes for the eventual runner-up.
Excuse me.
She had to make some room there, otherwise she's up on heels. Now she's passed. She's down by almost 3/4 of a length at this point in mid-stretch. Race is over, no?
Had a circle around the 6.
No, don't tell Timely Tradition that. Timely Tradition's like, no. Hold my beer. I'm coming back. Watch this. And she just wants it. And I love this mare. Earner of over $500,000. This New York bred filly bred by the Firestones.
Campaign Genuine Risk. Second filly to win a Derby. Trainer Leroy Jolly did not want to run. It was the Firestones who said, no, we're running. 13-1, something like that. The second filly ever to win a Kentucky Derby in 1980.
General Assembly, Honest Pleasure, so many over the years, partners in theatrical, just, you know, basically people that have been so critical, a key component of our racing game for so many years. And here they have a New York bred filly that they don't own anymore, but still getting it done.
Normally like a recipe for disaster, right? Like the owner's calling the shots, trainer wants to do one thing, owners want to do something else. On that afternoon, resulted in a Kentucky Derby win. Meantime, racing continues. Canterbury, the Mystic Lake Mile. That's next. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Home front foot.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now he's earning his stripes by siring stars. Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Here comes Aeronymous, and Cinco Star repels the challenge.
Paul Allen thought dead heat. So did I. Godolphin's Hieronymus, Florent Giroux over Cinco Star, Alonso Quinones by next to nothing. Richie in last year's Mystic Lake Mile.
Wow, this is just one that you couldn't separate. Obviously, we needed the camera to figure it out, and just head bobs up and down. Two riders, two horses straining, giving it all. Didn't deserve a loser.
Not by that much. Thriller Mystic Lake Mile, Richie. How much pride do you take as a rider? Winning a stakes race. When you're the winning rider, when you win by just that much.
Well, the shorter the margin of victory, the more you feel like you had a hand in the success of it. You know, you win by 5 lengths. Anybody could have rode that horse. Win by a nose, and you can look back on it and go, there are 3 things I did that maybe someone else wouldn't have done that I got it done. So you feel like that you really helped make a difference.
Just a thrilling addition in last year's Mystic Lake Mile. What will we see tonight? We have the horses in the paddock. That is the next stakes race coming up here from Canterbury, the 4th leg in the all-stakes turf pick 5. We'll have a chance to see the field and updated odds. Another mile event, another full field, $100,000 person. This has really been the theme tonight, Richie, with these stakes races. It's so much of it is trip, racing luck, just playing a big role in the outcome and how these races are going to be run.
Well, big fields and turf racing, trips play such a role in it, and getting good position, making sure you secure that position going into the first turn, it sets up the entire race.
Field and updated odds. Key scratch 2 Emmys. Morning line favorite is out. We'll run at Hawthorne on Sunday. Mr. Dumas, number 6, the current favorite, 9-5. Field of 11, 1 mile, $100,000 purse. And take a look at number 7, Tut's Revenge. Had a great view of that Hieronymus Cinco Star duel you just watched, finishing in 3rd. But he does know how to win this thing. Let's revisit the 2020 Mystic Lake Mile. Another stirring stretch drive. Make Tut's Revenge in front and watch him dig in the stretch.
You know, unlike in the 2021 Mystic Lake Mile, where he had to close more, he was in position. He got first run. He hit the front before they turned for home, and he stayed on. Well, last year's edition, he kind of got outpaced around the turn, and then he finished up. But the fact that he had, to me, kind of that resolute grinding style. He's a horse that doesn't seem to really change gears, but stays on doggedly.
And that was 2 years ago. Tut's of Revenge, sharp now. I get it, his last win in the mud, but that's how he prepped for the 2020 Mystic Lake Mile, a win here at Canterbury on the main track. There's number 3, Bellamy's Roan. Mr. Dumas, number 6, currently the 2-1 favorite. That's Team Barber Road, like pre-Belmont Stakes. Raylo Gutierrez to ride for John Ortiz. A couple of days before Barber Road ran in the Derby, Mr. Dumas. In the opening verse at Churchill, even money favorite, in fact, Richie. Mr. Dumas, Spanish Kingdom, like they look like they were poised for the stretch drive and came up a little flat late.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of interesting, though, watching Mr. Dumas. It just felt like he wasn't as comfortable inside the gray horse. When he switched out, he started to find a bit more in between horses. Ran on evenly, but I wonder if he had gotten that first run. If he had gotten clear sooner, would it be finished better? He just seemed a little bit tentative in there. He runs consistently fast enough numbers to win this.
Mr. Dumas, a couple of things from that race. Gray's Fable, the opening verse winner, came back to run last, just a no-show in the Arlington at Churchill this month. And while you're looking at number 7, Tut's Revenge, Mr. Dumas, watch him in the middle of the race. He was aggressive. He was pulling, like needless energy spent, not helpful. Something to watch in the middle of this upcoming Mystic Lake Mile Stakes. Maggie Wolfendale standing by with this Mystic Lake Mile Paddock Report.
I'm glad you brought that up, Lafitte. We're just going to go numerically, though, so I'll get to Mr. Dumas in a second. I want to start, though, with number 1, Street Ready, a horse who last time ran on the Churchill Downs turf course a little bit later in the meet. I thought it was a strange ride for the fact there was no sense of urgency with this horse who maybe, when you look back through his record, his best races have come, at least figure-wise and finish-wise, when he's more forward, and maybe he just wasn't handling the course at Churchill, though he did run on well, and he did find himself back there just because he did not get away that well. Now he's drawn on the inside once again. I like this horse, though. I think they're going to run away from him a bit, and he's going to be able to close into the pace. He is very laid back here in the paddock, so hopefully he can turn on the afterburners when he needs to. But physically, he looks tremendous. As number 6, Mr. Dumas, as I was mentioning, you know, he was ridden for forward position, and then it kind of flipped a switch with him. You know, he got very headstrong down the backside, as Lafitte was saying, behind Gray's Fable, who was able to wire the field. He was wearing a titanium hood that day, and the titanium hood has worked on many horses to kind of calm them down. He's not wearing it tonight. He just has a lot of cotton stuffed in his ears. He's sharp, but he's not doing too much, where last time he seemed very relaxed too. So just a little bit of a change of equipment. He looks great physically. We'll see how they ride him today. A horse that just really caught my eyes, number 11, Dynamite for Keith DeSormo. Truth be told, when Keith DeSormo's horses show up in a paddock I'm working, I do tend to like them. They're horses that are big, strong, they carry great conditioning, and they're also very confident in their demeanor. This guy has run fast enough races. He is cutting back a bit, which concerns me a tad, but look, you're going to get a decent price on him for a horse that physically looks best in the paddock. Lafitte?
11-1. Maggie likes what she sees. Dynamite. I hear those J.J. Walker Medicare commercials in my sleep, maybe. In my sleep. Dynamite. Florent Giroux. Called the post for this Mystic Lake Mile Stakes. Think he's enjoying this big night out of Canterbury?
I think that man is having as good a time as
Loving
anybody at Canterbury Park.
Getting his money worth. Post parade for the Mystic Lake Mile Stakes. Street ready, drawn inside 10-1.
I think definitely a contender, and I wouldn't mind seeing him use that closing style.
Spanish Kingdom. This is his first race since that opening verse we just watched, where he ran 4th, 6-1. Long shot number 3, Bellamy's Roan. Make the rider Ruben Fuentes.
Well, here's a horse getting on the turf for the first time that's got more of a closing style, which is a good style, I think, for this race.
Morning line favorite out to Emmys, My Indy, first or second in 8 straight turf races.
All his turf races are good. Last race kind of dirties up his form in the mud last time.
He has to relax. Watch him in the middle of the race. Needs to shut it down, Mr. Dumas.
I think he gets that opportunity because I'm seeing a plethora of speed in here.
Tut's Revenge, 3rd tour of Mystic Lake Mile duty.
Tut's Revenge does his best work when he's involved, and there's a lot of pace in here. If he's overly involved, does he use himself too much? Definitely a main contender.
Harry Hernandez seeking another victory on the night. Canterbury, number 8, is goalie. What happened in that Temperance Hill was simply bizarre with stablemate Lone Rock. Just bizarre.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand it either. This horse has been showing speed routing. Last time he was eased. Don't know what to make of it.
Shut off. His stable is just bizarre. Number 9, Drama Chorus, a Florida-bred Turf Classic winner in March at Tampa.
Definitely has speed figures that makes this horse a contender. Speed.
Number 10, Rochambeau, co-owned by David Ungordo, trained by wife Cherie DeVoe.
Horse that at times shows high speed, could be a part of this pace as well, although is more versatile.
Dynamite. Maggie loved what she saw. 10-1 if you like him for Preakness-winning trainer Keith DeSormo.
You remember the most recent commercials. I'm older than you. I remember the series, the sitcom. So
I love the show. Are you kidding? I just hear those commercials in my sleep. It's a little intrusive. 10-1 at Dynamite. Agent Peter Graves to the outside. Pedal to the metal, Jermaine Bridgemahan, right?
This is the main speed. This horse has sprint speed. He's got an outside post. He's got one way to go. And he definitely adds to the pace dynamic of this race.
Very quick to the outside field for the Mystic Lake Mile. Wide open post time, 3 minutes. And just a heads up, Naira Bet Saturday contest, they're back. Show off your handicapping skills and $300 online live money contest on Saturdays featuring racing from Belmont. Win cash prizes and seats in the next week's $300 contest. Registration ends 5 on Friday, 5 p.m. Friday. Visit naira.com/contest to learn more. 3 minutes out. Mystic Lake Mile Stakes. Let's get back to Mr. Dumas. Number 6, current 2-1 favorite. So we touched on the key is him shutting down here. Richie in for a rider who's going to be trying to do everything he possibly can, Raylo Gutierrez, to get Mr. Dumas to wait till the very end to use most of his energy, to finish in the stretch as opposed to fighting his jockey in the middle of the race.
I think the amount of pace that's in here, that's not going to be a concern. I think Raylo, having experience with him now, break into your hands, allow him to go forward into the first turn. But there's enough speed outside, particularly with the likes of the 12 agent Peter Graves, that I think that they're going to lead him. They're going to take him off the bridle, and he's going to be able to get very comfortable. It's not a race that appears to me that's going to slow down a great deal in the middle.
JK, Mr. Dumas, 2-1 favorite, 2 minutes out.
Yeah, I think he's going to get a great setup in front of him. And just to elaborate a little bit on the pace of this race, Richie mentioned in passing just now, there's a lot of speed drawn towards the outside. And a lot of times what I found in races is when there's a lot of speed drawn towards the outside, there's a lot of riders that have zero choice but to go forward as to prevent their horses from being wide. That kind of ensures that the pace will materialize. Sometimes if the speed is on the inside in the middle of the field, sometimes one will get loose and the other will just take back. I think with the situation with the speed to the outside, it should set up really nicely for the 6, Mr. Dumas. And the other horse that I thought, 2 horses to the inside, the 1 Street Ready and the 2 Spanish Kingdom also could work out a nice trip. The 1 Street Ready last time ran into a loose winner, a wire-to-wire winner, and now is drawn towards the inside with a bunch of speed to the outside. Should be able to save ground all the way around there and hopefully can produce a little bit of a late run. Richie, when you've been on horses drawn towards the inside and there's a bunch of speed to your outside, do you just kind of pop away from there and watch the chaos ensue towards the outside of you?
Jonathan, it's interesting. You don't want to be too quiet. You don't want to be too sedentary. You want to get some position. You don't want that whole wave of horses to fold over and crash on you. You want to get up in there enough where you can get some pocket position. And that doesn't mean engage. But Lafitte, think about it. You're at the beach and a big wave comes rolling over and lands over you, curls around, throws you in the mud, in the sand, throws you around. That's the same thing with them horses basically falling over you from the outside.
And that feels like an ambush. And those horses and all the jockeys trying to find position in that relatively short run to the first turn. We've seen it all night. The big fields, the mile turf grass stakes races at Canterbury. You will see the Mystic Lake Mile Stakes, we promise. But out at Penn National, it is post time for the 8th race. Field and updated odds, $4,000 claimers, restricted 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and older, 8-5, number 6, Savagery. John Boger standing by with the remainder of the load and call post-time race 8, Penn National.
It is now post-time, all set. They're off. Savagery for the lead. On the outside, Color Guard is there, and here's Wonder In from the rail. Savagery has it a neck. Wonder In's pulling alongside from the inside. These two heads apart now through the opening furlong. 3.5 lengths then back to Grand Fire. Color Guard now back second last. Pecos Bill is the trailer. They race to the forward turn here. Opening quarter up in 21 and 3. Savagery the outside, Wonder In the inside, dueling for command. They've got 3.5 lengths here on Grand Fire. Another 2.5 then to Pecos Bill with Color Guard. Savagery now has won that early battle, opens up by 3.5, 4 lengths coming to the quarter pole. Wonder In back to second. They're then followed by Grand Fire, Pecos Bill inside and Color Guard the outside. It's all Savagery here as they race to the 8th pole, leads by about 6.5 lengths. They're moving up the outside now. Color Guard. Next is Wonder In with Pecos Bill and Grand Fire. Savagery still there with a 16th to go. Color Guard. Wonder In trying to come back. It's Savagery now, Pecos Bill, but Savagery holds on. Pecos Bill got second. Color Guard was third.
Somewhat interesting late, but a tiring Savagery does hold on. In this 8th race at Penn National by a former Wood Memorial winner, defeated Derby favorite Bellamy Road. Savagery in the 8th at Penn National.
The 9th win of his career, was contesting a very fast pace and turned for home well clear. He was on fumes the last 70 yards, Lafitte, but the race was essentially over.
Able to hold on. Able to hold on. Savagery, 8th race, Penn National. Results forthcoming. Crossing over to the turf course, 4th race in this all-stakes turf pick 5, the Mystic Lake Mile Stakes. 1 mile. Mr. Dumas, the favorite here, 2-1, Richie, as they cross over. We check in with Maggie trackside. Maggie, what else have you noticed in the warm-up as we have just reached post time?
Livy, this is a good-looking cast. They've all warmed up well from what I've seen. Do want to talk about a horse that's kind of the Canterbury master, if you will. That's number 9, Drama Chorus. 7 starts on the Canterbury turf course and 4 wins. And this is a horse that arguably maybe has been running on the dirt when he just should have been running on the turf a lot of times. This guy's 5 for 10 on the turf, including 2 back at Tampa, going 1 1/8 miles. Maybe he's a horse, I don't know, maybe you can make the argument that he's a horse that wants to go a little bit further, kind of a longer, stretchier horse, but he's sharp enough here today. He looks great overall. The problem with him is the obvious, is that the other speed horses, and when you cut him back a bit, he might get a little rushed off his feet and just might not play off into his favor. But you can't scoff at this horse's record. And 2, you're getting 9-1. We'll see what kind of trip he works out, as Alonso Quinones still on the quest for number 1,000, Lafitte.
Looking for a 1,000th victory. It was Alonso Quinones, the jockey you're looking at on Drama Chorus, Mig, who was defeated by that flared nostril in this Mystic Lake Mile Stakes last year by Hieronymus and Florent Giroux. Quinones on Cinco Star had to settle for that heartbreaking 2nd place finish. Think this one would mean a lot?
Oh, I'm sure it would mean a lot. And you can't discount a horse that's so accomplished over the course. And you're getting a big price. 9-1 is probably too big a price for this horse. And I got to ride with Alonso Quinones out in California. Yeah. And a very talented guy, a guy who has a lot of ability.
Drama Chorus, as Maggie mentioned, like maybe this is the right surface, but race shape, like on paper, it looks like it works against him. On paper, it looks like a lot of early speed.
Well, and the fact that all that speed is all around him, too. And sometimes when horses leave the gate and the horses around them are the other speed types, they kind of incite each other. They set each other off.
You and JK went Mr. Dumas. Maggie with number 1, Street Ready. We can only hope. Only hope this finish will be as exciting as last year's, with Hieronymus and Cinco Star dueling to the wire in the 2021 Mystic Lake Mile Stakes. What will we see in this year's edition? It's post time. Paul Allen standing by.
Mr. Dumas, 2-1. Stand by for the 10th running of the Mystic Lake Mile. And they're racing. Tut's Revenge stumbled slightly shortly after the start, but recovered okay. And there goes Agent Peter Graves at 45-1. And with 1 lap to go, Agent Peter Graves looks to steal away into the Shakopee night. About 2.5 lengths clear from Local Charge. Drama Chorus, pace hot. Early pace hot as they go around the corner for the first time. Outside of that, Dynamite trapped a bit wide. My Indy is sequestered to the inside as the pace slows down. Agent Peter Graves still in hand and in command. Rochambeau just off the heels of Drama Chorus. 2.5 lengths clear from Tut's Revenge, the 2020 champion. That one is to the outside of Mr. Dumas, trapped a bit to the inside. Bellamy's Roan in the turf debut wide, 8 lengths out of it, 1.5 clear from Goalie. Then we come back to Spanish Kingdom, second last, and Street Ready can see them all, 13 lengths from the lead, and the lead belongs to Agent Peter Graves. Agent Peter Graves attacked by Drama Chorus Gutierrez outside of that Dynamite. Mr. Dumas waiting for the light of day. To the inside of Rochambeau's making a move. After that, My Indius heavy laden. Touch Revenge looks to win 3 in a row, 5 out of it, and they come charging home in the Mystic Lake Mile. Agent Peter Graves still leads. Agent Peter Graves is 45-1. Now taking off is Mr. Dumas, and Mr. Dumas attacks and takes the lead. Mr. Dumas, Forezzo, wins the Mystic Lake Mile.
Of that instant acceleration, Mr. Dumas for what was Team Barber Road, Raylo Gutierrez, John Ortiz, dominant in this Mystic Lake Mile Stakes.
This was as good a ride as you're ever going to see in a turf race. He got this horse to settle at Raylo Gutierrez into the first turn. He avoided any kind of real heavy traffic. He was able to ease up to the inside around the far turn, into the far turn, enough to gain that position without getting shut off or shuffled back. Got the split at the right moment, and then had the horse to explode through the final 1/8 of a mile. This was a terrific ride.
Terrific ride, and his trainer had him ready. John Ortiz with Maggie, live from Canterbury.
This is a proud moment for John Ortiz. And John, you're just saying this is just your favorite horse.
Mr. Dumas, he's very special. He's very special to us. We had him as a 2-year-old. We've gotten to know him over the years. He's just part of the family.
He can be a little tricky. He can be a little bit high-strung. I know last time he was wearing the titanium hood. Today you took it off, put the cotton in his ears. A lot of playing around with him a bit.
Well, it's because he's a character. He's his own person, you know. And this is what I love. This is what I like to say. This is my forte. Is like I always like to find out what type of character a horse has to improve on them so they can do what they do today.
And two, it helps when you have a partner that knows him, Raylo Gutierrez, who just rode him perfectly in this Mystic Lake Mile.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt Raylo knows this horse. I never gave him any instructions besides have fun, tuck him in, wait for the right move, and he did the right thing. So Raylo and his horse get along great. Raylo, another one, part of the family too, so why not?
Johnny, well, congratulations here with your favorite boy, Mr. Dumas.
That's it. Thank you very much.
All right. It's a big team effort. And boy, did Mr. Dumas deliver in this one, Lafitte.
Now that acceleration in the stretch, Maggie, what looked like such a competitive race on paper. Mr. Dumas running away in hiding, and a feel-good story. John Ortiz, not only his favorite horse in the stable, Richie, but for Raylo Gutierrez Ortiz, they went through the Derby preps all winter and spring with Barber Road, and Gutierrez's first ride in the Derby and the Preakness. Ortiz went into a different direction for the Belmont Stakes with Barber Road, Joel Rosario riding. So to see them celebrating this one together, Mr. Dumas, this is it's a story anybody watching that can get behind.
Well, Raylo Gutierrez handled that entire situation with the utmost maturity and the utmost class. And you know, one of the things that Raylo is, he's a college graduate. He's a kid that got his education before he went full-time to riding. His parents, you know, his dad was a trainer at Finger Lakes. He understands the game. And he didn't sulk. He didn't pout. He didn't get upset that he didn't get them out in the Belmont. He wished them luck. And he stayed a part of the team. But that takes a certain level of maturity that a lot of riders, admittedly myself, didn't always have, that you feel like you're being slighted, and ultimately you hurt yourself in a stable instead of handling it the right way. He handled it the right way, and look, he's still a key component in that stable.
Not just about talent, God-given ability, as you mentioned, professionalism, maturity. Raylo Gutierrez. Did you notice a difference, by the way, Mr. Dumas? Was he a little bit more relaxed in the middle stages of the race, something that looked like it cost him in his last couple of races, perhaps?
He really was. I mean, he did get a little bit keen in the middle, but he kind of bargained with him. He didn't take too much hold of him, but he allowed him to march forward enough to get position without doing too much. You have to go back and watch that ride and just key on him from start to finish. That's as good a turf ride as you're going to see.
Last year's Mystic Lake Mile decided by that much? Not tonight. A runaway victory. Mr. Dumas for John Ortiz, Raylo Gutierrez in the Mystic Lake Mile. We're not done yet. Still have the Mystic Lake Derby, the signature race, $150,000 purse. That's next. Also, 3 weeks from tomorrow, opening day of the 154th season of racing at Saratoga.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne Stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
And Echo Zulu now rolls up on the outside to take the lead from Lady Scarlet. It is Echo Zulu in front and drawing away here in the stretch. Echo Zulu putting in an impressive performance here.
Not a bad opening act. Eventual champion Echo Zulu's career debut. Opening day last summer, Mig. That's why we get so excited about 2-year-olds at Saratoga.
You never know what kind of horse you're going to see on any given day in Saratoga. Champions are unveiled in Saratoga. You might see next year's Derby winner. You might see next year's Kentucky Oaks winner. You might see next year's champion turf horse. It's the place where everybody wants to put their best foot forward.
That was just the beginning. She would win the Frizette. She would win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. My Miss Aurelia debuted opening day 2011. Stopped Charging Maria. Opening day 2013. Who will be introduced to this year? Richie, opening day 3 weeks from tomorrow. And for all the great racing we saw last year, that was the story. What you're looking at right there, the fans back at Saratoga.
Absolutely, and they're the best fans in the world. They love the game. There's the people that love to handicap and the people that love the history of the game, and it all comes together in Saratoga.
July 14th, opening day. Can't wait. 154th season of racing at Saratoga. Highlights opening week. You know the drill. Day 1, 2-year-old fillies, Schuylerville. Day 2, first turf-graded stakes race, Forbidden Apple, blockbuster opening weekend. First of 17. 17 Grade 1 events, the prestigious Diana, and finally, blink and you'll miss it, the Quick Call won by Golden Pal last year. Jonathan Kinchin, if I love Saratoga, you're like the mayor. You've been up there since, I don't know, like Thanksgiving. What's the vibe like at Saratoga as we get closer and closer to opening day 3 weeks from tomorrow?
Well, basically, Lafitte, I've been so excited about Saratoga that I just didn't even leave last year. It's my favorite place on earth. It's a hard 8 weeks for all of us. We're busy, but I don't ever want it to end. I want to be there. I could stay there the entire time. It's actually been fun. I got to go to a wedding in the 1863 last weekend and stood up on the porch and looked out onto the infield. And there was old Travers playing on the screen, which was fun. Got to see the construction completing of the new Paddock bar, which is going to be great. Got rid of the tent. They got a full structure there now. Walking by today, even, I saw they're working on the Wilson chute. that will allow for longer than 7 furlong dirt races and shorter than 1 1/8 miles. They've been working on that as well. So the excitement is brewing, I can tell you that much. I'm really looking forward to it, waiting to get all of the racing people back in town. I've been dealing with all these locals. I need some horse racing people.
They call it track season, right? Hey, look, JK, no pressure, but like expectations have to be met, right? Cart talk. The first year, the golf cart didn't even move. Last year, it was like a moving production studio with every like heavy hitter in the game. So how do you step up your game this summer?
I was brainstorming today. I've got some pretty good ideas. Some maybe a couple of owners, maybe some high-profile owners that we could maybe get into the mix. We're gonna be a lot. We'll see. We'll get some more trainers. Probably got to get Chad again. See if he wants. Maybe get him at the beginning of the meet so that he doesn't poke fun at me at waiting towards the end of the meet. It should be a lot of fun. And then obviously we'll be eating lots of food at places that most people know about.
So label count 73. I remember what Chad Brown said to you at the start of Cart Talk last year. He's like, "Oh, you waited till I was the leader in the standings." He says Bobby Frankel would call you a front runner.
He did. I remember that specifically, but really I was just saving the best for last, right? I was just waiting towards the end.
Looking forward to it, JK. Cart Talk with Jonathan Kinchin. So much to look forward to with Saratoga just around the corner. Do you remember like the first time as a young rider? Do you remember the first day you rode?
I remember my first day to Saratoga. I took a horse van up from Belmont. I was galloping horses, and I got there about the 4th race on Travers Day, 1978, and I saw Affirmed and Aladar right from the 3/8 pole. And maybe we won't talk about that result, but that was my first trip to Saratoga, and then I won my first race in Saratoga at 16 years old on a horse named Hilarious for Walter Kelly in the mud. I'm a little disappointed that Jonathan's never asked me to do cart talk.
I wasn't going to say anything.
But
I know we can. I wasn't going to.
Little bit.
Wasn't going to say anything. So many layers, so much to look forward to. The history, the prestige, the tradition. 154th season of racing at Saratoga, 3 weeks from tomorrow. We look forward to seeing all of you there, and of course, we'll be there as well all season. Daily coverage on Saratoga Live, and we have lots to look forward to at Canterbury Park. Marquee event is next. The Mystic Lake Derby coming up next from Canterbury.
Play in the Big Ten BCBC contest September 15th. Canterbury Park is hosting the largest Breeders' Cup betting challenge qualifier of the year. With $120,000 in cash and prizes, 11 BCBC entries will be awarded, and a minimum of $10,000 in cash, $1,000 entry fee, $2,000 live bankroll, 100% of entry money returned as prizes. Play online or on track at the park.
These folks, they aren't the unsung heroes, they are the heroes of our industry, and it's great to be part of an event that recognizes them for all they do for our game. Without them, we really wouldn't have the sport or the industry that we have.
So many of these people that are receiving these awards today have worked so hard, and I think they should all be very pleased to even be a nominee to this thing because they're chosen by their peers.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Gorgeous night at Canterbury Park. Great to have you with us on America's Day/evening at the races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. They'll have an article on America's Best Racing. Why JK hasn't had Mig on Car Talk. You get a lot of traffic. Mr. Dumas, no traffic. Hey, what about Agent Peter Graves trying to steal this thing with Jermaine Bridgemahan finishing second at 45-1?
I mean, what a game effort from him. He had a clear from the outside. He made the lead, and he, other than facing a Mr. Dumas, who was just much the best, he handled everybody else.
We talk about this all the time. Horses that at some point in a race, a front runner who's brave. So like, ignore the odds and everything else you see on paper. You can literally see it, or in your case, feel it underneath you when they get brave, that confidence, like I'm in control now, and you see the very best effort that they can possibly produce. We saw that from Agent Peter Graves.
Well, they get in a good rhythm. Their breathing is good. They're confident. They feel like they're the boss, and it carries them that much further. He ran a tremendous race, especially from that outside post, because he had to be used. But maybe with all the speed that we saw drawn, it worked in his favor, because psychologically everybody goes, all right, he's going to go crazy. We'll sit back. He'll come back. He really didn't come back. He just got outrun by Mr. Dumas.
For a few strides, I'm like, we might see a huge upset, and then a few strides later, it was all Mr. Dumas and winning by daylight. Raylo Gutierrez, John Ortiz, the win here. Again, as we mentioned, it was so close in last year's Mystic Lake Mile with Hieronymus winning by next to nothing. A easiest of wins, Mr. Dumas in the Mystic Lake Mile Stakes. We turn the page, and the final Turf Stakes race, so that all-turf stakes race, pick 5, the main event. Mystic Lake Derby with a $150,000 purse, 3-year-olds, Scratch Slim Slow Slider, who I did think had an outside look. Field of 10, Stitched here at 9-5, who is the favorite, Mig. It's interesting when you look at Stitched and Dowager Chief. Both have done their best work on the lead, so pace is a big part of the conversation. Here's Stitched in the Caesars Horseshoe Indy, slow pace, and Stitched simply takes advantage.
Yeah, very slow pace, and they finished fast. They came home in 12 and change with a turf course that was less than firm, and he kept finding. But I think he's going to have a lot of company on the front end here. I'm seeing another race chock full of speed.
So that's the question. This is going to be different for Stitched. All of his wins in front-running fashion. If things unfold the way they look on paper, he will not be in front tonight. Trained by Greg Foley, who already told the Daily Racing Form, yeah, we're going to be off the pace a little bit. So, like, how do we know this Colt, who's 4-for-5 lifetime on grass and the morning line favorite in the Mystic Lake Derby, how do we know he'll be as effective without the lead?
Well, we don't know, and that's a big question as the favorite. And will he be amenable to it? Is he going to be ranked? Is he going to pull? Horses that pull don't finish as well.
A conversation that we had leading into the Mystic Lake Mile, still part of the scenario going into this Mystic Lake Derby. We check in with Maggie standing by. And Maggie, part of the reason the pace is expected to be so fast is the presence of Dowager Chief, trained by our friend and colleague Tom Amos.
Well, and Tom has been quoted as saying, Lafitte, that they are going. They're not holding back, whereas Greg Foley has cited that they will try to sit back with Stitch. Whether that's how it plays out of the gate, we never know, because you often have to go to plans B, C, D, all the way through F when the gates spring open. But Dowager Chief is a horse that I am actually fairly familiar with, as he started his career on the NYRA circuit. And he was always such a big, good-looking 2-year-old, so he was always a bit physically more ahead than his fellow 2-year-olds. He hasn't changed too much, but that's okay when they're so big and mature as younger horses. But while he is fairly laid back here, I mean, I'm sure they're going to go with him. He looks great for Tom Amos, which is usually the case, and when Tom's horses look good, they tend to run well. So I do like what I'm seeing from Dowager Chief. As we'll move on to a long shot, little interested in number 4, Tonka Warrior, the New York bred nonetheless, stretching out in distance, which I like. Saw this horse in his debut at Oaklawn, and he was pretty green in the preliminaries that day. He had to be saddled in the walk. Granted, the paddock at Oaklawn isn't conducive to horses who can be a bit nervous, as we do see him on his toes here, but he's containing it more than what he did in that debut race. Now, pedigree, Cupid's not the greatest influence, but the dam won the turf. The half was 1 for 3 on it with a 94 buyer. Another half sibling went 3 for 8 on it as well. This guy has a turf hoof. this is a tough spot to try it in, don't get me wrong. He looks fantastic, and I'm not going to be surprised when he likes the green stuff under his feet as the Minnesota bred. I mean, how could you not root for Xavier Davy? Well, he's participated in some tougher races out of town. He was tracking wide the entire way at Keeneland, shuffled back, turning for home, kind of got green down the lane there in Kentucky, and ran on again, picking up the pieces. So it was kind of a race where he ran almost 2 races in 1. He looks fantastic for Mac Robertson, who is perennially one of the leading trainers here at Canterbury Park, Lafitte.
Xavier Dave, as Maggie mentioned, trained by Mac Robertson. The fact that he places him in this spot, and the only runner, Richie, to have defeated Stitched, the morning line favorite, on grass. In his career, the only horse to have defeated Stitched, Xavier Davy, if you like him at 8-1.
And he's got the right style. He's going to be able to close into what appears to be a fast pace. I mean, we're talking about Dowagiac Chief, Tom Amos, who wants his riders to allow their horses to show speed. But there's other speed in here.
Yeah.
A horse like Next Journey's coming out of what I think is a hot pace race at Canterbury going 7.5, and he was part of the pace.
Hold on, man. Star of the show. Star of the show.
To the track. And
You have another 5 minutes in him. Calling the field to post for the Mystic Lake Derby Post Parade, Chrome King, who struggled in his Canterbury debut.
Struggled in his Canterbury debut, has a couple of decent turf races. He's one that's hoping it gets hot, and he comes and picks up some pieces.
Richie's like, don't sleep on this gelding Next Journey.
I just think he's a part of the pace. I don't like him as a win candidate, but I do think he can be a horse that has a little bit of a say in how this race is run.
Tonka Warrior, lightly raced. He's only sprinted on dirt.
He's coming out of sprints. He should have speed as well. He's out of a mare that's thrown 2 turf winners.
More speed. Magoo, front-running win here last month on dirt.
Yeah, another horse that's shown speed on dirt. His one race on turf, he was completely eliminated at the start, so you can't count that.
Come and catch him if you can. Dowagiac Chief and Raylu Gutierrez looking for a stake sweep.
Just don't think he's going to be alone. I think he's going to have company up on the front end.
5-2, second choice, number 7, Switzer. Solid effort in his turf debut at Keeneland.
Yeah, closing, but that was going 5.5. They went 21-3, 44-3, and he was only 3 lengths off the pace.
He might be all right. 11-1, Switzer. Then the favorite in Stitch, that front-running Caesars win at Indy.
If he can relax and stalk from the outside, maybe he gets the trip. I haven't seen that style from him yet.
Not yet. Giroux looking for a first win on the evening. Xavier Davy, just to reiterate, only horse to have defeated Stitched on grass in Stitch's career.
And has more of that natural closing style. He's basically doing what he's comfortable doing.
Number 10, Heaven Street, Sienna Farm homebred for Brendan Walsh now. Javier Castellano rides.
This horse used to have high speed when Steve Asmussen trained him. Then he went to Christophe Coman, who likes his horses to be off the pace and close. Now he's with Brendan Walsh. Does he show speed again?
We'll see what they do early on. Ben's Malice, the Minnesota bred to the outside, 2nd to 7, Heaven Street. In the Columbia at Tampa in March. Good race.
And a natural closer. He's going to have to, get a little faster, but he's got the right style for, I think, a race that's going to get heated on the front
Strong
end.
contention towards the outside. Absolutely. The tricky outside post position, but contention towards the outside. Really intriguing race coming up. 2022 edition of the Mystic Lake Derby. 3-year-olds running a mile on grass. Post time in 3 minutes. Of course, we invite you to join Naira Bets today and play the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. But any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. JK, part of the challenge here, figuring out what will happen early so you can project and predict what's going to happen late. What'd you come up with?
Well, surprise, surprise, our friend Tom Amos understands how media works. Because as soon as he could tell Maggie that he was going to the lead, and he knew that she would talk about that early on the show, it was when he made the lead, right? Because everyone else now, all the riders and the trainers and the connections, they said, well, the 6, they said they're going to the front. They said they're going to the front. They said they're going to the front. Now these other riders, if they are in front of the 6, they're going to start to panic that they're going too fast. I think the 6 will get loose. From a pace figure standpoint, he looks like he can get loose on paper anyways. He's got, I look at Time Form US, it does a pace figure that says how fast these horses are traveling early, and his pace figures are extremely fast. He can make the lead with or without Tom telling Raylu to go to the front. I think they'll go to the front, and I think they'll be tough to catch for a couple of reasons. One, he's got really fast figures, but we talked about it earlier on the show. You know, Lasix aren't permitted in some jurisdictions, and they are in others. This horse ran extremely well with Lasix 3 races back, and now is getting Lasix again. For me, the 6 is loose, wire to wire. If it's not the 6, I'd say it'd be the 9. I think the 8 is going to get stuck in no man's land.
Commentary in the media from horsemen, jockeys, trainer. Richie, how much of an impact does that have in the end?
It would work opposite for me. I'd hear that nonsense and I go, yeah, you want the lead? Let's see how fast you are.
Let's see how hard you're willing to work for it.
I don't like that. You want to play that game? I'll show you how we play this game. We'll go and we'll die together.
It's interesting because you're looking at Dower Jack Chief here, who is 2-5-2 second choice. He ran in the Jeff Ruby Stakes on synthetic. He finished 4th. Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike ran 3rd in that race, by the way. So it's the turf start at Churchill Downs, Tom Amoss says, you can just ignore. Ignore the Grade 2 American turf, where Dower Jack Chief ran last. Fact is, Churchill is having issues with the new turf course, figuring things out, not racing on it now. Richie, Amoss told the Daily Racing Form, you could not win on the lead the first 2 weeks of the meet. Dower Jack Chief has done well since and deserves another chance.
Well, yeah, listen, I will forgive a horse a bad race anytime, particularly on a turf course that seems like they've been having some issues, kind of peeling away from horses. Just not enough knit. Horses like losing their footing a bit.
Some races that you just draw a line through it. That really did feel like a race you could draw a line through. But if there's an upset, you're looking at Next Journey. Give us the sales pitch. Why should he not be readily dismissed in this Mystic Lake Derby?
Well, again, I just think he can have a say in how this race is run. I'm not saying that he's the horse that's going to upset the apple cart here, but I think that he's a horse that could put pressure on, particularly if I've got an inside post and I'm Harry Hernandez, and my horse is coming out of what I perceive as a sharp pace race, and he ran his best race. I'm going forward. If you want the lead, you're going to have to earn it. I'm not just giving it to you. And again, going back to that the whole psychological play here, I didn't like that game. I didn't play that game.
Let's see. Let's see how hard you're willing to work for the lead early on. And Tonka Warrior, this is brand new. He's never done anything but sprint on the main track. Today, 2 turns on grass. What are you expecting?
I think he's got to have speed. He's coming out of sprints. He was on top of a sharp pace last time in the mud. He's out of a mare that's had 2 turf winners, so there is turf pedigree there. She has shown that her offspring have an affinity for turf.
Looks like a house of fire.
And he looks sharp. Cupid, he was fast. He's definitely passed along some of his
distance,
speed.
Cupid.
Yeah, I think he can be a pace player as well.
Maggie liked what she saw, a turf hoof on his toes. Feeling it is Tonka Warrior towards the outside, Heaven Street. I think he's a major player here, Mig. I think the ground loss might be a concern for Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, looking for a second stakes win on the evening, hoping he doesn't get hung wide going into the first turn. He's on one of those every other patterns. Good race, bad race. If that pattern holds true, bodes well for his chances tonight.
And he's a horse that possesses natural speed. If you go back to his 2-year-old form, he was, on the pace, 22, 45 and change. I think he gets a stalking trip. And we've seen horses have success from the outside, stalking from the outside. We saw that with She Can't Sing. She was 3 wide throughout, but in that stalk and pounce position. I agree with you. I think this is the horse that I think is going to be close enough, but not too involved.
Heaven Street, Javier Castellano. Maggie, drawing lines through races. Are you willing to simply ignore Dower Jack Chief and the no-show in the Grade 2 American Turf?
Yes, Lafitte, because we've seen time and time again in other jurisdictions, horses coming from Kentucky, coming from that Churchill Downs course to run much better than what they did in that first few weeks where we saw it debuted, the turf course, and now it's on the shelves. So, yes, I'm willing to forgive him, and I like what Raylu Gutierrez, who is climbing aboard for the first time, what he did with Dowagiac Chief in the warm-up, in that he took him away from the pony, but he never really let him do too much. So kind of really getting a good feel for him. He responded beautifully. He just kind of more or less kept him at a big jog along the outside rail. And it kind of just kept Dowagiac Chief bubbling over a bit. And I think that's kind of what you want to do with this horse. I liked what I saw from this duo out on the racetrack, but I do agree the horse that is right behind him is awfully sharp. And we will see Tonka Warrior forwardly placed. Would also love to see Tonka Warrior participate in New York bred races at some point, but that's neither here nor there. Is Stitched. He is currently your co-favorite at 2-1. He looks great. He looks like a true turf miler. I just couldn't fully embrace him for a horse that's going to try, or supposedly try, something different for the first time, as we've seen him consistently run his best races when he controls on the front end. The one time we didn't see him do that, going a mile and a 16th. I mean, I don't know how you get away with 25-50 opening quarters and halves going a mile, but he managed to do it. I don't think that's the case today. He'll have to prove me wrong. Number 10, Heaven Street. Yes, he does kind of have a good race, bad race look, but he also has a 3-for-3 record going a mile. This is a true miler in his physical makeup. He's smaller, he's typier, he's handy. He's going to like the tight turns here, I think, at Canterbury Park, kind of like, you know, like Tampa. Granted, he won at Kentucky Downs. Maybe I'm talking completely out of turn here, but he is that smaller, agile type of horse. And Brendan Walsh, he does great work, but I looked at his first time off the trainer change on the turf numbers, and they're pretty much in line with what he normally produces from the overall standpoint. He was hitting at about 20%, but he is getting him from one of the greatest turf trainers that we have in this country, in Christophe Clement. But I do give Heaven Street a serious look, Lafitte.
It's been spoiled, Maggie. Heaven Street spent time with, I don't know, North America's all-time leading trainer, Steve Asmussen, Christophe Clement, world-class trainer, and now with Brendan Walsh, having an incredible 2022. There he is with Javier Castellano. Yeah, I'm expecting a big effort from him tonight, Meg, as I know you are as well, your top selection.
Yeah, I just think he's going to work out a good trip. I think he gets to kind of look at the field and stalk from the outside and pounce. Listen, maybe I'm going to miss the mark here. I just think things have to get a bit heated on the front end.
Well, Stitched, who is the favorite? Now Dowagiac Chief. So Amos says let him rip, right, with Raylu Gutierrez. Regardless, I think on paper he's the fastest. We'll see how hard he has to work. Stitched having to try to do something he's never done before, as Maggie mentioned, a front runner that's worked, but he's not really that fast. Can he pass horses? I don't know. We'll find out. But what price do you want to concede in the process?
Well, that's it. There's questions there. And Dowagiac Chief, kind of like Michael Hushin, he liked his horses to show speed, and his philosophy was, well, next time they won't go with us.
See how it all unfolds early on, all set for the marquee event. Post time for the Mystic Lake Derby. Here's Paul Allen.
And they're racing in the Mystic Lake Derby. Switzer would have to bury them from last after getting pinched shortly after the start. Next Journey and Harry Hernandez fly out of the gate at 40-1, and Magoo is right alongside. After that is Stitched. Rider has the red colors, and Stitched is very prominent. There are several in tightly around the first turn. Tonka Warrior turf debut on the stretch out in tightly as the pace intensifies, and that one, Tonka Warrior, is 5 lengths from the front to the inside of Heaven Street, and right behind them is Chrome King at 1,000,000 to 1, overtaken by Dowagiac Chief, who's mid-pack but on the move. Behind that one is Minnesotan Xavier Dave, 2 clear from fellow Minnesotan Ben's Malice, who's to the outside of Switzer, recovering okay after the rough start. Up the barn side into the far turn, and the gray is Next Journey, trying to take the highway home and make that journey into the winner's circle. The lead is less than 1, and going on the move move is Magoo. Magoo is next. After that, we have Stitched looking to win 3 in a row. Right behind them, Tonka Warrior threatening to run a good one. Even farther out is Heaven Street. Ben's Malice circumnavigating, making a 5-wide move. Zavy Dave also is firing. And now they come charging in the Mystic Lake Derby. And with a burst, up goes an impressive Stitched. Opening up on Ben's Malice. The Q trying to get his 1,000th in the Derby. But he ran into a toughie named Stitched. And Stitched has the Mystic Lake Derby all sewn up.
Stitched. The questions about how effective he could be if denied the lead early. Stitched in the Mystic Lake Derby. Florent Giroux, Greg Foley team up.
Yeah, this horse got bounced around a bit at the start too, but he was able to go forward and get forward position. He answered the question. He could rate from off of horses, and he kicked on. Dowagiac Chief was compromised at the break too, never got any sort of position. Looked like Heaven Street was making a winning run. He flattened out a little bit after a wide run. In the 11, Ben's Malice, big price, but a true closer in a race that to me was crying out for someone to come from off the pace.
We looked back at last year's Mystic Lake Mile in that thrilling finish. Hieronymus over Cinco Star. Florent Giroux denying Alonso Quinones, as Paul Allen referenced. Quinones looking for that 1,000th career victory with Ben's Malice. Stitch was having none of it, and Florent Giroux a first win of the evening.
It always seems like riders, trainers roar up to these milestones, and then they pause. They get stuck, and it takes them a little while to break through. It's a phenomenon I've seen time and time again.
I feel like we could spend a lot of time at what happened at the start of the race and expecting to see the pace materialize early on. We know that Dowagiac Chief didn't have the best of starts. I'm not quite sure what happened, so we'll make sure and look at the start of the race, though. But not, again, they don't run the races on paper. It looked a certain way on paper. Things did not unfold in the early stages the way you thought they might.
No, and
the way all of us thought they might.
No, I mean, we saw one horse get loose, Next Journey, who was a long shot. Again, a horse that I thought would show good speed, but I think a lot happened at the break.
So Dowagiac Chief, let's take another look. The start moments ago, this Mystic Lake Derby, number 6. What happens with Dowagiac Chief?
It looks to me like he just broke a little bit awkwardly.
A little tardy, little sluggish.
Yeah, just didn't get quite his feet under him as quickly. And actually, I was mistaken. The 8-horse Stitched actually got away clean enough. It was just the 6 kind of it almost looks like the ground breaks away from him a little. He breaks into his left lead. He breaks out a little bit. He just wasn't handy leaving the gate. I'd love to go back and look at that again. Then you see a little bit of a jam up into the first turn.
Magoo flashing his speed as expected. Next Journey as you thought he might. And Stitched winds up in a perfect stalking trip. But did we know? We didn't know that would be the perfect stalking trip because he had never passed a rival in any of his previous 4 wins.
No, but to be fair, you got Next Journey, a long shot, who I thought would be a part of the pace in front of you. You got to feel pretty confident those horses are going to come back to you, right? So you allow your horse to take you there and build his confidence. And when they take those horses kind of easily, again, their confidence blows up. They get bigger.
I think we were just expecting Dowagiac Chief to be that much quicker leaving the starting gate. It wasn't a severe stumble. He wasn't bumped. It just, when you were expecting a burst, you got just kind of an even break.
Well, it almost looked like he went to stumble but caught himself. And like I said, he broke into his left lead and broke out. And by the time you have to straighten a horse up, you're talking about split seconds here that cost you position.
And for Stitch now, 5 of 7 lifetime. Make that 5 of 8 lifetime. All of them on grass and an extraordinarily professional effort tonight. I think back to the Louisiana Derby when Epicenter won. Different brand of racing on dirt. I get it, road to the Derby. But when he won that night, it wasn't just that Epicenter won. It's that he showed us a brand new dimension. Doesn't have to be in front in order to be effective. Winning formula leading to the Kentucky Derby. Ran second to Rich Strike. What we saw from Stitched tonight, you feel that much better about how effective he can be moving forward
Well,
after what he did tonight.
But having that versatility just opens up a whole new avenue for you. If nobody goes, you know he's very comfortable setting the pace. If there's pace on, you know he can stalk and pounce. It opens up a whole new world, and it makes it so much easier for a rider to ride a horse like this because you go in with a clear mind. They go quick, I'll follow. They go slow, I'll lead.
Again, they create their own luck. For Stitched, Florent Giroux, Greg Foley. Giroux, 2 wins last year on this night of racing at Canterbury, his first win this evening. So many trips you'd like to go back and watch. I'd like to go back and watch Ben's Malice, who was parked outside to begin with, and how much ground he may or may not have lost during the course of the race. I'm not saying it would have made a difference, but from a tough post, he did run very well. Valiant second-place finish.
To get a handle on racing, and particularly turf racing in big fields, if it's a 10-horse field, you need to watch that replay a minimum of 10 times.
6:20, Stitched, big effort. Ben's Malice. I think Quinones has seen about enough of Florent Giroux out of Canterbury Park.
Yeah, especially when he wants to get that 1,000th win. I'm sure it's weighing on his mind. Maybe that's one of the reasons why it takes a little while to break through.
Was there a jockey? Was there a guy who just, man, whenever it seemed like in a big race, in a big spot, it was always this guy, the difference between me and celebrating that win in the winner's circle?
You know, one guy that never gets the credit for being as strong a finisher as he was and was the toughest guy to get by that I knew was Ruben Hernandez. Ruben Hernandez, you'd get a neck on him at the 8th pole, and he would start breathing through his nose, and he would sound like a steam train. And you go, oh, I know he's coming back, and he'd come back. He was as strong. He was a Lafitte Pink guy. Your dad's kind of strong. He finished like that amazing rider that very underrated.
Sandy Hawley, P-Val, Patrick Valenzuela drove my father insane. Like drove him nuts. Sandy Hawley would lose, 8 lengths on both turns, changing his whip like in his mouth, right, and still beat him. P-Val, horses would break faster, run farther than he would from anybody else. Sometimes it happens. Tonight, Alonso Quinones having to settle for second once again. Florent Giroux gets the money in this Mystic Lake Derby. We'll have much more coming up. 2 races left still from Canterbury Park and their biggest night of racing as our coverage continues. America's Day at the races on Fox Sports 2.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you in part by Run Happy, now standing in stall #1 at Claiborne Farm. Well, the Mystic Lake Derby, it was all about the co-favorite, actually, as Stitched. He got the job done, and we saw different tactics with Florent Giroux aboard, as I'm pleased to be joined by assistant to his dad, Travis Foley. And Travis, your dad had been, in the papers saying that you guys felt confident that Stitched could rate, and he just looked so comfortable out there today.
We thought that going the last couple of races, and he just more inherited the lead than felt like he had to be part of it. And even when a horse would lay on him, he did it comfortably. And just looking, there was a lot of pace, even though it kind of played out differently than I probably thought it would. We kind of felt that however the race played out, he would be okay.
You and a lot of people, I think, Travis, but you were saying this horse is just really coming into his own right now.
He's just been steadily improving. I mean, again, just going back to his first race, it seems like an eternity ago, but it was a little over 6 months. He ran something terrible, just totally green, and he just progressed through he actually broke his maiden for 30, and now he's a multiple stakes winner and looks like he's just continuing to improve.
And co-owned, bred by your friend Nathan McCauley. I'm sure he would be pleased to be here tonight, but also a pretty cool presentation that you're presented with that quilt too.
Absolutely. I apologize for the winner's circle. It's obvious we had never won a race or even been here before, but we had a good time. I wish Nathan was here. He's actually finishing up the Ascot tour. So what's up, Nathan? And I wish you were here.
I hope he's asleep because it's like 2 o'clock in the morning there. But hopefully he'll watch a replay. Congratulations. Job well done.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us, guys.
Well, Travis Foley getting the job done, representing his dad, Greg, very well here with Stitch in this win in the Mystic Lake Derby, guys.
Somebody will wake him up. Somebody will wake him up. Stitched. Good year to be a former $30,000 claimer. Derby winner, claim for $30,000. Rich Strike, Stitched. He ran for $30,000, breaking his maiden at Fairgrounds, and now a multiple stakes winner. $620 for your would-be $2 investment.
A little bit of change in tactics, just off the pace. Ben's Malice closed to round out a very generous exacta there.
Impressive performance. Stitched over Ben's Malice, Heaven Street. Fun night of thoroughbred racing out at Canterbury Park. And in that all-stakes turf pick 5, the biggest price Spycraft 1040. Handicappers doing a good job this evening. Richie, 544 the payout in the pick 5 tonight at Canterbury for the all-stakes turf pick 5.
Yeah, they were all over it at Canterbury, and great night of racing. Still a couple more races to go, but all the stakes action done, and finally got dark there, or kind of darkish.
In tough racing to handicap with those big fields, but formful in the end. Still have 2 races left coming up. Canterbury Park here at Belmont. The 3-year-old filly division is incredibly deep. We'll see that at Saratoga with the long-distance 3-year-old fillies, the middle-distance 3-year-old fillies. But first things first, on Saturday, we have the Grade 2 Mother Goose. The field was drawn earlier today, and for those who perform well, maybe a shot in a race like the Coaching Club American Oaks. We saw that a season ago. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, the Mother Goose, 3-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th. 5 of them familiar names. Jose Ortiz to ride Venti Valentine. Richie, Venti Valentine, we saw in the Gazelle in a 2nd place finish. What do you make of her from what you've seen thus far? What are you expecting her moving forward?
Well, I think, when we talk about putting line through races, her Kentucky Oaks was too bad to be true. All of her other races are outstanding, and she's a filly that'll fight you for it. She's tough.
We'll revisit that effort in the event. And then Juju's Map, though. Florent Giroux just won the Mystic Lake Derby. He'll be aboard Juju's Map. Last seen running 2nd to Echo Zulu in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies before she did this in her 3-year-old debut at Churchill Downs.
A very nice comeback. You'd like to win your comeback, but not get to the bottom of it. You want to use it as a stepping stone, something to move you forward. And she got everything she needed out of this. It was basically a paid public workout. She got to control the pace. Didn't set slow fractions, set legitimate fractions. Wins ease down. This is the perfect comeback race.
And exciting, because based on that, and based on what she does in the Mother Goose, okay, can we start talking Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks, or the Alabama, or some of those top-tier 3-year-old filly races at Saratoga?
Well, absolutely. She's already a Grade 1 winner. She won the Alcibiades as a 2-year-old going a mile and a 16th. She was good enough to be competitive going 5.5. Obviously not what she wants to do. Comes back, wins going a mile, wins a grade 1. Second to Echo Zulu. When Echo Zulu was head and shoulders above the other 2-year-old fillies, it feels like the rest of the crowd's caught up a bit. They've matured, where Echo Zulu was just that much more mature at 2. But this filly has done nothing wrong. She's very good.
And she didn't have to fight for it at all on that afternoon. That was just a blowout. Talent outclassing him. You mentioned Venti Valentine, though. When you push her, she's going to shove you right back.
She's tough. This is a New York bred, and she knows she's from New York. Don't brush her on the sidewalk. She's going to put her shoulder into you and say, "You talking to me?" She's tough. And listen, her Kentucky Oaks, like I said, too bad to be true. But all of our other races have just been outstanding. You know, she was second best in the Gazelle after she did all the heavy lifting towards the front end on, you know, maybe a day when it wasn't exactly the place she wanted to be. The other thing, too, is that's a 2-turn mile and an 1/8. Now she gets to go a 1-turn mile and a 16th. She's been training steadily. She's a tough filly. Don't stub your toe around her. She's going to make you pay for it.
The 3-year-old filly division at the very top, long distance. Nest just ran second in the Belmont Stakes. Secret Oath, Kentucky Oaks winner. She's bound for Saratoga. The middle distance races, all leading up towards the grade 1 test. Matarea, what she did in the Acorn. And let's not forget that Echo Zulu is still Echo Zulu. She scratched just before the Acorn. Look forward to seeing her resurface at Saratoga.
Yeah, she went for a full physical. We'll see how everything turns out, and hopefully we'll see her back in training. Don't sell her short. Her Kentucky Oaks was terrific.
Some would argue the best effort of her career.
Yeah.
A little bit like Zenyatta in that matter. I'm not comparing the two, but the best effort of her career, arguably in a losing cause.
No, she was part of the pace. She fought hard. It was only her second start off the layoff. But I think they're regrouping, and I think a mile and less is going to be where she really excels. So a race like the grade 1 test, if she's healthy and good, is where we should be hopefully looking for her down the road.
And just an exciting division with a lot of
really is.
depth. These 3-year-old fillies. That's the featured event, America's Best Racing Race of the Week, the grade 2 Mother Goose. Coming up from Belmont Park, Mother Goose and the Wild Applause. And on Sunday, the Dancin' Renee. We'll have it all for you right here on America's Day at the Races.
Good racing, and Belmont Park has so much to offer, and we'll have the Belmont Oaks, the Belmont Derby. Can't wait to make that trek north.
We're so excited about Saratoga, and understandably so. But again, as Big mentioned, still lots of top-class racing right here at Belmont Park over the next few weeks. Opening day, Saratoga, 3 weeks from tomorrow. We'll step aside. When we come back, horses in the paddock, riders up, 2 left at Canterbury Park. Stay tuned.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be cow bred.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, wiring the field in the Amsterdam.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Cup champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
sun setting at Canterbury Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Great to have you with us. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Hillendale out of Lapa. Post-parade race 9, we start with JJ's Wildcat. Kelsey Hart drawn inside 9-2.
Kelsey Hart had a nice winter at Oaklawn Park. See if she can take that form to Canterbury. Inside post got to work out a trip.
Overseas letter overlay number 3, Westa Waverly contender.
Yeah, Westa Waverly definitely a contender. Dropping in class could be the key.
6-5 favorite devoted to you pictured.
Speed and should be forwardly placed.
Long shot. Twilight Liaison, the last several have left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, well beaten at this same level would have to really turn it around.
Number 6, Mark of Valor. That maiden win in his 4th career start by daylight in front-running fashion.
Yeah, a lot tougher. Break your maiden for 7,500. Now you're running for 15,000 against winners. A lot tougher.
Number 7, Pass the Cat. 1 for 13 lifetime. Off the board in his last pair. There he is.
Yeah, another one that just feels like would have to get better to compete here.
It's outsiders towards the outside. And number 8, Gone a Lil Lou Who would be a mild surprise here now with trainer George Smith.
Yeah, would be a surprise. Was looking at George Smith's stats, and I believe this is one of his first runners. I could not find any on Equibase.
See what Gone a Lil Lou Who does in his 12th career start. The 1 victory. Maggie Wolfendale standing by. These Minnesota breds, $15,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime, all for sale, all 1 for something, 6 for a long sprint. Looking at JJ's Wildcat, 5-1. Maggie, but the favorite, number 4, devoted to you at 6-5, 4 minutes out.
Yeah, we'll take a look at number 1, JJ's Wildcat. Protected last time, Lafitte for the waiver, in for the 15 here, second off the layoff. Had to do that over a muddy racetrack and just did not seem to handle it. But before the break, throughout the meet here last year, was progressively getting better. So he feels like a horse that needs to race into fitness. He couldn't look any better than he does here tonight. I mean, just a resplendent coat to him. He does look fit. Wish on track he had a little bit more energy. I liked him a bit more in the paddock. Now watching him warm up, I'm just like, grab a hold of the bit a little bit more, buddy. But I don't know him. Maybe he's always like that. As we'll move on to number 4, devoted to you, 6-5 here. Another horse coming out of that same race that we saw. JJ's Wildcat, devoted to you, obviously ran a bit better, finishing 3rd. He dueled with the horse that finished behind. The winner sat a perfect trip, and ultimately it was a race that kind of fell apart. And I think devoted to you probably got what he needed out of it and moves forward. It looks incredibly fit here. Second off the bench, back to a fast track. And again, a horse that was prior to the layoff running races that make him a winner. And then this is a bit of a long shot and a stretch, but number 6, Mark of Valor, he got my check mark in the paddock. Just looks incredibly healthy. I know his numbers. And he only has 2 numbers out of 4 races. The other ones, he didn't even, finish, basically. But sometimes when that proverbial light bulb goes off, you see horses start to improve their form. I know breaking his maiden for 7,500 last time out on the lead. I don't know if he gets to do that here yet again, but certainly a horse that at least grabbed my attention from the physical perspective, Lafitte.
So he looks good, Maggie. Mark of Valor, Richie, in one of those races, a little will go a long way. And if nothing else, maybe he has taken that step in the right direction. He graduates that first career win. I understand he's facing winners for the first time, but at least he's moving in the right direction, Mark of Valor.
And he showed good speed last time, which I think is a commodity that's lacking in this race. So this horse should be forwardly placed. And it's always been my experience, Lafitte, with lower level horses being forwardly placed is a good thing because they're less likely to get discouraged.
Get their confidence going. You're looking at overseas letter. Why ignored to an extent? 4-1 on the morning line. Alonso Quinones just finished 2nd in that Mystic Lake Derby. 9-1 here.
Well, because he was beaten for 7,500 last time. He was claimed. He moves up to 15. He was only beaten 2 lengths. Honestly, his numbers aren't that far off, even with that effort. You can go back to last June when he broke his maiden first asking, going 4.5 furlongs. And this race is restricted to Minnesota breds. So you're kind of restricting the talent pool a little bit. How many Minnesota breds? I'm not exactly sure of the number, but far less than you would go 20,000 average the entire nation, far less Minnesota breds.
And a conversation we've had in the past for newer viewers and followers to the sport, these restrictions and these races designed by the racing secretaries at the different tracks around the country to provide the most competitive races possible. If these horses were running versus open company, it wouldn't be very competitive.
No, they wouldn't be nearly as competitive. And there's an enhancement. There's a bonus for state breds. Like the New York breeding program is tremendous. Mm-hmm. There's bonuses involved for breeding and being by New York Stallions. We had the Stallion Stakes over the weekend for New York breds. The same here, the Mystic Lake Purse Enhancement Fund for Minnesota breds.
Devoted to You, the favorite, 7-5. Does that feel about right? There is a lot to like with him in terms of comparing him to the others.
I think there is, because this horse had one race off the layoff off of this maiden breaking win back last August, August 29th of 21. And this horse has speed, and there's not a tremendous amount of speed signed on here. So now this horse has a race under his belt. He broke his maiden for 7,500. You see he's got a little bit of a propensity to want to lug in. You see the rider going to a left-handed crop, correcting him a little bit. If he's in front, that's something that you'd have to worry less about. He should be closest to the rail, and you don't have to worry about correcting him as much. Horses that come off a layoff, Lafitte, that have speed, it's harder for them because they run the whole race. Horses that are closers can go into a race not quite as fit because they don't run from the bell. They take their time, make a run.
I think that's a good point, because a lot of times horses will have been on the sidelines for whatever reasons, and they come back, and there's this automatic assumption, well, he or she must improve off of that. Like, not necessarily. But in this case, a perfect example of a runner that with that race under his belt and his running style, every reason to improve.
Yeah, again, he was involved last time. He was fighting it out. He had every right to get a little bit tired. I think he makes a lot of sense. I happen to like the 3 a little better, Wester Waverly.
Why?
Another horse that's coming off a layoff was running in allowance races. He takes a drop in class. He's the only horse making a clear-cut drop in class in this race. And sometimes that's the great equalizer, just getting in with horses that are a little bit lower level. You don't want to knock them. They are what they are. They run to their ability. But this horse, to me, is the horse making the true drop in class.
These $15,000 claimers, all non-winners of 2 Minnesota breds. Do you have a favorite claiming runner that you rode multiple times? Does any one particular horse come to mind?
Well, several come to mind immediately, but Creme de la Fête would be number one. He was Hickory. He was a horse that everybody in New York knew. I rode him from the time I was a 7-pound apprentice, before I had won 35 races, all the way till I was a journeyman and won over 1,000 races over a 5 or 6 year span, won 16 races on him. He was just one of those horses that showed up every time. I call them lunch pail horses. Mm-hmm. They bring their lunch pail and they go to work, and he could win from 6 furlongs to 1.25 miles. He was a phenomenal racehorse, the backbone of our game.
You can understand why racing fans fall in love with the Zenyatas, the Rachel Alexandras, the American Pharaohs, the Justify. Seemed like back then, when horses may have run a little bit more often, how incredibly popular those old throwback claiming horses would be with the local fan bases.
Creme de la Fête was one of the first horses in the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation herd at Wallkill Correctional Facility, and I've actually been up there and visited his grave.
Great stuff. Wow. Great stuff. Devoted to You, the favorite here at post time. Paul Allen with the call, 9th of 10 from Canterbury Park.
Last in line. And they're racing. Perfect start. JJ's Wildcat is wild with speed out of the gate to the inside, but the lead has been taken over by the class-dropping Westa Waverly, who runs away by 2. It is Westa Waverly from Twilight Liaison. Then outside of that, Mark of Valor is advancing with 3.5 to go. Then it's JJ's Wildcat, Overseas Letter. That one's to the inside of Devoted to You, who's beginning to steamroll in. 7 lengths behind that to the 7 past the Cat, and the Cat just passed Gone a Little Loo-Hoo. They're covered by 14 around about the quarter pole. West of Waverly and Luis Negron by 3. It might be an ever-widening 3. Mark of Valor is 2. That one's outside. Then we come back about 2, 2.5 to the inside. Twilight Liaison, Devoted to You's plugging away just to the outside of Twilight Liaison. Chasing West of Waverly. Here comes Twilight Liaison. Make that Twilight Liaison to the inside with Devoted to You. Twilight Liaison, 35 to 1.
A shocker in this 9th race, Canterbury Park, 35 to 1. Twilight Liaison, 1 for 21 coming in, registers a second career victory in his 6th try at Canterbury Park. Wow.
Yeah, and a horse got a dream run up the inside under Ezekiel Lara. The 3 horse was on the lead. Western Waverly did not corner well, and the Twilight Liaison took full advantage of that inside run and gets it done at a big price.
Hey, can you Monday morning quarterback this one for me?
Can I figure out how
this
this horse
one
won?
together? Like how? How did this? Can you look at paper and put anything together? This is okay. If I reach a little here and stretch there, and okay, and put that piece of the puzzle together. Like how did he just do that?
The only thing I can come up with lower level horses, it's who felt good on the night.
he felt best. Rallying along the inside, Twilight Liaison. 1 for 21 coming in. Big upset. You heard the excitement in Paul Allen's call in the stretch. Twilight Liaison in the 9th race at Canterbury Park. We'll have those results when we come back. And a recap. The stakes activity, biggest night of the year of racing at Canterbury Park. Stay tuned.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Everyone's still trying to figure out what just happened at Canterbury Park. Welcome back to America's Day/Evening at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Northern Stars Racing Festival, rather formful throughout in terms of the stakes racing. Not here. Twilight Liaison at a massive price and a second win in a 22nd lifetime start, rallying up the inside.
It worked out a terrific trip. The 3 horse, Western Waverly, was in front. The 4-horse devoted to you, who usually shows high speed, did not break particularly well. It was compromised at the break, horse to keep an eye on for next time. But here comes the 5, Twilight Liaison, who got the dream run up the inside and got it done at a huge price. And it's got to be a curveball.
$72.80 if you need them.
There's got to be a curveball now and then.
35-1. West of Waverly, you're thinking is going to dig in, fight him off. Twilight Liaison kept coming. Pulls off the huge upset.
Yeah, and again, lower level horses, right trips, and horses that are good on the day.
You have a $72 horse for us? Nope, not possible. You like anybody in the 10th and final, Canterbury Park?
I'll wait to watch him in the warm-up.
There's a 19-1 shot. That's as big as it gets. $10,000 claimers here, fillies and mares to close the show. 6.5 for a long sprint. That's next at Canterbury Park. So the big night of racing, biggest of the year, Canterbury Park. You had these 6 stakes races, 5 of them on grass. It started several hours ago in the Curtis Sampson Oaks. A recap of some of the stakes racing tonight at Canterbury Park. Let's take a look back. This is Schlofmitz in the Curtis Sampson Oaks, emerging victorious, losing ground, but in the end it didn't matter, Richie.
Losing ground came with a relentless and long, steady drive under Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, who made a nice trip to Canterbury Park and got it done. This is what we love about turf racing, the feet. There's about 8 horses in the frame at the end, and I'm not going to pronounce the name. I'll let you do it. Gets the money.
The gauge the jockey has to make in between how much horse do I have underneath me that I don't have to save ground. Like traveling so well, not going to make a difference. I just need to find daylight.
Well, there are times when you know you have to cut corners and you're just not good enough to give away ground. And there's times when, you know what, let's not get fancy. Let's get this horse in the clear, keep the momentum going forward.
As we mentioned at the top of the show, and a treat for the fans out at Canterbury to see a Hall of Famer in action, Javier Castellano. How about Spycraft in the Dark Star Turf Sprint? This one saving ground.
Yeah, and no small feat from post 11. Adam Beschizza gave this horse a terrific ride. Followed the Plain Talk over, who showed high speed, and worked out a beautiful trip and got it done. Dark Star, named for the horse that beat Native Dancer in the 1953 Kentucky Derby, the only loss in Native Dancer's career.
Deserve a race named after you.
Yeah, you would think.
Beat Native Dancer doing anything.
I'm not quite sure why it's at Canterbury, but it's nice that he's recognized. Yeah.
Regardless. Have a sword dancer at Saratoga. Sword dancer never raced on grass, right?
Yeah, true.
Spycraft, Adam Beschizza in the Dark Star. MTA Stallion Auction Stakes and Royals Lil Diva in front, in command, turning for home.
Yeah, very short price, prohibitive favorite under Harry Hernandez. Led them gate to wire, set fast fractions, and just kept to it resolutely to get the job done.
Philly beating the boys. Royals Little Diva, Thumbs Up Racing, LLC, Miguel Silva, winning trainer. Harry Hernandez, couple of wins on the night, and making that one look easy in the end. Royals Little Diva. Perfect in 2 starts. The sprinter that will give you a second move, Richie, is what we saw from her late.
Yeah, absolutely, and you got to like what you're seeing from her. Just a filly that's got speed and will fight you for it.
6 stakes races tonight. We'll recap the Lady Canterbury, Mystic Lake Mile, Mystic Lake Derby, as our coverage continues on America's Day at the Races on this big night of racing from Canterbury in Shakopee, Minnesota.
Play in the Big Ten BCBC contest September 15th. Canterbury Park is hosting the largest Breeders' Cup betting challenge qualifier of the year with $120,000 in cash and prizes. 11 BCBC entries will be awarded and a minimum of $10,000 in cash, $1,000 entry fee, $2,000 live bankroll, 100% of entry money returned as prizes. Play online or on track at the park.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Macoma the one to catch? Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Who you betting on?
How about
about an app created specifically for horse racing, Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Idle perfectly timed. Idle gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Tobias Stable.
Grace Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Now the sun finally set out in Shakopee, Minnesota. Canterbury Park. Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. Live coverage continuing on Fox Sports 2. Recapping the stakes activity in case you're just joining us. Lady Canterbury Stakes, always one of the highlights on this big night of racing. Competitive going in. Amalfi Princess, Saranya the favorite. She can't sing. Richie traveling best of all with tall jockey Jareth Lufberry returning for home.
Yeah, I tell you what, she worked out a good trip. She was poised to strike at every moment. She's
trying to keep her straight.
Yeah, she wanted to get in a little bit. He straightened her up. Here comes Amalfi Princess, who worked out a beautiful trip under Javier Castellano, but she can't sing, just kept finding, and Amalfi Princess comes up second best.
Her last 3 wins, all with Lufberry in the stable. This relationship works nicely.
He knows the filly. He's got confidence in her. Looks good. For a tall rider, looks good finishing on horses.
And the Mystic Lake Mile. Here with Mr. Dumas, more relaxed in the middle stages of the race. And watch him kick out. Watch the acceleration is what jumps off the screen here, Richie.
I just love this ride from Raylu Gutierrez. He just did everything perfect. This was a picture-perfect turf trip. Was able to save every inch of ground, find the split when he needed. Of course, he had the horse with the acceleration to take advantage of that split. Mr. Dumas was best, but wow, what a nice ride. This is a ride to watch. This is one for Raylu's highlight reel.
Mr. Dumas dominant in the Mystic Lake Mile and in the main event, Mystic Lake Derby, $150,000 purse. Could he rate? Could he win without the lead? Stitched, answering all those questions emphatically.
Just really worked out a good trip, was outside, stalked, showed that he has that ability, opens up a whole new avenue for him, having that versatility, and a nice run from the runner-up. I got his name here in a second.
Benz
Malice, thank you.
Laurent Giroux going to work. His 1 win on the night, Stitched. The race changed a little from the start. He didn't have a horrible break. That was Jack Chief for Tom Amos, and Raylu Gutierrez trying to sweep the Mystic Lake Mile, Mystic Lake Derby, just not as quick getting out of the blocks.
Just a bit clumsy, wasn't really handy leaving there. Looked like he was trying to get his feet. He never really broke sharply, just on the wrong lead, had to be corrected. Not his night.
Those big fields, still a formful night of racing. Handicappers doing a good job tonight at Canterbury.
Absolutely, until we got to the claimers in the 9th race.
Yeah, had a $9 gazillion horse in the 9th race. In the 8th race, 1 left. Maggie Wolfendale standing by. Get out race. Maggie, what'd you come up with?
Well, Lafitte, actually, I want to talk about what I thought about the whole night as a whole, and really focusing in on the rides from Jareth Lufberry aboard She Can't Sing, as well as Raylu Gutierrez aboard Mr. Dumas, because both of these horses, as we watched in the previous replays, could be a bit headstrong, a little bit tough to deal with. And obviously, this too comes from as a product of the teams working behind the scenes with these horses, of Johnny Ortiz as well as Chris Block. But just how they got along with these horses, got them to settle and produce them at the right times. Jareth actually seizing the bull by the horns and going on with She Can't Sing, which kind of really emboldened her, I think, and then Raylu with the perfectly timed ride. But Lafitte, I think the performance of the night for me has been being able to be out here at Canterbury and be amongst the fans. The fans here at Canterbury are some of the nicest people I have ever met, and a couple races ago I met a gentleman on the rail who said, you know, a couple of years ago, I had no idea that Canterbury Park was here. I'm from here, and I started coming because during the pandemic, he started watching America's Day at the races, and he wanted to extend his thanks to all of us on the team for teaching him so much, as well as everybody here has just been so nice and so accommodating, and they really are passionate about their horse racing.
It's great to hear. And Maggie, thanks so much. And we talked about it at the top of the show, the bigger racetracks that might not be a Belmont Park, a Churchill Downs, a Santa Anita, but those smaller tracks on big nights and how exciting it is to be a part of.
God, this looks like a festive night, and everybody's excited, and it's good. And I really love to hear that a fan came up, and we had a small part in making him a fan.
Great stuff out at Canterbury all night. Maggie, horses in the paddock. We'll have riders up in a moment. One left from Canterbury Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Riders up, horses leaving the paddock. One left from Canterbury Park. Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime. With Naira Bets, get started at nairabets.com and check out the bonuses available to all members. Enough sleep tonight, Richie. We get to do this all over again tomorrow.
Can't wait.
Genuine and enthusiastic.
Just a little late. A little past my bedtime.
He's normally asleep by now. Yeah, he's not ready to go to sleep. Call to post for the 10th and final from Canterbury.
He's playing a jazz club down the road later.
He doesn't mess around. Lynn doing a bang-up job all night. All part of the pageantry on this big night of racing, Northern Stars Racing Festival. And he's not done yet. Great job, Lynn. Great job all night. 10th race and final, $10,000. Claimers, Richie, 6.5 furlong, 3-year-olds and older. You saw Priceless Miracle break off from the post parade. There's the favorite temporarily, 8-5.
Yeah, broke his maiden for 10,000, running against winners for 10. Favorite.
Credit card fraud, 9-1.
Not a tremendous amount of speed for a horse coming off a layoff.
Milligan, Mike, and me, contender, 7-2, third choice in the wagering.
A horse that can lay close in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed compared to some of the other races we've seen tonight.
Number 5, speedy enough. Now with trainer David Van Winkle. There she is, the Chestnut filly.
Yeah, this is a horse that's moving up in company, but does have enough speed to lay up fairly close.
Chad Lindsay aboard. Full speed astern towards the outside, off the board in her 2 tries here at Canterbury.
And no speed whatsoever, really. She's going to have to find a little bit more to lay up close. She has speed going further, but not sprinting.
And finally, outwork the Okie girl. No such thing. 5-2, second choice.
This is the speed of the speed. This horse is loose on the lead. They're going to have to reel her in.
You ever on top?
I do, because I do think she'll be loose.
How far can she take this field? We'll find out in 4 minutes. I don't know who Maggie's with. Very special guest joining Maggie back at Canterbury Park. Maggie, who are you with?
I mean, it's the man of the night, Mr. Lynn Dykert, well, it's not technically a bugle, it's a trumpet, but you play it very well, sir, and you have been the star of the show.
Well, I don't know if I was a star. I just enjoy playing out here. They've given me many years of opportunities to play out here. Normally, I play a longhorn without any valves, but tonight I thought I would just kind of give the throngs of people here just a little bit more thrill by bringing my regular trumpet out, and after each call to the post, I play a little ditty just to create a little bit more pizzazz, a little bit more festivity, if you will.
Do you freestyle it? I mean, just play what comes?
Yes, I just freestyle it. I come on out here, I think of something to do, and just rat-tat-tat-bop-bop-bop-bop-bop.
You also play piano, too, and, I mean, you got all kinds of gigs, and, I mean, I think you tap dance, too.
I tap dance also, yes.
Well, Lynn, what a great job, and I think Canterbury Park's very lucky to have you.
Well, I'm very lucky to have the opportunity to play out here, and I hope there are many more years for me. And tonight has just been a joy. And yeah, Canterbury, it's just the best. The best.
Can you do us a huge favor on America's Day at the Races? Can you play us a little solo with a little tap?
Well, I don't know if I can actually play and tap at the same time. Let me.
Lynn, you are a superstar. Thank you so much. Well done. I mean, Lafitte, well, on that note, I think we're going to go to break here on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned. One more race to come from Canterbury Park.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You should be dancing.
On the outside, you should be dancing the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th left has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Live coverage from Canterbury Park. If you're not still smiling after that interview with Lynn and Maggie, I don't know what to tell you. You're hopeless. I don't know what to tell you. How great was that?
That actually lifted me up. I feel like rejuvenated. I want to go to a jazz club now. That was fantastic. What a talent, and I love the word he used, pizzazz, because he brought a lot of pizzazz.
Infectious, that energy, and how
really
much fun
was.
he had tonight.
Fantastic interview by
Great
Maggie.
stuff.
Yeah,
Great
really,
stuff.
And what a talented gentleman.
Calls the field to post as they continue to warm up. These $10,000 claimers in the 10th and final. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, 6.5 for a long sprint. Richie, temporarily 2-1. You went with, was it Outwork the Okie Girl or Full Speed? Yeah. One of these.
No, Outwork the Okie Girl, because I think she's going to shake loose here, and why not? I mean, it's 6.5, might be stretching her a little bit, but she's outside. She's got natural speed. I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of speed in this event.
It was a fun night of racing. Big fields, the turf stakes races. I think 4 of the 5 turf stakes races had a mile. For the handicappers who did a good job, and the figuring out trip handicapping, and the big winners, the fans, not just because of Lynn doing his thing out there, calling the field to post all night, but the chance to see the guys like Florent Giroux, a Hall of Famer, and Javier Castellanos, and these big outfits, the trainers, jockeys that they normally wouldn't see out at Canterbury.
Absolutely. You know, the fans read about these people or see them on a big stage. They see them in a Kentucky Derby or a Travers or what have you. But then they're there in their backyard, and it just looks like it was a great festive evening. The weather cooperated. The racing
Perfect night for
certainly
racing.
delivered, didn't it?
That was the concern. The temperatures, it was going to be really, really hot. It looked like earlier in the week. Picture perfect night. Great racing. And one left. This $10,000 claimer, Richie going with Outwork the Okie Girl as they march towards the starting gate, still temporarily at 2-1. But if you liked her going in, she was like even money 6-5 a few moments ago. Now you're getting a better price, 2-1 the favorite.
She's floating up. It took her 10 starts to finally break her maiden, but she's run consistently good races. And she should be fairly close to the pace.
One final time we check in with Maggie out of Canterbury.
Guys, I'm going to try Milligan, Mike, and me. Now, I'm a little hesitant because she ran well last time. Mitch, really? It's late. I don't want to be on camera. No, I'm kidding. But Milligan, Mike, and me. Sometimes you will see horses, when they switch distances, that first start, whether it be cutting back or stretching out, is usually their best one. But I do think that Milligan, Mike, and me is a better sprinter, given the way she's put together. And I thought she ran on well, albeit on the rail. The winner did make it tight on her late, so therefore kind of using intimidation tactics, and she still kept coming. So I like what I'm seeing from Milligan, Mike, and me. She will be my choice. And Cha, she was a heavy favorite that day and had everything her own way on the front end. Lafitte.
Great stuff all night, Maggie. By the way, you'll be so proud. I started watching Peaky Blinders. Season and a half in.
Lafitte.
Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me it was so damn good? Why didn't you tell me? For like 5 years, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah, right. I've been only preaching you to that forever. You still have a lot of watching to do, and trust me, it only gets better.
Every time. Have you started? Have you started? Have you started?
Starters off his spot.
Back me out. Back out the 2.
Loveberry kids messed up the announcer's binoculars. Optics fixed. Temporarily is backed out. Hopefully temporarily.
Did you see did you catch who that was, Richie?
I thought it was the one, but they backed the 2 out as well temporarily with
I saw
Lindy
red
Wade.
colors, silks.
Well, then
that's Priceless Miracle.
Yeah, Priceless Miracle.
Negron.
Sometimes they'll back out both horses, though, because sometimes they have to check if they got kicked by the other horse. And there are veterinarians stationed there. It's one of the safety protocols. They'll take them out of the gate, check them out, make sure that nobody's injured before they place them back in the gate.
Couldn't quite hear what Paul Allen was announcing. By the way, the voice of the Minnesota Vikings does an incredible job play-by-play. Has done a great job again tonight calling the races at Canterbury Park and backing them all out here before the 10th and final here. Richie, let's check in with Maggie. Maggie, what did you see? What can you tell us?
Well, Priceless Miracle, guys, they knew she was a bad actor. They're aware of that because she was saddled far away from the rest of the crew. And then she had to have the pony come meet her early to the paddock. So obviously she's a bad actor. And when she got in the gate, she just became unraveled. And it's unfortunate when you have horses that are high strung or prone to be very nervous when they draw the rail because they have to stand in there so long. They become claustrophobic. They hear all that rattling and it will just set them off, and she really set herself off, so she will be a late scratch here. Priceless Miracle, she will not participate here in the last race. Going to give everybody a moment to adjust their wagers and load them back in a moment. Lafitte.
Maggie, thanks. Late scratch, Priceless Miracle. Richie, what does that feel like when that wick is burning and you know only a matter of time before the horse underneath you loses it?
You're just trying to be as quiet as you can, hope they get everybody in the gate and you get out of there as quick as you can. Obviously, the fuse was lit and they ran out of time with her. Like what they did, back everybody out of the gate, let everybody reset, take a breath, and then go back in. You don't want to run the risk of somebody else blowing up.
Hope Luis Negron is okay and Priceless Miracle as well. We'll try it again. Paul Allen with the call. Race 10, Canterbury, take 2.
And they're racing. Perfect line out of the starting gate. And from the 5-hole, speedy enough to grab the early lead with Outwork the Okie Girl applying pressure. Then it's Credit Card Fraud looking to get in the black to the inside. And that trio has gone 4-5 lengths clear from the next trio. Temporarily is about 6-7 lengths from the lead with Full Speed astern in between them. Milligan, Mike, and me. So the 6 are covered by 6 as they head into the far turn, meaning they have 3 to travel. Outwork the Okie Girl and Harry looking for a triple. Inside of that, Speedy Enough reclaims the lead. Speedy Enough at 4.5 to 1 is edging away from Outwork the Okie Girl, who's being pushed on hard by Hernandez. 5 after that to Temporarily, shaken up by Lindy Wade. Credit Card Fraud's offering nothing. Then it's Full Speed astern. And as they head for home, they're chasing Speedy Enough and Lindsay. It's Speedy Enough and Outwork the Okie Girl. Inside is Temporarily, and outside of that is Full Speed astern, but the only one full speed here is Speedy Enough, winning it by 7. 5-7-2 in race 10.
10th and final, Canterbury Park. Speedy Enough proves to be just that, in command in the stretch. The victory here with Chad Lindsay aboard.
Now, 1-2 speed number around the racetrack. Speedy Enough. Chad Lindsay sent him, refused to yield position. Outworked the Okie Girl, couldn't clear. Chased her around, hung on for second, but much the best. Speedy Enough was more than Speedy Enough.
Easy victory there in the 10th and final, Canterbury Park. An absolute blast covering their biggest night of racing tonight. Some exceptional performances, some great storylines, and like the greatest bugler at a thoroughbred racetrack in the history of great buglers at a thoroughbred racetrack.
Fantastic. And he could dance.
And he could dance. So you look available July 14th. We'll be at Saratoga. Thriller in the Lady Canterbury. How good was She Can't Sing? Jareth Lufberry, her last 3 wins. He's been in the saddle. Mr. Dumas, who settled beautifully in the early stages, came home closing like a freight train with Relo Gutierrez for trainer John Ortiz. Thanks so much for joining us this evening on this big night of racing from Canterbury Park. We'll see you tomorrow. Brand new week of racing from Belmont Park. Have a great night, Lynn.